A very good morning and a warm welcome to all of you for joining us virtually today. Well, my name is Bhavna Bhatia and I shall be your host for today. I'm honored to kickstart the fifth edition of the Best CFO and Finance Strategy Awards 2021, the flagship event from the latest community of BW Business World, which is BW CFO World. Well, it is an exclusive community for the finance professionals, consultants, and allied businesses. BW CFO World offers updates of the business buzz and the economic, financial, and industrial insights about the CFO community in India. The role of the CFO has been very critical. The CFO is responsible for keeping the entire engine of the organization well oiled, balanced, and running whilst continuing to maintain the culture and value system of the organization. Since lockdown in 2020, organizations have been working tirelessly to reinvent themselves and ensure that they stay as healthy as they can. The finance function, however, has become even more critical in this period to ensure smooth cash flows and therefore be fully involved with all the functions of an organization. Well, today's event will address the issues that organizations have faced since the last year and celebrate and recognize the CFOs from their out of the box solutions that ensured their organizations did not suffer during tumultuous times. Well, launched 4 decades ago, BW Business World Today is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned amongst India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With the thought leadership bent in the domain and network spanning across 18 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 of our own IP events throughout the year with a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing consumer base across industries. Well, the day's events will be enlivened by the series of fireside chats and panel discussions that will identify and discuss the best practices, innovative ideas, and future ready solutions in the finance space through interactive participation of the key stakeholders. Well, we're live on bwbusinessworld.com and our social media handles. Please use the hashtag best CFOs for your social media posts. And we're also live on www.bwcfoworld.com. Well, with this, if I may now request the BW Legacy Aid to give our audience a glimpse of BW Business World.
Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Well, thank you so much for that. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to have a look at the event AV before we kickstart with our wonderful event. Could we have the event AV, please? Well, what a splendid day ahead. And ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to begin the proceedings of the day. And I would now like to invite on the stage and screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, to now address our audience. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra, for joining us. With this, I request you to join us on the screen now.
Morning, Bhavna.
Good morning.
It's my honor and privilege to be at the inaugural edition of the BWCFOWorld.com, content, but the 6th edition of the BW CFO World Awards. And I hope that all of your families are keeping well, you're keeping well. Now, the last 18 months have been about pandemic, and the CFOs have played a big role in keeping the organizations going and making sure that the transformation happens, the balance between keeping and growing. If I take the trilogy of the Hindu religion, which is Brahma, Vishnu, Mahesh. Brahma is the creator, Vishnu is the preserver, Shiva is the destroyer. The CFO does all the three roles. The CFO creates, if the founder creates, the CFO enhances. The CFO preserves, which is about cost control, which is about compliances, and creative destruction, which is about growth. So the role of the CFO in terms of business continuity planning, in terms of cost, in terms of compliance, and most importantly, in terms of the future and growth has been crucial. I believe the CFO is the chief future officer. The CFO is about growth. And the last 18 months have brought the CFO closer to people and processes than ever. It would not be unfair to say that in some cases, the CFOs have become the chief transformation officer. They have become the chief performance officer. While they continue to remain the numbers person that a CFO must be, a CFO needs to have these 5 capabilities to redefine success for the organization and for themselves. First is a mindset that questions everything. Second is a continuous reforecasting and forecasting approach, planning, great listening skills so that you can soak in and understand the nuances of business, an eye on the wider business. Traditionally, a CFO was about cost and compliances, but as I said, the CFO is a chief future officer, chief growth officer. So he or she needs to understand the business better. And really, it's up to the CFO on how he or she creates his or her own role. Because there are huge changes that have happened in 18 months. So Of course, improving the working capital. If you're a startup, maybe raising a lot of capital. If you're a startup that is at a certain scale, going for an IPO. CFOs are increasingly playing a bigger and bigger role in the growth and transformation of organizations and not just working on costs and compliances. That's the point I want to make. Today, during the day, you listen to industry leaders, CEOs, CFOs on how they're transforming their organization. In the evening at 4:15 p.m. to 5:30 p.m., we have the 6th edition of the BW CFO World Awards. I also want to say that recognizing the importance of this very important community, we are launching the bwcfoworld.com, which is a dedicated site and a dedicated editorial community for CFOs. So I want to congratulate all the 16 winners of today. They were selected through a jury process led by Shri Rajneesh Kumar, who's the former chairman of SBI, supported by Shri S. Ravi and another 5 jury members. So let's celebrate the evolving nature of the CFO, the evolving role of the CFO, and the chief future officer that the CFO has become. Thank you so much, Bhavna. Back to you.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Anurag Batra, for that great opening address. Definitely, we've got a great day of learning ahead. And as Dr. Batra rightly said, that at 4:15, we're going to be commencing with the awards as well. So we hope that all of you are in tune for that. Now, ladies and gentlemen, to kickstart on our first session, which is the keynote address on increasing role of technology and network in compliance, we're elated to be joined by Swaroop Ripaka, Director of Strategy, Clear, who's going to be joining us. Thank you so much, Mr. Ripaka, for giving us your valuable time and being a part of our wonderful event today. With this, I now invite you on the stage and screen.
No worries. Thanks a lot. Hi. Hi, everyone. A very good morning to you all. Maybe a quick introduction about myself. So I'm with Clear, formerly Clear Tax, and I look at strategy here. I connect with a lot of CFOs and finance heads to understand some of their pain points, emerging needs, in order to understand what new technology solutions we could build, right? And prior to this, I was with BCG. It's a management consulting firm doing a mix of strategy and transformation projects for a lot of CXOs, primarily in the technology, media, telecom space. Yeah. So, and today I wanted to talk about a specific topic, which is what is the role of technology? What's the emerging role of technology in financial compliance and network, right? And how do these two talk to each other, right? And let me start off with an interesting anecdote or a memo, actually, right? And this is a memo that was that Stephen Elop, right, the CEO of Nokia, sent out an office-wide memo in 2011. This is where you would have heard the term burning platform, right? That is where this originated. And I thought this would be an interesting anecdote to start off. And as you can see here, right, the memo went like this, right? There was a story about a man who was working on a rig or a oil platform in the North Sea, and you know North Sea is extremely cold, right? Full of ice. So one night he woke up and there was a loud explosion, and his entire oil platform was on fire. And he decided to jump. And the way Stephen Elop said, this was unexpected. In ordinary circumstances, nobody would plunge into those icy waters because they would, almost freeze to death. The only reason he took this unexpected step was because he was standing on a burning platform. And the way he said it, Nokia was standing on a burning platform in 2011. And he as he said it, right, I've learned that we're standing on a burning platform. That was 4 years after iPhone was launched. And sorry, could someone mute the other person? Yeah. And today, as I see it, and you'll start to realize this as well, I'm sure you'll all agree with me as well, is Indian enterprises are standing on a burning platform as well. Some of them maybe have started to feel the heat already, but some of them maybe do not realize it. Right? And this is due to a number of reasons. One of those could be pandemic, but there are a lot more reasons because of which the platform has always been burning even before the pandemic. And pandemic has so-called exacerbated this problem, right? So I'll talk about what has been, this burning platform about, what has been there prior, and what should you expect? Should this fire get doused, or would it only increase? Would you start to feel the heat a lot more? Yeah, cool. So just to start off with business compliances more broadly, right? There are about 170 business compliances in India to follow. And that's a lot, right? And every one of you, each and every one of you wants to be compliant, I'm sure. Right? But it's a mission that's extremely challenging. Every company here wants to follow the law to the letter, but it's not that trivial and it's not that easy. And if I step back in time, let's say the pre-GST era and the erstwhile era, right? There was compliance and there was supply chain. These were two separate, isolated concepts. There is compliance, which is, filings were fewer, far apart. It's not really like a CXO concern. All you needed was, let's say, your tax team or compliance team, and maybe your auditor, and that was it, right? There is not much digital intervention that is required. There's not much nationwide government surveillance that was done. All of that was fairly limited. And then there is supply chain, which was a completely isolated concept, which is primarily dealt by the business, right? I mean, it was maybe the extent of your involvement was to assess, let's say, your the credit worthiness or the credit risk, etc., right? But primarily it was, they were two separate isolated concepts. Now, what happened is, since 2017, this has started to change. With 2017, there is the whole introduction of GST. Then there was e-way bills, e-invoicing, all of those were launched. And the government has also started to become a lot more strict on, for instance, the ITC claims. There are a lot more, there is the recent TDS 206 rule, right, which just suddenly came out of the blue, as a lot of you would see it. What this led to is, as you see on the RHS, right, a merger between compliance and supply chain as concepts. Right? They almost became one and the same, right? I mean, you couldn't manage your supply chain without thinking compliance in mind, and you could not ensure you were compliant until your entire ecosystem and your entire supply chain was compliant as well. Right? That is what it has started to. It started to go. It's gotten muddled, I would say, right? And as I mentioned, a lot of you would find it difficult to achieve 100% complete compliance because of a lot of reasons. Right? The tax laws keep constantly changing. That the government rules are becoming a lot more stringent as you go, right? And this is rightly so, right? I mean, there's a fair amount of compliance or tax avoidance of sort in India. There's now access to a lot more data that the government has, because of which they'll be able to do a lot more tech and data-led surveillance. You can see there's an interesting article, the fourth one on the right, and you can look at that. The government has connected the fast tax system and the e-way bill system, right? And this was this is just a start, right? The government is also thinking about integrating the whole direct tax and the indirect tax system as well. So there are a lot more changes that you can expect. And I like to ask a lot of CFOs, it's been 4 years since GST has been introduced. Do you think it has stabilized, right? And almost all of them have told me no, right? It's not yet stabilized, and they expect a lot more stringency and a lot more technology-led surveillance going forward. And that's our point of view as well. There will be a lot more stringent rules, a lot more technology-led surveillance going forward. And a lot of your business systems are not really there, right? I mean, they're a little weaker. They're probably not as adaptive as you would want them to be. I'm sure like any sort of change in your ERP takes like a few weeks to a few months to make, right? There are a lot more counterparties involved now. It's earlier, as I mentioned, it was just your tax team and maybe your auditor. That is all that is required. Right? Now you need to ensure your entire ecosystem is compliant. Your entire vendor ecosystem is compliant to ensure you are getting your input tax credits, right? You need to ensure your dealers and distributors comply with the law. Otherwise, maybe their business might shut down, right? And more broadly, India is also moving towards a more real-time approach. And e-invoicing is just the start, right? It started with the whole indirect taxes and e-invoicing, but I'm sure it's moving towards a more real-time approach more broadly. And I'll talk a bit more about this. What does all of this mean is, earlier, technology was sort of a good to have here. And I'm sure in the non-compliance world, a lot of you have started to realize this because of the pandemic. But in compliance, this has already been, the burning platform was already there, right? Taking the plunge into the North Sea, the equivalent here was adopting deep technology. And a lot of companies have started to do that already. And I'll talk a bit more about that. More broadly, right? Compliance also deeply influences shareholder value in developing markets. And this point of view is, a lot of surveys, for instance, that were conducted by with the investors and some of the VC firms, right? They would start to see this, and there's a reason for it, right? There's an inherent risk in developing markets because the markets, the regulations, the customers, the competitive landscape, none of this is sort of evolved. Right? The only thing that is strongly in your hand is, as they see, compliance, right? And hence, a strong compliance is a signal of quality for investors. That hence there is a disproportionate value that's placed on compliance when investors look at developing markets. Yeah. And we did a lot of analysis with some of our customers, right? And 75% of the enterprises, they were not fully compliant. 80% of them leave sizable money on the table, right? I'm sure a lot of you look at your tax line item as in your P&L. You don't take a look at it from an optimization lens, right? I mean, a lot of you would look at, for instance, procurement optimization, or let's say your supply chain optimization, or even, for instance, your dealer distributor commissions optimization, right? Not a lot of you look at your tax line item and think of it from a optimization lens. But there's significant value stuck there, right? I mean, you could, there's about 6 to 8% of PBT and 5 to 7% of the entire working capital that's deployed is primarily due to non-compliance of your ecosystem, or you could have done better compliance tracking, or better tax planning, all of that, right? And this has been our experience and our estimate, and this is not fully visible as well. A lot of this is hidden from for instance, the CXOs, right? They don't really until we do this analysis and present to them. Most of the times, it's almost think of this as like the change you find in like some your spare pants or in your couch, right? That's how this is. And beyond compliance, as I mentioned, because supply chain in India, right, the whole network management has always been full of pain points. But what has happened is the whole compliance and supply chain getting merged together, getting muddled together, has only exacerbated this problem. Right? Some of these, for instance, on the LHS have been perennial problems. Right? There's been a lot of bandwidth in manual activities. It used to take a lot of time for you to even get to a source of truth with your vendors or with your dealers, distributors, on what exactly is the invoice, what is the amount, all of that, right? Now, what has happened is because of e-invoicing, because of compliance and supply chain getting muddled, the pain point has only gone up, right? And we only expect this to get worse or get more difficult for you, right? I mean, you would worry about, for instance, the incoming e-invoices authenticity, right? There's a point of view on invoice discounting. For instance, a lot of vendors have started to ask for invoice discounting or early payment programs from a lot of you. And this happens because, and we've seen this in some of the other countries in the past, right? Even India lags behind credit availability or even invoice discounting today. And that's because it takes a lot of time for you to even align on a source of truth for your invoice. But once that happens, there's invoice discounting and early payment programs that open up. Right? So all of this is going to change the world significantly for you. Right? This is not going to be the same world, for instance, that you grew up with in your erstwhile era. And if I take a step back, what does the CFO look at? There's the whole planning and budgeting, financial compliance, payments, credit management, transacting with your vendors, There's the whole record keeping, reconciliations, or there's a whole lot of things on your mind, right? And who do you look to? You typically look to, for instance, someone like a big four, or for instance, some of your ERPs, etc. Right? And what we've started to realize is there's a gap here. Some of your big audit firms and your ERPs may not fully address some of these needs. For instance, the big audit firms, they're not a tech first company to start off, right? I mean, they use a lot of legacy solutions and everything, right? They're smaller tech teams when it comes to compliance. But more broadly, the third point is the most important point here. They're not even thinking about creating a common workbench across your other teams. And that starts to become important in the new era, right? It's not just you and let's say your tax team or your tax consultant being on the same platform. It has to be your account payable team, your procurement team, your account receivable team, even your vendors, your dealers, distributors. All of them have to be on a common workbench or a common platform. They have to start to see the same set of source of truth going forward, right? And same is the case with ERPs as well, right? I mean, frankly, SAP and Oracle, for instance, less than 5% of their global revenue comes from India. And I mean, I would go to the extent of saying they don't care as much about India. There are a lot of India-specific problems here, but they're not necessarily on the top of mind of Oracle and SAP, right? And there's a lot of, because they're built in the whole non-cloud era, right? They're actually built in the whole desktop era. There's a lot of legacy baggage. Any sort of change, I'm sure if you want to deploy, it takes about a few weeks to sometimes even a few months for you to deploy that change, right? And the government will not wait for that long, right? I mean, they would go ahead and implement a sort of new rules as quickly as their systems allow for it, right? Not necessarily your systems allow for it. So what do you do, right? Where do you start today? If and a lot of companies have started to think about, how do I become an early adopter of technology? But how do you start? And this is something I ask a lot of CFOs that I interact with. What are some? Tell me like 3 wishes, right? If you had 3 wishes to ask a genie, what would that be? And these were 3 that they usually come up with. First is digital everything. I don't want anything on, and digital doesn't just mean taking something that you had on paper and ensuring that's on your ERP, right? It has to go a step beyond. Everything with the click of a button. It should almost be magical. Second is automation everywhere, right? Everything has to be automated. Everything has to be reconciled. There are a lot of different things. You have your ERP, you have your returns, you have your invoice, e-bills, you have what's on your vendor's ERP, what's on your dealers and distributors ERP. All of that has to be automatically reconciled in real time. And the third wish that they ask for is a single data source that everybody can agree on. And that's not just you and your tax consultant, but as I mentioned, everybody else in the whole ecosystem should be on the same source of truth in real time, right? And just to add, I mean, I don't think we're even saying we're going to grant all your wishes here, but this is what we've realized, and these are our North Stars at Clear, if you will. Yeah, and we personally try to solve this pain, and we already solve this 10 times better, right? I mean, let me start talking about Clear now, because that's something we wanted to do towards the end. What are typically your alternatives, or what did you use in the erstwhile era, right? You had a whole host of government tools, some suboptimal technology from your auditor. There were a lot of ad hoc ERP solutions, right? And this led to a lot of, while they were okay, they will no longer be sufficient. What you needed and what you will need is SaaS that addresses your pain 10 times better, right? So an AI first, an analytics first solution that reduces the need for manual intervention completely, right? An AI-led surveillance to ensure you don't leave anything on the table, right? You maximize your tax savings. Everything is reconciled automatically with fuzzy matching. Right, and it sort of, we at least sort of sit on top of your ERP. We're not even attempting to replace your ERP, right? It's a deep two-way integration with your ERP, and a whole lot of things, right? The next set of things what I wanted to talk about is the Clear network. What this means is it's not just, we're not just attempting to get you compliant standalone, right? What we've started to realize is because compliance and supply chain have started getting muddled together, we needed to address a lot more of your network pain points. And that is what we are attempting to do now. And this is what we are calling the clear network. So there's your solution, right? There's the clear network in the middle. Then there's the clear vendor, the clear distributor, the accountant. Everybody is on the same platform. Everybody is interconnected. And everybody in turn is connected with their ERP. So in a way, what happens is you can think of this as a smart layer on top of your ERP, which helps you, connect with all the government bodies, whether that be your direct tax, indirect tax, NIC, etc. And even beyond that, it helps you connect with your vendor ecosystem, your dealer distributor ecosystem, and your vendor and dealer in turn are also connected with their own ERP, right? So everything becomes super seamless, right? It has to be, it works like almost butter-like, right? And if I take a step forward, right? If let's say I project this for, let's say, 5 years, 3 years down the line, right? In 2024, how would the world look like? And our point of view is everything will be automated, right? All the business processes will be automated. There'll be an AI-led surveillance of not just you surveilling your own data, but even the government. Think of the amount of data government has about you now, right? I mean, the B2C data is what gets talked about. Like, for instance, Facebook and Google has a lot of data about you and everything, right? Now on the B2B side, the government has the highest amount of data about you. They have every single invoice, right? So imagine what they can do. What is the extent of surveillance that's possible, that's at their disposal, if they started using AI, right? And that's what they've started to think about. Imagine if they started to link direct and indirect tax systems, if they started to link the whole e-waybill system with the transport department, right? The things just open up. It just becomes almost crazy, right? I mean, and what this means is technology is not just a good to have, right? It's almost now a must have. It's required for your survival. And what some of this will open up is like the last two things, right? It opens up a seamless interaction across your entire vendors and distributor ecosystem. There'll be a deep proliferation of technology-led credit, as I mentioned, right? And this is called invoice discounting, early payment programs, some of that. That is how our point of view is. That is how we see the world going forward. And this is something I think interesting that our marketing team had come up with. A lot of companies take the longer route, right? The whole left-hand side. They would first think about, let's say, they'll try to throw people at this problem. They'll scale up their own workforce. And once they realize it's not possible to just throw people at this problem, they'll try to train them, upgrade them. They'll realize it's not possible. They'll go to their auditor for help. And finally, they realize it's not possible. I need to bring in smart technology. That's the only sustainable solution to this problem. The smarter route is many people just cut short this problem and directly bring in smarter technology, right? And let me then now talk about our company as well for a couple of minutes before I end it. We now have about 2,500 enterprises on our platform, and this number is growing, right? We're pretty much the compliance leaders already. And if I take the larger enterprises, the 1,000 crore plus enterprises, we are pretty much the leaders. We have more number of logos than, for instance, any of the big audit firms or any of them standalone, right? 10% of India's GDP is already on our network, right? And our journey started off, at least in the enterprise space, in 2017, right? I mean, at that time, there was about $70 billion worth of invoices on our platform. Now there's 300 billion invoices that flowed through our platform in FY21. And this has only been growing. And you can see the hockey stick growth that we are on. We're pretty soon we will reach $1 trillion of India's economy on our network pretty soon. We're only second to the government in terms of the platform. We're larger than most banks. We dwarf some of the other fintechs. It's just that we are a little less known compared to some of the others. And as a lot more companies and enterprises, their vendors, distributors, a lot of the chartered accountants, a lot of consumers start to get to our platform, it only becomes richer, more powerful, because we are cloud native, we are cloud first, AI first, right? So the solutions only get better. This is where we are. I'll just end on the slide. So today we have the entire compliance suite. We call it the Clear Compliance Cloud, whether it's GST, e-invoicing, e-way bill, Max ITC, which not only addresses your tax team problems, but also your account payable teams problem, your vendor management problems. Then TDS and Clear ERP Connect, which sits on top of your ERP. But what we are now also building in 3 to 6 months is the whole vendor network and the invoice discounting platform. And in a year, we'll also start to address your forward network, right? Your forward part of the value chain. We're very excited to be on this journey, and please connect with us if you want to be part of this journey as well. We will reach out to some of you post this event. Thanks a lot for listening to us. Yeah.
Mr. Rapapa.
If there are more questions, just post on the chat or somewhere. Thank you.
No, thank you so much, Mr. Rapapa, for joining us and giving a great start to our event today. Thank you for your insightful sharing. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to move on to our first panel discussion. Now, please use the hashtag #BestCFOs on your social media post, and we're also live on www.bwcfoworld.com. So, ladies and gentlemen, now for our first panel, which is a recovery road. Is government stimuli in India adequate for small and emerging business recovery? We're joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Ashish Kumar, VP Corporate Finance and Treasury, Interglobe Enterprises; Sandhya Sriram, VP Global Head of Audit, Risks and Ombuds, Wipro Enterprises; Vikas Vadhavan, Group CFO, Housing.com, PropTiger.com, and Makan.com; Anup Bali, CFO, TFCI, and the moderator of this panel discussion is going to be Hoshi Kaswala, CEO and Chief Innovation Officer, BW Business World. So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, I heartily welcome all our eminent panelists. With this, I'd request you to now join us on the stage and screen with your cameras on. Thank you all for being a part of this wonderful day today. Over to you, Hoshi, to take forth with your panel discussion. And I'll just request our eminent panelists to please switch on your cameras. Over to you.
Morning, Bhavna. Thanks for the introduction. I'm very excited to be discussing a topic that's actually very, very close to my heart. The SME space is something that I very strongly believe in. That if it doesn't develop, your economy is not going to kind of develop. And today we are discussing about the stimulus package that the government kind of has been speaking about and doing for the SME segment. Very quick. Good morning, panelists. Good to have all of you here. Some known faces. So hi. Looking forward to this chat today. Good morning. So, we've been given, these guys are very brutal. So they've given us only, 40 minutes to kind of do this. For those of you who've been on my panels, you all will know I will even pull it to 75, but there are other sessions after us. So I'm going to request, we've got 5 questions. So if you could, do your responses in 1.5 to 2 minutes, that would be good in terms of, the best will come out. Second is also for our editorial team, it's easier to edit a shorter response and put up the stuff. I wanted to kind of say that, the SME segment that has been going through a very tough patch and a very rough patch always, and even worse since the pandemic. It's just not about jobs, okay? It's not just about employment, but you have to have a healthy SME segment, for your entire businesses and, for your economy to survive and thrive. At the end of the day, all large enterprises source from SMEs, and without that, it becomes very difficult. Just a very quick example before I get into my first question is that Germany, I'm told, has 80% plus SMEs, okay? 80% of that economy works on SMEs, whereas the names that we know from Germany are Bosch, Mercedes, BMW, Siemens. But the fact is that, that economy thrives on an SME ecosystem, and we need to kind of do it. It's taken a hit. I'm going to try and address every question to everyone, but there might be cases, depending on timing, where I might have to cut back. Let me start with my, Sandhya, morning, I will follow the protocol and we will go with the lady first. So, I'm going to start with you with the first question. What's your take, on this entire, what's your opinion on the entire stimulus that the government has announced and, earlier and now? And would you say that, this is adequate?
First of all, thank you for the opportunity. I feel very privileged to be part of this group and being able to be speaking at this forum. I think a little bit of context I would want to start with, which is to say that what we call as micro or small enterprises, what we see as micro and small is probably only a small chunk of the real micro and small of this country. If we actually take a step back and see, I think this must be the largest sector employing people after agriculture and construction. If we, maybe more than 100 million people must be engaged in this sector. But many of the micro and small enterprises are much 4-member shop, 5-member shop. And in that context, when I come to the stimulus, I think the stimulus, yes, the heart is in the right place. There is a lot of effort and initiative that has gone into bringing the stimulus to the micro and small enterprises, but is it actually reaching them is my question. And is it reaching adequately, and is it percolating to the bottom of the pyramid? And that is where the real economic growth is going to come. So in the interest of time, I'll pass on the opportunity to the co-speakers to add on.
So I just want to summarize what you're saying is, one is the adequacy, but second is you're saying, is there a process and is it reaching properly? Now, this could be an issue not just with the government, but also for them to have registered. Okay, yes. Because as you know, and I'm an Indian, out and out Indian, we are very poor with paperwork, and
yes.
Yes. That could be another issue, but I'm just the questioner in this one. Let's move to Vikas. Vikas, what's your response to this stimulus?
Thanks, Koshi, and thanks for the opportunity, Business World. So I echo what Sandhya has said, but before that, I think Government of India, I would say, keeping in mind the financial constraint or the budgetary constraint the economy had at that point in time, had done a decent job in terms of extending the required financial support or monetary support to the MSME sector. The times were very unprecedented. It was very, very new to all of us. And I think the government was also struggling with the same thing. So any amount of stimulus would have been inadequate, considering the very, very vast unorganized sector in India, and a big blow from the pandemic on that sector. Now, if we look at what government has been doing, whether it is emergency credit link guarantee scheme, or it is keeping the repo rate low, the idea is to make sure that the liquidity is there in the system and the credit can be provided to the sectors where it is needed most. But I think as Sandhya was trying to point out, there was some design flaws in the way the stimulus was designed. While the intention was right, but it has not reached to the vulnerable ones or where it was required. If you look at the data points, the government did a 5,000 crore credit facility for 5 million street vendors. Only 40% of the vulnerable ones have actually got that credit, and only 40% of that 5,000 crore is actually disbursed in, which is very unfortunate. Even if you look at your ECLG scheme, emergency credit link guarantee scheme, there was a recent survey where close to 2,000 firms were surveyed to take a feedback how that scheme actually helped them. So it was found that 80% of the total borrowers could only get 30% of the total disbursed amount. So there was clearly an unequal distribution of the stimulus, and the money was going while I won't say where it was not needed, but money was actually not going to the most vulnerable ones. And if you look at some of the reasons for that, the guarantee scheme was completely focused on the players who already have access to the credit. But what about the SMEs or MSMEs who does not have access to the credit? What about the startup ecosystem? So I think there was intention was right, but the design possibly was flawed, I would say.
Thank you, Vikas. Well said. Ashish, would love to hear your perspective. You're with a large group too. So
Yeah, so I think I quite endorse well to what Vikas said. And just to give it, in India, whenever there's an impact, so these MSME like the GST, the demonetization, they had a huge impact. But the pandemic, of course, brought them to knees. And when the government came with a scheme, which Vikas just mentioned on the ACLGS, while it was a game changer for the government, it addressed the liquidity for some of the businesses because they could draw 20% provided they had an outstanding loan as of Feb 2020. This was, of course, one side. If you see, there was a benefit because it was a government guarantee scheme. The banks could lend to the borrower at a cheaper cost. But as Vikas mentioned, only for the MSME, those who has access to credit. The irony was that those who didn't had much really had to depend on other benefits announced by the government under various measures. While the government did announce a part of 20 trillion INR stimulus last year, in terms of adequacy, the government stimulus seems adequate, but in the sense that the 3 trillion ECLJ stimulus hasn't really been fully deployed yet, which means that it is yet to channelize to the real users. While the MSME ministers are proactively announcing various supports to the sector, but I think it's still a long way to go to really see the road to recovery for this sector goes beyond a point. And ultimately they are a very large employment base, be it hospitality, travel, tourism, ancillary industries. They need to really get the real benefit. Particularly people had no access to credit in the past because the reference point for the lending was only if you have an outstanding loan, say of 100 crore, then you get 20 crore. But that was not good enough because normally access to credit is pretty to a structured place, while we know the MSME consists of by and large a huge unstructured market which works in its own different way, but yet it caters to large requirement of the economy. So I think that's my take on the stimulus by the government to the MSME.
thank you, thank you, Ashish. Anup.
Yeah, hi, Kush.
Hi. All yours.
Yeah, I agree with all of them. But then government has done, I think the best thing government did was to revise the MSME definition and brought a larger number of players in the revised MSME definition. The only thing is all the schemes which government announced was basically not providing the credit, but guarantee to the credit. And credit had to be given by the banks and the NBFCs. And though banks were given credit lines by the RBI, they could have given credit at a lower rate. But unfortunately, NBFCs, which deal with most of the MSMEs, particularly micro and small industries, the credit rates were pretty high. So for all those MSME to survive, giving interest at 13% and 14% do not seem feasible in the long run. So I think my take is that government should have provided direct stimulus, direct cash support, direct lending, and the funds of funds scheme which they announced has not been launched so far. I think that would have been a game changer, that funds of funds scheme, where the credit would have been provided to most of the MSME companies, even if they were stressed. But unfortunately, the scheme has still not come into the space. And secondly, most of the MSME in this country are unregistered. Only a few, I think, are in the registered category, and it's very difficult for them to have access to credit. So some schemes have to come to get them on the registered block so that things improve for them in the future.
Thank you, Anup. I want you to stay with me on the second question because you spoke about what the government needs to do. So, let me just broaden this question a little bit. But what, according to you, are the requisites, the imperatives? As we are assuming India is unlocking, we don't know about the third wave. I just read this morning that there was the first case of Delta in Bombay, but we are going to remain optimistic and say that the country is going to unlock fully shortly. What, according to you, are the things that need to be done on the road to recovery?
Let me answer this thing. The first thing is government spending has to go up. Government has to spend, create opportunities for all the sectors to have their businesses back to normal. If the spending doesn't happen, I think we are entering into a stagflation type of economy for sure. Because this pandemic, I think 2 phases of this pandemic has really affected people and their spending capacities. If you see tourism sector where we land, 20 million people have lost jobs, which is a huge number. And those who are continuing maybe are continuing with reduced salaries, and so their spending power is low. So if you have to boost the sectors, you have to allow people to get employment, and employment, the first thing is the government has to generate opportunities for employment. All those trade restrictions, licenses have to be restrained or limited for a particular period of time. This is the first thing we have to happen. Then for MSME sector, I think MSME sector, except for this ESI benefit, I don't know how many of them get the ESI benefit or not, or the PF benefit if they're getting 15,000 or lower than 50,000 salary, where you have the subsidy scheme announced by the government if they employ more people. But unfortunately, I think medical insurance is the need of the day today. So government has to come out with a medical insurance scheme so that all of them are covered through medical insurance, where they can move to any hospital, not just restricted to ESI sector. That is one thing to happen. I think these are the few steps if they can take, then the confidence will come, because we also don't know whether this third wave is likely to come or it's not likely to come. But let's hope for the best. Let's hope that things improve a lot. Otherwise, there will be major shakeup in the entire sector. At least I don't want this third wave to happen.
Yeah, I think none of us want to for it to happen. Ashish, one of your large businesses on the Interglobe is the airlines. I don't know the airlines number, but one point of time you guys were the leading airlines. What's your perspective on the road to recovery? What needs to be done? Ashish, I think you're on mute.
Sorry. So the sentiments are most important while we consider this. And the recent concept which has come out is something known as revenge travel. And there was a reflection, the flight ticket from here to London was costing 4 lakhs. It was actually a revenge travel. So if you see the population of vaccinated in the country, 45 crore with the first dose and 8 crore with both the doses. And fortunately, I'm one among them. I think that's most important for the road to recovery, the sentiments. Once the sentiments improves, people will start traveling, people will start moving here and there. Then comes the question of business normalcy. Once the business normalcy starts returning, then of course MSME is always at the forefront of revival, and they're likely to bounce back quicker than they used to be. While the banks have already restructured loans close to 1 trillion already under new schemes announced last year, the industry has, particularly the travel and tourism, has laid off a lot of employees, and many others are working with quite a reduced paychecks. Currently, we have to start. We are basically a high consuming economy. The consumption pattern has to increase. The consumption pattern will increase only when the income increases, and that will happen only when the employability is back to the same level, the income level of the employees and many other businesses will come to the same levels, which hopefully, while I am the view that the third wave will have a very lukewarm response, given the learnings we had in the second wave, given the vaccination across the globe, and we can see those silver linings started already, while the occupancy in some of the hospitality started growing. The airline will slightly pick up in the times to come, with more aircrafts, getting opened up as the economy opens up. While the tourist destinations, they have already shown weekends I would say, huge surge in the growth of the tourist. So there is a resilience among the people as they brace, every new day with adequate safety measures, of course, has to happen. The road to recovery is, of course, a big essential without any further nationwide lockdowns, which looks to be unlikely. Like the last time, virtually every state took a decision and then the whole country was technically locked down. The safety measures, of course, is one very important. And from the government side, while the economy has already braced the headwinds well, and the timing seems to be right for to help businesses sustain and retain their core strength to thrive now. From the government side, I think investment in sustainable infrastructure is very important. Build the resilience for the most vulnerable among the economy and encourage long-term change in behavior, which will definitely happen only by investing in sustainable infrastructure. Like I would say, sustainable. There has been a lot of examples, like you start investing in solar, thermal, and other sort of sustainable infrastructure in the economy, which creates a lot of infrastructure apart from the roads and other stuff happening. And of course, healthcare is one important point. I would just sum up that sentiments is the key, and we hope so that there is nothing known as third wave. It just comes and goes, provided I am sure that as far as government responsible, we are equally responsible. You can't make hospitals, to stop road accidents. Ultimately, we as every citizen has to be very, very careful in how we demonstrate our behavior in the current uncertain environment.
Ashish, thank you. Well said. But I just wanted to kind of share that I think the responsibility, none of us want the third wave, but the responsibility somewhere lies with us. I haven't flown, which is not very good news for you, for 1.5 years, but I had a personal emergency. So I had to fly out of Delhi last Friday. And I should have been the one in a hurry because there was a personal emergency, but I was following those social distancing norms and stuff like that. First of all, there's been traffic out on the roads and all, and you worry whether this is actually because of livelihood. But I must tell you, I got pushed around in the airport for just standing where I was in. So people, and finally I had to tell them, guys, do you understand? We have COVID. Relax, the flight's not going anywhere. Even my flights at the same time. But I think a lot of this will have to be driven by the citizens individually, because second wave, in my assessment, would have not happened had all of us taken care. Awesome. Vikas, let's kind of move to you.
No, thanks, Hoshi. I completely understand where Ashish and Anup are coming from, because their sectors are impacted very severely. I think it's quite an interesting conundrum if I look at it, whether there should be in such a situation when there is a massive blow not only on the businesses but also on the demand side as well, because the pay cuts, unemployment rates are at an all-time high, and so on and so forth. So what should you attack on? Should you be attacking on the demand side, or should you be fixing the supply side problem? So it's an interesting conundrum. I think in my perspective, both needs to be addressed simultaneously. You can't just focus on one and the other remains unattended. In the industry where I'm coming from, the real estate sector, we clearly are observing that the demand sentiment is recovering, where anyways the real estate was going through very, very difficult times for the last 3-4 years because of the structural reforms which were happening in India back to back. I think this pandemic has definitely improved the demand sentiment. But the supply side issues, the balance sheet problems of most of the real estate developers is still a big challenge. And that is why we are not seeing the vibrancy in the sector which is needed. So if you ask me what is needed or what the government should be doing for the road to recovery, I think infra and real estate sectors are two most important sectors for any economy. It's like a backbone because this generates massive amount of employment, and this also enables almost 200 different allied sectors which are directly or indirectly associated with infra and real estate. Infra, clearly the government has a lot of focus and the government is taking all the right steps in the right direction. But I think real estate is one sector where a little bit of more attention is needed from the government, while interest rates are down, which is helping the demand to come back. But how do we extend the credit to the developers? Because real estate, largely is dependent on the credit. It requires massive amount of capital, and unless and until the developers has access to the capital, it will continue to struggle for the recovery. That's one area. The second area, I think India as an economy has today one of the most vibrant startup ecosystem. I think that is one area. While the government has launched quite a few initiatives, whether it is Make in India, Startup India, Atmanirbhar Bharat, but I think we need to double click these schemes and see how do we extend or create an inclusive scheme for the tech startups, for the digital startups who are typically started by young entrepreneurs who doesn't have any experience of running a business or running a corporate structure. How do we ensure that we make their life easy? How do we make sure that we create a platform so that they can access to the domestic capital? Is there a way to provide credit schemes to them? How do we create an environment where people get trained on the vocations? So talent is still a big challenge for the startup ecosystem. So I think these are 2-3 areas where the government should definitely put concerted effort, because this is the need of the hour as we speak today.
Thank you. Sandhya.
So I'd like to add to what Vikas said, that there is demand recovery, but the challenge, I think, is the predictability of the demand, because there is so much start-stop that the entire economy is seeing, but more so for small entrepreneurs, because say it's a small shop with say 50 people, 5 of them test positive. The shop has to close down for 5-6 days and then restart. But just because I'm closing down for 5-6 days, I have to continue to pay my power bill. Now that doesn't go away. I have to continue to pay all my overheads, my rent. So I think there is a huge impact which is both on the working capital side and also on the run costs, the fixed costs, and being able to balance them. I think there is a challenge. And if there is some way the government can support some of these in a very focused way. So for example, US had this paycheck protection program where there was a definitive assistance to ensure that the payout disbursal happens to employees. So some sort of maybe if someone has to close down because of COVID, give them a 1 week no electricity bill allowance, things like that. So the problem has to be solved at a very micro level. Macro policies are good. They do help in an overall stimulus and bringing money into the economy. But if we have to solve the problems of small enterprises, micro targeting is very, very important. All the more if you look at sectors. For example, auto has seen reasonable recovery, but let's take an industry like textile, still struggling. Tourism, in even dire state. So having a one size fits all approach is also not going to be able to percolate to the across the board, and therefore more micro targeting and sectoral schemes will also help on the road to recovery.
Thank you, Sandhya, for that. I think we'll need a huge amount of data and technology deployment. And, again, I'm just going back, I want to go back to what I said initially. I think after you responded to the first question, that as Indians, we're just so worried or lackadaisical about registering ourselves, and we don't bother. So this is when it's kind of hitting people. I know several people who tried to get the benefits that were passed by the government, but they had not bothered to do their paperwork ever in life. In the interest of time, I'm going to try and compress a question or two. Let's start with, Vikas this time. I'll skip question 3. Vikas, what do you think can be done to help small and emerging businesses? Now we're just talking of the small segment. We partially answered this question. To quicker financial recovery. I think it's very cyclical, but how do we give them a flip? How do we give them a turbo boost?
So on that particular point, I think we need to attack this problem from multiple sides and not only one side. One, definitely, I agree with Sandhya. It can't be a big scheme which is a mechanical scheme and doesn't look at the specific problems faced by a particular segment of MSME. Now you've created that emergency credit link guarantee scheme, but that included anyone up to the turnover of 200 crores. Now, a business which is having a turnover of 5 crore versus a business which is having a turnover of 100 crore are very different businesses, and their needs and their requirements are very different. So I agree with Sandhya. I think and today, Hoshi, I don't think data is a problem with the government. Government is sitting on massive amount of data, and they can actually dissect and create different cohorts of different industry segments and different businesses to extend the required support which is needed by them. So we don't need to paint everyone with the same brush and say this is what we are doing. That's one area. Second area is, as I was talking about, I think one is directly focusing on MSME, but also focusing on, like, take an example of tourism as a sector, or take an example of aviation as a sector. Now, these two sectors, there are many MSME businesses which are completely dependent on these sectors. Now, unless and until tourism revives, there are massive number of travel agents or people whose livelihood is dependent on tourism. They cannot come back to the normal life, right? Similar is an example of real estate sector. Now, real estate sector, massive number of employment generator, a lot of some 70-80 different industries are allied and MSME sectors which are directly linked to real estate. Unless and until we revise some of these industries through government intervention and policy intervention, it will be very difficult to have a larger impact on MSME.
Thank you. Anup? You are on mute, Anup.
I agree with Vikas that government intervention is required to revive certain sectors. But I also feel there's a fundamental question. Every time this COVID happens, they simply close down tourism sector where we land. So all restrictions come to tourism, whereas other sectors are allowed to continue. This time they're allowed to continue, but they closed tourism. But I don't understand this logic. When other sectors can continue, tourism with all precaution can also continue. While eating, why eating in a restaurant is bad? When there's a medical, I think it has been proven that through eating, you cannot get COVID. The food goes to stomach and the COVID virus dies. So that is not where, so they close everything. Unfortunately, okay, I agree. Even if it is, you want to save people from getting COVID and you feel hotel is a hotspot for getting in COVID, but then you have to help the sector out. The first thing you have to do that you have to change your classification norms, because you say if they don't service the loan within a particular period of time, they will become NPA. Then give some relaxations, allow restructuring to happen without provisions for banks to do that. Because we all know the sector has suffered and suffered for reasons which were beyond the control of those people. If you shut down anything, then who is responsible? Neither the owner is responsible, neither the lender is responsible. So you have to relax, but those relaxations have not come. Even as a lender, if we have to restructure, we have to make a 10% provision on that account, which is a huge provision. So that means I am taking a hit on my balance sheet for making that provision. So those norms have to be relaxed by the government at least. Then secondly, all the hotels, they have to pay the excise fee. Whether the bar is closed, the excise fee is payable. The electricity fees payable. I think some of the states have now declared this tourism hotel sector under industry. But still the discoms have to be told not to charge commercial rates. Some of them have gone to court, challenging the government reclassification of the sector as industry. So I think the government has to come out with a centralized policy along with states to give certain reliefs to the sector. And then credit has to be provided for those MSME people who were not having any credit facilities. They were working on their own capital. Now is the time they want capital. Now who will provide them capital? So any schemes which have come, they say if you are a borrower, you are entitled to have more debt in your balance sheet. Whether it can be serviced later or not is a different question altogether. But the persons who are not having a debt, they also need a debt now to survive and sustain for this sector. So this is my say on this.
Thank you so much. Sandhya, your perspective?
So maybe I just want to focus on one aspect of this road to recovery, which is that the government is actually the biggest spender, biggest buyer of goods and services. And in some form, there has been focus. There was a public procurement policy which said 25% you have to buy from MSMEs, etc. But now, in continuing my earlier topic of micro targeting, they have the good potential to micro target and develop certain industries to say certain type of services, certain type of spends. I am only going to buy from MSMEs. It's not that 25%, it's not that you can be L1 plus X% and I will allow you, but I will only buy from MSMEs. So that then creates a level playing field that creates the demand that helps them recover. So the more focus that the government is able to bring in its own areas of control in terms of being able to enable the MSMEs find the opportunity to express their goods and services, be able to sustain their costs, be able to, the economy cannot recover without the MSME recovery. We could say that, we are expecting $40 billion of startup funds that are going to come into the economy, and therefore, there's going to be a big boom. Yes, maybe there will be a spending boom, but it'll be very lopsided. If we have to recover the economy in a more secular fashion, there has to be money that has to reach the MSME, and that can't just be aids and grants. People have to have opportunities to serve, and that's only the sustainable way to recover a sector. So that's my view.
Thanks, Sridhar. So I don't know whether we'll have time for one more question, but I'm going to kind of link it to what you just said. It is the last question. Ashish.
So I think just to endorse what Anup said, and of course, government has to really demarcate between the most impacted industry and the least impacted and moderately impacted. We understand that, of course, the tourism industry is most impacted. He rightly mentioned that the government dues of excise, the property tax, and so many levies, there has to be some concession coming. Apart from the specific, while the government is also proactively taking a lot of inputs from various bodies and representatives like CII, WTTC, HEI, FHRI through the Niti Aayog. And in the ECLJ scheme, the last one which came, I was personally interacting with the Niti Aayog team, and we saw those coming inputs as a benefit to the industry, 40% up to 500 crore. While consumption has been our core strength, the government must focus in incentivizing the customers for the same. It could be in the form of GST rate reduction. It could be in the form of input credits. It could be against the individuals for the direct tax, like for LTA, why once in 2 years? Please say that a person will get expenses not only for the travel tickets, including the hotel expenses, including the other expenses with a limit set. Those are the patterns which will increase the consumption pattern for the industry. Then coming to the lending sector, I think there has to be some independence giving for the banks as well. Like in overseas, banks decide their own refi up to 5 years. They independently decide. But here everybody looks for the RBI, and then the whole process takes a lot of time. Well, the RBI has given a lot of moratorium and other things to the industry. There has to be some empowerment to the institutions where they can decide within the set guidelines. Then there are credit rating agencies, they're also behind the industry, like there's a negative outlook, so downgrade of ratings, and then ultimately it has impact on the costing and pricing and so many things as well. I think the important is that inputs from the industry needs to be incorporated with the real people on the ground, and then those has to be ultimately passed on to the industry, and of course and end users to the customers. So that's my broadly take on the road to recovery, which can't be in the same pattern like a 1 year budget policy. It has to be on a daily basis, and things has to be corrected on course correction as we move forward, given the constraints we have in the economy right now.
Thank you, Ashish. Janani, I know you want me to get off, but I have one last question, and I'm going to request all the panelists for Twitter kind of responses. Okay, and it is linked to the last question that we had planned. I just want to ask you all that, the government has a lot to do. The government absolutely has a lot to do, but, all the large companies, all of you represent, larger companies here. We all sit, with much larger, assets and issues. 70% plus of the GDP comes from larger companies. What do you all believe you all can do, okay, as corporates, to give these guys, what is called the underbelly in the question, to help these guys revive? As corporate, and short answers, others they'll just switch us off, I think, or they'll drop a bomb into our rooms. So, Ashish, yours first.
I think one simple question is that we need to encourage the small startups to come in the industry fold, and we need to really encourage and create up a small kitty of fund for these guys of the MSME who are ancillary support to your industry. Even if you get a 5%, and then that would be good enough.
Thank you. So you're saying a private sector, large enterprise fund to support the ecosystem. That's kind of good. Very brilliant, good suggestion. I hope the editorial team is kind of taking that. Sandhya, yours?
I think one best way by which corporates can support is through effective vendors financing arrangements for the vendors, because they have a high, much better credit rating, and if they are able to extend that benefit, because they are going to pay them, that really enables the MSMEs to be able to get the credit line at a much affordable cost.
Editorial team, whoever was writing the story, another very good suggestion. Thank you. Vikas.
I'll go next. I'll just extend what Ashish mentioned. I think one is the private domestic capital participation. That's one way the corporates can help. Second is creating accelerator programs, or creating or co-opting these smaller enterprise or young startups or young businesses who are trying to solve a problem into the R&D wings, so that they can provide mentoring, provide support to scale their business ideas and take it to the next level.
Thank you, Vikas. Anu, your last words.
Yeah, my take on this thing is that I think there should be a bill discounting exchange, where the smaller sector can get their bill discounted, who's dealing largely to the manufacturing sector. And for services sector, I think the support by way of collateral-free loans from the banking system would be a much better way for them to grow.
Thank you. I don't think they're going to allow me to sum up, but let me just attempt to say that there have been structural issues in the stimulus that has happened, and there's a lot to be done. Micro targeting, as Sandhya put, is critical, and I kind of agree with you. One size doesn't fit all. Corporate sector, I think I got some brilliant suggestions, and I don't know how we would, as a media house, help activate them, but I will speak to the editorial team and ensure that something comes out, a story comes out that reaches sufficient people for this. Thank you, lady. Thank you, gentlemen, for taking the time off to join us this morning. Appreciate your inputs. I'm sorry we didn't have more time. When we do these large events, it's always very time constrained. We'll be back with you for more inputs and more stories soon. Bhavna, I'll hand over to you now. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Hoshi, for that wonderful moderation. What an excellent panel this was. We couldn't have expected and asked for a much better opening to this event via the panel. And thank you for your expertise. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
We can exit, right?
Yes, please. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, with this, we thank our panelists. The first panel just got concluded. We'd also like to extend gratitude to our co-sponsors, Clear, from the makers of ClearTax, and Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited. Also, please use the hashtag #BestCFOs on your social media. And we're also live on www.bwcfoworld.com. Well, we're right now exactly on time for our panel 2, which is on emerging fintech trends and how CFOs can help businesses leverage them to forge ahead of competition. Well, for this panel, we're elated to be joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Deepak Kothari, co-founder and COO, FT Cash. We have Vineet Teredesai, CFO, Mindtree, Mayank Kandelwal, CFO, NEC Corp, Rohit Razdan, Chief Business Officer, Clear, and this panel discussion is going to be moderated by Prasar Sharma, President and Head of Finance and Innovation, BW Business World. Well, with this, I humbly welcome all our eminent panelists, and Prasar, it's over to you to take it forth with your panel.
All right. Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you for the introduction. I'm very happy that we have such a great panel with us today. I think fintech is a hot potato topic these days, and that's a potato that nobody wants to drop. I think it's fundamentally changing the way we're doing business and how business is going to be looking in the future. We all know currency, evolved as something that was, essentially commodities or barters, and that it's gone to wire transfers. And then, of course, the last, second half of the last century has seen innovations like credit cards and internet banking, etc. Especially the internet age, which has, driven the way the financial world works to a completely different level. But of late, in the last few years, fintech is taking center stage, and obviously, it's changing fundamentally the concept of how even currency works. We are hearing about crypto and digital all over the place, but it's not just that. It's even in areas, even in supporting technology such as blockchains, with smart contracts coming up, with the possibility, for example, of using blockchain for ensuring that the entire cycle of payments is tracked and logged. Think about the kind of benefits it can bring to tax payments. So with that, I'd like to kind of kick off a quick round of self-introductions from the panel. And, I'd request you to talk a little bit about yourself, your organization, but most importantly, about how you think fintech has had an impact, A, on the way you do business, and B, on the way how you think that business overall is evolving. So if I can request, just in the order I see you on the screen, can I request Rohit to kick that off, please?
Great. Thank you so much, Prasar. Very nice to be here. Thank you for inviting us. So let me very quickly introduce Clear, which is our new name. We used to be known as Clear Tax earlier, and that's very simply because we want to do a lot more than taxes in our next phase of growth. So fundamentally, Clear is a company that is making software and SaaS products for four things: invoices, taxes, payments, and credit. Right. So those are the four fundamental pillars on which our company stands. And as of now, for those of you who don't know the company, we serve a few million consumers, so like 2 to 5 million consumers every year for a lot of their income tax filings and whatnot, and also allied areas such as investments, and we've started to do provide wealth tech kind of products as well. We serve roughly 50,000 chartered accountants and 3,000 enterprises directly on business taxation related things, which deal with GST, electronic invoicing, e-way bills, and so on and so forth. So in that sense, we sit on two broad trends that we see kind of at least in the India around us. The first trend is that of digitization that's coming from multiple sides, everything from geo to the government forcing some the digital moves, and second is compliance, right? So we sit on the intersection of those two trends, and as we were asked, we are a fintech company, so our whole existence is fintech. So happy to kind of touch on various elements of that. Anything, Prasar, in particular would you like me to touch, or is that kind of good?
No, I think that's kind of good, Rohit. I think just a quick understanding of what you're doing and how fintech plays an important role. Of course, as we go around the panel, we'd like to understand how fintech is impacting business. And with that, I'd like to kind of come to Vineet from Mindtree. Hi, Vineet. Thank you for being on the panel today. I think you have a unique perspective as well on it, because as a software company, as a technology company, I think both in terms of as a business that's impacted by fintech and a business that can impact fintech, I'm sure you're seeing a great amount of change in the way business is being done. So we'd love to hear a little bit about you and Mindtree and the perspective on fintech from a business point of view.
Thanks, Prasar. Good morning, and thanks for inviting me on this panel discussion. I hope all the panelists, co-panelists, and the attendees are safe and sound in this unprecedented times. So just a quick background, working as the Chief Financial Officer for Mindtree. Mindtree, as probably many of you might know, we are a technology partner in driving down the digital transformation of clients globally. We are more than 22 years now into this into this business. We are now 2 years back. We have become a part and parcel of Larsen and Toubro being our parent company. So it's a $21 billion conglomerate across multiple geographies into various businesses. As a part of my Mindtree, we do service the banking, financial services, and the insurance sector. And I can only say that the digitization, as Rohit rightly said, is at the forefront of any business, any company, whatever might be their background, with how long and how bad they were in the past, doesn't matter. Today, if they are not digital, I think so they are significantly behind their competition or in terms of their existence. A couple of few things that we are looking as a trends that are happening in the banking financial services industry are first is the contactless banking. I think so we all had an mobile apps through which the banking was done, but now if you look at it is getting extended to even financial services, it is getting extended to insurance. The customer interaction is completely digital. You don't need to visit a branch or any of the offices of the organization to go open your account, get your KYC done, submit the documents. Everything can be done at a click of a button. And I think so that's the trend that is changing. One of the things that is benefiting as a part of this whole digital journey is the fact that it is increasing the spectrum of the people who are not accessible or available to the various banking and loans and other channels that were available. So the spectrum of the audience is definitely increasing. The second part which is happening is the speed and the cost at which these transactions are being done is significantly decreasing. And earlier, everything which was happening probably on a couple of days sort of a lag now is happening on a real-time basis. And I would say these are the few trends that we are seeing as a change that is happening, and you will see more and more happening in the coming years.
All right, thank you for that perspective, Vineet. That really helps us. I'd like to jump now to Mayank. Mayank, hi, how are you? Thank you for being on the panel. Of course, when we look at NEC, there's a whole broad spectrum of industries and solutions, services, and products that you offer, and therefore you have a very broad global view in terms of how fintech is changing the world, but also how fintech is integrating in some of the stuff that you're doing, and how some of the stuff that you're doing is integrating into fintech. So we'd love to hear a little more about you, what NEC is up to these days, and especially from a fintech perspective.
Yeah, thanks a lot, Prasad. And again, great to be part of this forum. I think it's a very renowned news agency and the tutorial, and I think we are very happy to be partnering with you in terms of this initiative. Again, I hope all the panelists and the people who are listening to the whole discussion, I think they are doing well and safe and absorbing all the protocols which are needed. A quick introduction, as you briefly mentioned. So I kind of lead the finance function and supply chain function for NEC Corporation India. NEC, again, India is part of the global conglomerate NEC. We have around 28 billion of revenue globally, and we operate into multiple segments across, right? So from telecommunication to transportation to aviation to public safety to logistics. So there are multiple segments. We are present not only in India, but globally. Like fintech is again an area where we have companies operating, right? So the topic cannot be more apt, right, in terms of what's happening and the whole transformation which is happening with multiple companies around digitization, the journey which everybody is kind of going through. And the COVID has actually, I will say again, pushed that into a much alarming level, that if somebody was not thinking, they have to think on immediately. So that's where I think what we are seeing with this whole COVID and the fintech advancement which has happened, it has helped to create or to expedite the framework creation around digitization. In past, definitely there were gaps, but with this COVID impact and where we see fintech again playing an important role, the gap or the infrastructure gap in digitization is being bridged very quickly, right? So this then gives companies like us a very good platform to start rolling some of the solutions which we have globally, get that into India, and also increase our reach. As I've said, we do a lot of different partnership with different partners in different areas. Fintech definitely is one, and banking companies, payment companies one, but we also are actually partnered in this inclusion journey of fintech by partnering with CSC, one of our partners, where we actually are also an investor, where we have taken this journey to small cities, small towns in India in form of our VLE, which are present there and are catering to small rural areas also. And due to this transformation, which is now expedited, we see a lot of demand again coming from these areas also, that they want to be part of this transformation. They want to kind of join the journey. So I think with fintech advancing very fast, we actually are partnering with them in a lot of different areas, and the technology which we play in, the expertise which we have around AI, blockchain, ML, all those things we are using as a combination to reach to maximum Indians. Wherever we think there is still more opportunity to penetrate, we are focusing on that.
All right, thank you, Mayank. That's it's a wonderful view into what's happening around the world, especially with some of these emerging technologies. And I think very pertinent to now get Deepak into the conversation. I think FT Cash is looking at a segment which traditionally has been, if not unbanked, but less banked. And access to credit, access to technology is going to only help them become grow bigger and stronger. So we'd love to understand a little more about how FT Cash is leveraging fintech to fulfill its goals.
Thanks, Prasad. And you're spot on to say that as a fintech, we sit at the intersection of payments and lending. We're catering to a segment of the underserved neighborhood merchants, who typically have not been served from a banking as well as a lending perspective. So I'll just take an example to say, how we're trying to reimagine lending into, making products which are simple, more suited and specific for this segment. When you look at a loan today, right, typically every loan given to segments are, standard EMI-driven loans, whether it's a car loan, home loan, or an unsecured business loan. Now that makes absolute sense for somebody, who's drawing a paycheck. Absolute sense for somebody, who has a large organization where a finance manager is managing the cash flows. But for somebody like your neighborhood Kirana store, right? I mean, imagine the situation where he makes money every day and the bank says that you save for 30 days in a month and we're going to come on the 1st and we're going to collect our EMI. And that is where you're basically propping him up for failure. So what we've done is basically we've created products that are suited for this segment. We've married them in a way in which we're able to assess risk at a much faster pace, which is what we do. We've done daily loan products, and we've basically said that for every loan that we do, we install a POS machine. So when you walk into your neighborhood store and you pay him using a QR code, you pay him using a POS machine, what basically happens is a small sliver out of that moves very seamlessly, effortlessly, without Mr. Gupta having to do anything towards the repayment of his loan. It basically inculcates the habit which all of us have been told about: saving, investing, you do SIPs. We've just taken that back into lending. And we said that we've got to match the cash flows. I mean, what comes in has to have a matching of going out. So in a nutshell, we are trying to, today we cater to almost 40,000 plus merchants, where we process both payments and do lending to this segment.
All right, thanks, Deepak. That's thanks for those interesting insights. So let me now circle back to Rohit. Rohit, of course, we heard about you talking about ClearTax has now evolved to Clear, and you're getting into multiple segments now. Now, I think one of the key factors that's impacting the way all of us is doing business is this whole evolution of currency itself, right? Whether you're looking at digital currency as a future cryptocurrency, I'm kind of skeptical about the speculative nature of cryptocurrency. But I think all of those things apart, the key thing that it brings on the ground is that being based on blockchain, etc., it's going to change the way for example, transactions are recorded. It's going to be able to reduce obviously the risk and the fraud in the system, but it's also going to, for example, improve the way tax administration happens, right? And therefore, then in together with other financial technologies, it's going to be able to help change completely the way business is administered, the way, for example, invoices are done, how bookkeeping is done. So how do you see your business model? How do you see overall the business environment evolving to match up with that? And what are the opportunities do you see in the market from that perspective?
Yeah, so Prasad, I think great question. I think you're 100% right that the concept of currency itself, I mean, if you think about, if you define currency as something that should be, accepted by multiple people to trade multiple things, right? So I think that concept has been changing at multiple levels, right? I see, firstly, at a very simple level, I see a lot more people very comfortable with FX, using various amounts of FX with the right hedgings and so on. These tools used to be very exotic earlier. Now I think even smaller companies, as soon as they start, they kind of know that, hey, these tools are available, right? So firstly, they're not tied to just INR, right? Secondly, I think how in our business, the fundamental currency that we deal with, right, is invoice, right? Because we deal a lot with GST and e-invoicing, and we believe invoice, if you see, I think a lot of people understand the whole UPI side of things, right, which is the payment side of things. Not as many people understand what is, and UPI is obviously a product of NPCI, right, which is the nodal authority. A lot of people don't understand the whole GSTN and NIC side of things as deeply, and how they have laid out now invoice rails, just like UPI has laid out payment rails, right? So as invoices become interoperable, right, they themselves become a tradable security. I think what we are trying to do now is how do we make invoices interoperable, especially with the factoring bill coming in last week, right? How do we make not necessarily bringing crypto or anything. I think that I'll talk about that in a minute. But how do you make an invoice interoperable, and anybody who wants to purchase it, right, can purchase it for whatever discount, right? If that happens, then I think it'll just unlock a whole lot of value for a large number of customers, and that's what we are trying to do in our next phase of growth, right? Now, the third thing that you mentioned about crypto and smart contracts and so on, I think they are also around the corner. I think there is some, I would say, regulatory clarity that can help over a period of time. We have seen the government, the Supreme Court, and so on go back and forth. I think most people now understand blockchain is here to stay, but I mean, count me at least at a personal level, even if not at an institutional level, like a big believer in at least some of the larger cryptocurrencies. Just like you have had currencies fail, similarly you'd have crypto fail, right? But the larger things will stay, and they are meant as digital economy native currencies, right? You can do on Bitcoin what you can go to a level which is like 100th of a rupee and so on, right? You can trade at that level with minimal friction, right, over a period of time. So I think that is the future, but I would leave that aside from our discussion today because that'll become too esoteric. But I would say regular, if we can just get normal invoices, right, which can be traded in the economy, I think with a lot of security and convenience, I think that itself will cause a huge, I would say, positive in the economy.
Sure. Thanks for those inputs, Rohit. Makes a lot of sense. Also, just before this session, I was the previous session. Somebody was saying that we should have a bill discounting exchange in this country, so that obviously access to liquidity can become better. And obviously, it's a great idea. And I think a lot of these things start intersecting. I'll obviously come back on some of these points to Deepak as we circle back to him later. But for the moment, let me come back to Vineet. Vineet, obviously, Mindtree, of course, caters to large enterprise clients, and obviously with the whole fintech revolution, the way currency is changing, the requirement for the kind of transaction infrastructure that needs to be put in place. The opportunity is huge, but also then the management of data. Obviously the way cloud infrastructure needs to work, the kind of security that needs to be, this kind of automation that needs to be there, right? How do you see these both as a challenge and an opportunity overall for the domain and for technology businesses like yourself? Vineet, you're on mute.
Yeah, sorry. Thanks for that question. I think so. Technology, the way I look at it is, it's no longer an enabler; it's a business driver. Banks are continuously on the lookout for new technologies to improve the efficiency, the speed of service, as well as provide the better customer experience into their day-to-day operations. Now, one of the things which I wanted to really say in this is that if you take an example of cloud is not a new concept. It has been in existence for quite a while. It was supposed to bring down the impact of the cost on companies' P&L. But in the initial period, obviously the volume didn't come, the security aspect was unknown, people wanted everything customized, so the adoption was becoming very, very difficult. And obviously it was expensive, no doubts about it. But the fact is, what he has seen in the last couple of years, and particularly after the pandemic, is that the adoption of the cloud has become a bare necessity. Even if it probably means a little bit of expense, and even the cost will come down. I'm not denying that fact, but it has become a bare necessity, because what is happening is, one, you get a big amount of agility, you get a big amount of security. Some of these factors which me at an individual level don't become, cannot control or cannot really dominate, because these are every real time evolving. So cloud gives me a great extent and takes away that responsibility. So it has become a bare necessity. Yes, it has also taken away the impact from what I used to call it as a capex to what now we call it as an opex. It becomes you pay as you use, and that's where it is moving around. And the third aspect, what it's becoming is intelligent automation is becoming a part and parcel of fintech's daily operation to drive down efficiency, eliminate repetition, improve the customer satisfaction. Most of the standard tasks, such as customer onboarding processes, account opening, loan processing, etc., I think so everything is now become digital, and the speed at which it is being done or the compliance that is needed to make it happen has completely. So you'll see an exponential increase as an advantage of it, an exponential increase in the volumes, and a substantial decrease in the cost per transaction, if you want to look at it. Yes, it may, the people who are probably entering this for the first time may find that it is impacting their P&L compared to what their capex spend would have determined. But it's a beginning, and it's here to stay. So that's the positive part of it, I would say. And the negative part, at the end of the day, as the requirement and adoption of cloud becomes more and more, there are going to be more and more servers that are going to be put in globally. It is going to create a certain amount of impact on the sustainability initiatives of many organizations, but it's still better than having those individual pockets of servers, data centers into various parts of the world. It's better to have it in this format.
Right. Very interesting. Very interesting. I think, these are very interesting times. It's a Chinese proverb, may you live in interesting times, but people say it was said as a curse. I'm not sure whether, we were living in, positively interesting times or cursed times, but they are certainly interesting. Just to that last point, I was reading something, in light of the whole, satellite internet revolution that seems to be coming next year. That people said, why don't we put servers on the moon, or why don't we, have an international server station or something? That might just help with the, sustainability initiatives, because space is ultimately a giant heat sink. But the whole idea of somebody that we were speaking to a couple of weeks back said, the future is digital, mobile, and millennial. And I think, Mayank, when we look at NEC, at least from my perspective, I see artificial intelligence, I see 5G, I see biometrics as the key buzzwords, right? And I think all of these fintech and digital, mobile, millennial, the whole troika kind of comes together. So how do we kind of leverage all these evolving technologies to create a whole new paradigm for money, and how do we use fintech in conjunction with some of these technologies to benefit businesses and the society in general? How do you see that happening?
Yeah, and sure, you hit the nail right. Means this is where the future trend is clearly taking us, right? 5G is coming. So the way we see from NEC perspective is 5G will be virtualized, right? Now the whole infrastructure which we had in 4G, 5G is at a different scale, right? From latency perspective, from the capacity, and from the security. So the combination of what 5G provides, right? And we start adding AI, big data, right, to those solutions, and then put the fintech top line to all of that. That creates a very powerful solution, right? For the future trend perspective, I will say, right? And then you get your biometric, your facial recognition, right? Think like we are working, for example, on a project where you will not be required to swipe your card anywhere, right? You will just use your facial or eye contact and get access to wherever you have, for example, credit cards, right? So that's the direction in technology I think we are moving in. But for that, I think, as I've said, some very important areas will be, again, the security, the speed, and the AI, big data, blockchain. Instead of they being kind of an optional aspects, they will become a necessity in all these future applications, right? So that's how we are seeing, and that's when we also see these things advancing very far places like remote places in India, right? Where today also the speed is a challenge, the infrastructure is a challenge. So 5G in combination with a lot of these aspects will kind of provide a way forward from the technology perspective.
All right, that that makes a lot of sense, Mayank. Thanks for those inputs. So, I think then the perspective then we look at from a small business perspective, or the underserved, underbanked kind of section of the society. Now, Deepak, obviously you work with merchants, but there's a lot of individuals also that that could benefit from things like that. So, obviously it's not like we're having a discussion about what all further FT Cash could probably look at, but just from the perspective of someone who's looking at that strata of society, right? How do you see, obviously in terms of businesses at least leveraging the kind of stuff, for example, that Mayank was talking about, or what Rohit was earlier talking about, invoice discounting, for example, because in a way you're doing reverse invoice discounting from what you run. But can we offer these kind of things, to businesses to kind of scale up faster? Can we leverage the whole digital mobile revolution to scale up faster? And how do we bring betterment to the lives of these people by bringing fintech into play faster and probably at greater scale?
Absolutely, Prasad, I'd just like to add a little bit to what everybody said. So, Mayank talked about the fact that, payments is going to become seamless, and it's already happening as we speak. So Amazon in the US is moving with biometric payments where you can simply make the payment. So it's no longer a concept which is going to happen in the future. So, I was very, very, keenly hearing Rohit talk about the fact that, invoices is a form of currency. And if you look back 6 years, right, or even further than that, bill discounting has always been around, but it has just been a very cumbersome process for a financial institution to actually do it. So bills used to move physically. And this is a big problem for MSMEs. And I think somebody in the last panel spoke about it. And you can actually see the rails being laid out now as we speak, the TREADS platform, which is there, the GSTN, which Rohit spoke about, and the consent architecture, where a large institution can consent that, and the escrow mechanisms can be put in place where seamlessly, terms of trade can be applied to actually make sure that an invoice, which is actually, illiquid cash today, can be converted into currency and real hard cash for somebody at the click of a few buttons. Talking about our merchant segment, right? I mean, the underserved MSMEs, right? Like you rightly put it. I mean, the last 12 to 18 months have been very hard on this segment. Some of the large corporates obviously, have larger roots, so they've been able to withstand the onslaught of the pandemic. But this segment obviously has been, largely impacted because, as we all know, working capital cycles for some of these guys are much, let's say, stretched, and a lot of times they do not have cash reserves as big as, let's say, some of the larger organizations. Some of the areas where, we're really keenly working on is supply chain finance. For example, that, let's say, there is a Ganesh Chaturthi coming, there's going to be a spike in demand. If you're able to meet this guy's supply capital requirement at that point in time, basically ensuring that he's able to stock up better for that particular 2-month period, you're going to be able to help him increase his revenue. Things like these, are possible today because of technology, because of the availability of data, because of the availability of ensuring that, money is getting used towards the end use and not really going into the bank account of an individual merchant. I think for us, like you said it at the start, it's the interesting times. I keep referring to this quote of A Tale of Two Cities. It was the best of times, it was the worst of times. It was the season of happiness, it was the season of despair. So for us, from that perspective, I think just the speed at which things are moving, it's unbelievable because, I think Vineet spoke about the fact that payments today are happening at the blink of an eyelid. those same payments, could actually take 2-3 days. If you look at it from that perspective, that's almost, a 5 to 10% efficiency. If you look at it from a monthly cash flow perspective, a 3-day gain over a 30-day period. So I think, from a fintech, I would say that, India is really blazing ahead in terms of, what some of the ecosystem drivers have been able to put in place. The NPCI, UPI that we spoke about. I mean, when we look at the rural ecosystem, right? I mean, some of these things which are coming in place, like the Aadhaar-enabled payment system, it is beautiful because it just ensures that the bank today, and I've been to some of these rural banks. It's appalling that there are queues of people who are just waiting to withdraw 100, 200, 500,000 rupees. Some of them just waiting to get their bank passbooks updated. And now all of that can be done by people, entrepreneurs who want to be banking correspondents, at the doorstep of the people, ensuring that there is a matching, so your neighborhood Kirana store could actually become your bank where you could go and withdraw cash as well as deposit cash. And it works brilliantly because, think about it, your neighborhood guy currently takes cash from you, goes to a bank and deposits it, and then you go to that bank and withdraw that cash. If you could do that same thing with him, suddenly the bank is there, but it's just invisible.
No, I think makes a lot of sense. And, I think interestingly, you said that, the speed at which things are changing is unbelievable. While that's true, I think some of the things that are happening is also unbelievable, right? So, you've got stuff like NFT that's happening. And while you were talking, I was wondering, whether we should, while invoices are a currency, can we also make invoices into NFTs, right? Can I then start crafting, beautiful looking invoices and start making them into NFTs? Or, with Ganesh Chaturthi coming up, can we make some of the Ganesh mandals into NFTs and, make all of this into a completely different version of fintech? But yeah, I think, very interesting things that you also spoke about is about the whole, being able to withdraw cash with the merchant, right? I still remember I was I visited Australia, when I was a student many years ago, and they had the system called FPOS, electronic fund transfer at point of sale. You could just, if you're buying something for $20, you could say just swipe it for $80 and give me $60 cash. And for the life of me, I haven't understood why haven't we done that in India till now, right? Where ATMs are so few. When I was in college, we had an SBI branch in our campus, which and we were kids. We used to go and withdraw $100 every second day. We used to take a check and say $100, and that time the ATM wasn't there in the branch, and they said that, oh no, minimum $1,000 or you come only once a week. So I think a lot of those things are changing. So let me stick with you for a moment there, Deepak. So from the perspective of all of this that we're talking about, the Jam Trinity and the whole digital India and a lot of things that are coming globally as well, what are the 3 key things that you see will change the way, and not just related to, for example, what you do, but 3 key things in fintech which will change the way that business happens, that how people's lives can be impacted by businesses over the next 5 or 10 years. What is going to be the lasting impact of fintech? The things that will develop in the next 10 years which will have a lasting impact. So just the 3 key points.
So smart contracts, I think they're here to stay. They're an excellent value proposition. It removes all the mundane things that one has to do. I mean, just to take an example of my own self, right? I mean, I've put my rent payment on an auto payment. Something which I used to do every month earlier on an NEFT, which I used to do before that by giving checks to my landlord, is now something which, I don't do at all. I've set it up. It's not just going to happen seamlessly. The second piece, which I think is really going to change things, and I think, this is something which Rohit and the team are working at, is zero tax returns. There is a whole segment of people, and this obviously requires government regulation, but I think it's a possible reality, especially the salaried class. All the information for them, is available with the government in known domains. I mean, there could be systems, institutions that could just simply collect this information and remove the need for these people to actually go ahead and file, I mean, even once a year, or there could be institutions that say, we'll just do it, you just connect to us, you give us access to your bank statements, you give us access to your everything, And it's just going to be seamless. There are certain countries, I mean, I was really surprised when I went to the UK and I was speaking to a friend who works for the NHS. And I said, hey, have you filed your tax returns? And he looked at me and he's like, what tax returns? I mean, it just comes to me deducted. I mean, I don't have to deal with the government after that. I think the third thing, you spoke about currency. I think, I don't think that the governments will be early adopters of, cryptocurrency, because it threatens them, because it reduces their control. And obviously there is the whole angle of, the economy not being, governed, etc. Things like that, which are, let's say, something which the governments are scared of. But I think stable coins are here to stay. And increasingly, we will see governments, central banks adopt stable coins. We are hearing of that in the US, we are hearing of that in China, and we are hearing of that in India. And I think this is, the single most, game changer from a currency perspective that you will have, wherein you will see that governments will realize the value of a stable coin, and how some people spoke about the fact that you can break it down 100, and obviously the whole transaction processing cost can be eliminated completely. To my mind, just these three things.
Right. No, I think very interesting. I think I completely agree with that last proposition that you talked about, right? It's stable coins and digital currencies that will stay, because just the superficial and speculative nature of cryptocurrency is going to bring it, brings in a lot of risk, and I'm not sure it will work. But, I also have a similar anecdote around the tax bill, right? It's something that either UK took as a legacy from Hong Kong, or it's a legacy that UK brought to Hong Kong. But I remember setting up something in Hong Kong about 15 years back, and the same thing happened. We're saying we asked, what's the cycle for filing tax returns? They said, you don't have to file a tax return, the government will send you a tax bill. I'm like, that's something different. So I think we're hearing a little bit of that happening now, and I'm sure Rohit will kind of give us a little more ideas when we come back to him. But before we circle back to the rest of the panel, Mayank, what's your take on the top 3 things that will change the way that how fintech will change the way we live?
Yeah, so I will start with adding one more point on currency, right? I think we've discussed stable coins, we've discussed crypto. I think one thing which I think will increase, and I think RBI is working, many other central banks are working, is central bank digital currency, right? So I think that's the area which we will have to watch and then see how it goes, because it is, I think the crypto and central bank digital currency are going to coexist. So I think that's one trend which we'll have to watch carefully, but it's going to go, and that also means the physical currency importance is going to come down, right? So that's again very clear. Again, related to that is the digital banking, right? So I see that also increasing significantly, right? Means the need of going to a bank is going to reduce a lot, and this fintech kind of, instead of competition, will come hand in hand with the bank, right? So it will be kind of a together go to market and joint go to market versus competition. So that's clearly one trend which we can see. And then, as I've already mentioned, right, the combination of 5G together with blockchain, AML, I think this is going to be the future, right? So that's clearly a trend. And together with some of the other biometrics technology, I think that's where we see things moving very quickly.
Yeah, no, I think, great point about reducing the need to go to the bank. But I think, with all these neo banks coming up, the question is also, why do you even need a bank? You could just be a digital address where, all your money and your assets can be parked, and somebody just, provides you the infrastructure to manage it. And, so I think we're looking at some very interesting developments in that segment. But I think a lot of points that you said make a lot of sense. So thanks for that, Mayank. Let me come to Vineet. So Vineet, what are your thoughts in terms of, and especially from an enterprise perspective, how large enterprises could, for example, make a difference to the way we live using fintech? And you work with a lot of clients, and you would have seen interesting initiatives that are being taken. So we'd love to hear your perspective as well.
Yeah, I think so. I concur with most of the things which my co-panelists mentioned, and there are many we can keep on talking about it. But let me just bring in 2-3. While crypto probably is not the best word in terms of the people would like to have it on their any of their financials or anything, but I think so the technology behind it, which is the blockchain technology, is I think so going to be at forefront. And remember what has happened with blockchain technology. 5-6 years back, if you wanted to have any of your blockchain technology platform, it was a massive capital expenditure. Now it is available like a service. You can have your APIs, you can integrate it, and things will happen. So basically, all your hard assets or paper assets, let's say called sort of hard paper assets, are going to get digitized. What I call it as a tokenization. So everything is available in a form of digital wallet. Your entire net worth you can carry in your pocket and sort of trade the things across the table, probably using a blockchain technology. So that's one part of it. The second part, which I see significantly, is just extending the point which the earlier panelist mentioned, is about having a real-time exchange. You talk about anything that has volume and capacity, can be traded on an exchange. Right now, if you look at it, it's either the equity assets or the sort of financial assets, or the what you can call as the other alternative assets like the oil, the water, and the gold, etc. Hard metals. These are the assets. But now anything that can become sort of a need of the hour, or has the importance of the hour, and has a volume capacity, it can be bought on an exchange, and the trading can happen depending upon how the buyers and sellers. And the most important part, what is going to happen in this, is price discovery is going to be a real-time price discovery. So these are some of the this is the other thing which I would say is an important thing. The third part, and this is more probably from a country like India perspective, is it's going to have growth in microcredits, or I would even take it one step ahead and call it as a nano credits. There is a whole nano economy that is sort of getting developed, whereby everybody has an access to sort of, I would say, financial channels or digital channels across the table. As rightfully said, we don't need to go, and we don't need probably a bank. It can be any of the sort of a digital or a physical asset that is nearby to your house, who can go, and whereby you can do the trading, exchange, whatever is needed to satisfy your financial needs. I think so. This is going to be definitely an important milestone in a country like India. And these I believe are some of the trends, and these are some of where the first two which I mentioned are definitely where we are seeing a lot of global large conglomerates already started investing and be doing a lot of work around it. And some of the technology enablers, which like the 5Gs, etc., are just going to boost it.
Sure. I think, makes a lot of sense. I think the whole idea of having your entire assets in your pocket, it's always been interesting, but, now, of course, with blockchain, etc., coming in, the security that it brings in, and then, the whole idea of then being able to give people universal access to real-time exchanges, that can be a complete game changer. So I think we're just about to come to the end of our session. So we'll wrap up with Rohit. So Rohit, let's get your perspective on what are the three key things. Obviously, tax and invoices, etc., seem to be, a great theme around, changes that can come in. But, going beyond those, what are the three key game changers that you see that fintech brings in to our lives over the next 5 to 10 years?
Yeah, so I think I would like to talk from just from business perspective and not as much from consumers perspective, because we deal honestly a lot more with businesses. So I think just a context that I would like to first bring is that the consumer side digitization, right, is very well understood around the world now, right? And in India, we've seen it play out over the last 7-8 years, right? I think business digitization is just not understood. It's actually changing at a phenomenal pace. The same things that are driving the consumer market is also driving the business market, right? So the cloud, the mobile, the social, right? The only extra thing that comes in with businesses is security, right? Once you have these 3 or 4 enablers, actually a lot of things are happening. And then government on top of it is pushing because of their own, I think, demand for revenue or their own need for revenue, right? So government is pushing digitization and so on. Now, with these 3 things, I think that the big trends that I see is the first is very meritocratic capital. Like what I mean by that is currently capital goes to people who own assets, right? I think the more you can prove over a longer period of time that, hey, I can prove that my business deserves more capital. I am more, I can create, ROCE and ROI on my deployment, right? The capital will start to flow to them, right? As opposed to I have a house, I have a, plant and so give me more capital, right? So I think that is a very, I would say, antiquated concept that's going to go away over a period of time, right? Second is, I think, just deepening of industry, right? As kind of, banking starts to become much more, I remember like everybody used to be in Bombay just because the banks are there, right? It's a horrible place to do business actually, right? nobody really kind of, falls in love with Bombay other than, a very small percentage of people, right? So I think the question should be, why should not, more businesses be built out of Coimbatore, out of Mysore, out of a lot of these places where there's more, I would say much easier availability of land, employees and so on can be happier there and so on. I think so. I think the deepening of industry will happen, and as opposed to people chasing banks, I think banks will chase customers now at this point of time, right? Third is just like, I would say like API based banking, right? I think bank accounts limitations. I think a lot of our panelists mentioned, there's a lot of friction around it, right? And which is now becoming obsolete because of API banking, right? Now, I don't see as many banks moving towards this. Whether that is hubris or whether that is institutionalized lethargy, time will tell, right? But you can see now, one after the other, banks will have to go there, right? And the banks are basically designed for raising large liabilities through CASA or whatever means, and to do secured assets, right? But the economy sees that as like 20% of the game, right? So I think, how do they kind of provide access to their CASA or access to the capital that they raise through fintechs, right? I think those will be the three big things, at least in my mind. And each of these strains, I think, will create 10, 20, $50 billion companies, right? We are seeing in our front of our eyes, PhonePe has become like, whatever, $5 to $10 billion company in a matter of 5 years, right? I think once some of these assets start to become 10, 20, $30 billion assets, right? That's when banks will realize that we can't have hubris against them, right? We are probably inferior to them, right? And they are closer to the customer, right? So I think that's when, people will realize, boardrooms will realize that, you can't piss on these guys for too long.
All right, I think makes a lot of sense. And, I think although given that I've grown up in Bombay, I might not agree to that point of yours, but it's all right. I think everyone to their own. I think you should talk to Delhi walas about Delhi then, right? So, but thank you, gentlemen. I appreciate you taking the time and giving us these great insights. Of course, the kind of topic that we're talking about, we could talk for 4 hours and we could still be short of time. But, we'll probably circle back to each one of you, sometime in the near future to have a much more granular discussion around these and many other topics. So thank you for that great discussion, and we appreciate you being here, and see you soon again.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you.
Thank you for joining us. Thank you once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible discussion this is turning out to be. And right now we're going to be moving on to our keynote address. But before that, I'd like to remind everyone on our hashtag, which is hashtag #BestCFOs, which we'd love you to post on social media, all your thoughts and learnings and shares from today. And also we're live on bwcfoworld.com. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now joining us for the keynote on CFO as the Chief Future Officer, we're elated to be joined by Sethu Ratnam Ravi, Managing Partner at Ravi Rajan & Co., Chairman TFCI, former Chairman of BSC India. Thank you so much, Ravi, for giving us your valuable time today and being a part of our discussion and our event today. With this, the stage and screen is all yours.
Thank you so much for the invite. It's a privilege to be associated with BW and the CFO Awards. Being a part of the jury, it was a learning exercise as far as I'm concerned. I learned a lot yesterday, evaluating people, taking their perspective, and understanding what they have done in their chosen field. And I must tell you, the diversity which I saw was really amazing. And the Indian ecosystem is a very complex ecosystem as far as Indian businesses are concerned. And the CFO's role has become very, very important considering the complexities that are there. For example, just to say that how many regulators we have. Any company has to go through multiple regulators. We have RBI, we have MCA, we have IRDA, we have SEBI, and PFRDA, and then so many regulators. So a CFO has a very, very important role in the whole journey of a company. And I can tell you very clearly, I have seen this very closely, what the CFO role can be. So if somebody follows football, it's like a midfielder who knows how to attack and defend both. If it is being attacked, the opponent's attack, the CFO is the person to defend. And then if there has to be an aggression, it is the CFO who takes the responsibility of making the growth also, helping the CEO and the company's management to grow. So, as I mentioned, a very complex situation with multiple regulation, and you will be surprised to know the amount of compliance that has increased in the last 5 years. The compliance cost also, if you look at, has risen by 4%. If you take the whole ecosystem together, the compliance cost has gone by about 4%, because there are returns, there are submissions to board, there are submissions to regulators, and then there are submissions, results to everything are being submitted to SEBI. Then there are insider trading guidelines, which are very complex, and then getting the board together to understand all the guidelines and to see that there is a closure period, also window closure period. So every CFO has to deal with a very complex compliance structure. And we are moving towards automated compliance, but still the role of the human element of a CFO absolutely is a very important aspect. One more factor that I want to tell everybody out of my own experience: the promoter is always keen to grow the company. They look for expansion, they go for acquisition, they want to grow the company, the bottom line, the top line, everything. And they expect the CFO to get the resources, they expect the CFO to do everything. So when in any growth, it is the CFO who can control the growth, because growth can be very tip off a company. A wrong decision taken in a period of growth can actually take down many companies. And if you look at the data itself, 2007, if you look at the first 50 companies and look at the data of today's first 50 companies, you will see that 30 companies from that do not exist today or have slipped out. So why does that happen? Because people have gone, the mindset of the promoter is to grow, mindset is to increase, expand, etc. The CFO's role thus becomes very important, because the CFO controls this growth. He's a regulator to the growth. He must provide an ecosystem where growth can be sort of moderated, yet sustain the organization. So my feeling is the CFO's role has, especially in this growing period, has become very, very important. The CFO is expected to reduce the debt, is expected to raise resources, help the company in rating process, supposed to coordinate with board members, supposed to coordinate with the internal auditors, and which is the duty, is to be in touch with the statutory auditors, also deal with the regulators if there are regulatory aspects. So the duty of the CFO is the overload, actually. And the CFO has to see that he mitigates each and every risk which comes to the organization, and thus the role of a modern CFO is evolving and changing. And I personally feel, because the compliance and the regulatory challenges and also the mindset of the promoters who want to grow, so the CFO has to moderate all this and optimize the growth, make everybody sort of part of the growth, and also explain the risks involved in the growth. So yesterday, when we were going through various awards, the applicants, and I could see some of them had come from very good companies, and some of the CFOs were struggling in some difficult companies, but they were exceeding in, say, reducing debt, and they were reducing the cost of capital, they were reducing the cost of funding, and there was a lot of things that the CFO could bring into the table. And we tried to isolate the company's performance from the CFO's performance, and that actually really brought to me, and I was very amazed that the role the CFO can bring in actually turning the company or helping the company in the growth. So when we were evaluating all the applications, so we realized, and we were seeing the presentation, each CFO had a different perspective to present. And that was very interesting, because somebody comes from a startup, and startup does not have too much funding, but they have to grow. So there is a different perspective coming from those set of CFOs. There is another set of perspective that comes from a listed entity. Then we saw some insurance companies. So what happens is the role of an insurance company is totally different. The business model is very different. So the CFO has to adopt themselves to the business model of the organization. And that is very important. The CFO's first and primary task is to understand the stakeholders, the business model, and also to see what are the inherent risks the company has. And then, along with the top management and along with the CEO of the company, the CFO must look to transform this company into what is called a very sound, financially sound company. Because one thing that is important at the end of it is, any financially strong company is going to take the test of competitiveness. Because what is important today in this whole market is cash is king. And that is the role of a CFO, how he or she manage the ecosystem. So that is my take as far as the CFO's role is concerned. Now, let me tell you what are the dangers, the flip side, or what the CFO has. The CFO is accountable. Is a person who's really accountable. If you see the amount of notices that the CFO has got in various companies in the past, I cannot especially name these companies, but the CFOs have really been hauled up. Though their responsibility was limited, but the regulators and all the stakeholders really thrust upon the CFO to actually take those responsibilities. So on one side, there is that great, is the fulcrum of the organization, and the other side, there are risks and liabilities attached to the CFO. And the Companies Act 2013 actually puts a lot of responsibility on the CFO. So the role is not easy. The role is absolutely a very, very difficult role CFO has to go through. Now, one thing that I would like to also state. So everybody has a different journey as far as CFO is concerned. Somebody, they rise in the ranks and become the CFO. Some people come in from various other companies and become CFOs. So where they come from other companies, creating an acceptability is a very, very big challenge, which I think most CFOs have to sort of weather it out. They have to see that basically the ecosystem that is there helps them. They become the catalyst to growth. Actually, they are the transformation agents, so to say. So I think getting the acceptability of people is also a very big task. And growing within the organization also has its own type of challenges, because you sort of you do the same thing, and I think we wear out ourselves with these with the same job profile that we've held. So there are advantages of moving in a career from one place to another, and there are some disadvantages of staying in the same organization. But I think what is important for a CFO is the stability that the CFO can bring to the organization, and that is what is very, very important for the organization itself. As I mentioned, every CFO has a different role, because the company and the business model and the regulators keep on changing. And I must tell you that in my career of 35 years, I've been in engineering company boards, and I can tell you the CFO's role was such a difficult role, because the engineering company, people with engineering background, with people who were only looking at production, people who are only looking at only the productivity, did not did not gel or did not take the CFO. Excess inventory, creating excess inventory, creating excess production, creating excess stocks. So all these, the CFO, and there could be multiple divisions, SBUs within that organization, to CFO's control and amongst all these people, because especially to work in an engineering company or a technical company is a very difficult thing, because the CFO is the only person from the finance background, and what they understand in terms of budgeting and what they understand in terms of discipline, what they understand in terms of fund management, actually is very difficult to be sort of transmitted to all the other people who are technical. But I have seen success stories there too. People who could reach out to people, explain the logic, and get the company into a proper technical company or engineering company into financial strength is a very, very big challenge for a CFO. And I've seen some huge success stories. Means I'm not naming individuals. I've seen some huge success stories of how the CFO have sort of helped. I can give you one example if I take the liberty, and say, he will excuse me, I hope. There's some CFOs have held the company from one generation to another. And there I can give an example. Rajesh Gupta of Havels, who has been like 40 years in that organization, could see one generation and successfully become a part of the next generation. So these are stories. And also it shows the longevity of a person, how the person has changed with time. So there are some very, very good examples. There is another person, chartered accountant, Mr. Jitendra Gupta, whom I know. He works for an engineering company. Again, I have seen 35 years go through collaborators, see the problems of arbitration with various companies, and become the integral part of the company, handle balance sheets, etc. So there are many success stories. Means if you look at the CFO world itself, there are many, many success stories. Those who could actually become the backbone of the company. The company and its management will do its activity of operations and everything else. But managing the finances and going across generations and doing work across the various stakeholders is a very, very, very complex thing. Now, another role that I would like to, I will not take too much time, but another role that I will very clearly spell out is when an organization is going for a IPO. The amount of work the CFO does, oh my God, it is crazy. So actually, it is very intense. And all the regulatory challenges fall on the CFO. And the amount of coordination with the merchant bankers, with all the with the regulator, becomes a very complex job, explaining everything together. And that is what is a very important, significant role. Many of these IPOs which we are seeing, huge number of IPOs that come in, we see that. The next big challenge for any CFO now in the present situation is the technology. Technology, we are embracing technology. We want to be linked with technology. We are advancing in technology, blockchain, everything is coming in. Everything is in a different world altogether. And today CFO has to equip, if at all there is one mantra, has to take care and become very, very conversant with technology. Must be forward looking in technology. And that is the next level of CFO, which I see. And especially this COVID period, all virtual board meetings happened. All results audit happened in virtual mode. All things happened and yet data had to be protected. And such an important role, data protection for the CFO, because if the result leaks out in this environment of where there is no physical presence, it is very a huge risk the CFOs run. And I think if you see it, I have not seen a single in this pandemic any big company or any company where we have seen even the smallest leakage of data or leakage of results. So that itself is a testimony of the fact that we have very good CFOs, promising CFOs, and I know that we have to develop skill sets further, but technology is going to be the next level of what is important for the CFOs. So I don't want to take too much of your time. What I feel is that this is a new zone which we are all entering. I hope the pandemic is more or less over, or even if it isn't, we are at the end of it. There is going to be a new role, and which the CFOs will have, because we will see more and more virtual board meetings. We will see more and more virtual filings. We will see more and more people not, being physically there. So the CFOs will have a very major role in the next few years, and with the regulatory changes, and with multiple regulators, and with the fact that this is a very complex ecosystem where we are transforming from a brick and mortar to a e-commerce world, so-called e-commerce world. So this is going to be the test for all the CFOs. I wish all of them the very best. Yesterday was a very interesting day, and it was really a learning experience. I thank BW and the entire team for hosting me here. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Ravi, for that wonderful keynote address with all the expertise and experience you carry. It's an absolute honor having you today. Thank you once again. So ladies and gentlemen, after that incredible keynote address, it is now time to move on to our next panel. But before that, we'd like to once again extend gratitude to our co-sponsors, Clear, from the makers of Clear Tax, and Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited. Also, I hope you all are enjoying the insightful sessions, but whilst you're doing so, do remember to hashtag #BestCFOs on all your social media posts, and we're also live on www.com. So spread the word out and let's get viewing and watching as we progress to the next panel. So we're right now on panel 3, which is on evolving role of the CFO and the impact of regulatory changes of risk and responsibility. For this panel, we're joined by eminent panelists. First up, Nitin Parekh, CFO, Cadila Healthcare; Ramesh Swaminathan, CFO, Lupin Limited; Purnima Subramanian, CFO, Reliance Nippon Life Insurance; and the moderator joining us for this panel is Ruhel Amin, Senior Editor, BW Business World. Well, with this, I heartily welcome all our eminent panelists on the stage and screen. I'd request you all to switch on your cameras and join us live. Thank you all for being a part of our wonderful event today. Ruhel, the stage and screen is all yours to moderate it forth. Over to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. Thank you for the introduction. And I want to welcome all my panelists to this discussion. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Is my audio clear?
Yes.
Right. To begin with, Ms. Subramanian ji, I know it's your birthday today. So first of all, a very happy birthday and thank you for joining us.
Thank you so much.
Happy birthday.
Thank you.
Great. So we're going to celebrate it here with this discussion. I want to straightway dive into my first question to Mr. Parekh. So we have seen that over the years, the CFO's role has gotten more complex. So I want to understand from all of you, beginning with you, that how has the role of a CFO evolved if we look at the last 5 years? Has it become more complex than ever?
Yeah, good morning all. So I certainly agree, Ruel, that
role of CFO over a period of time has evolved and has become more and more challenging, complex with the kind of regulatory changes, the kind of complexity of business, the kind of competitive pressures, the evolving corporate governance role, corporate social responsibility of the business, and larger and larger accountability expected by regulatory agencies, including CB from the listed public enterprises. So I think, yes, there have been a significant shift in terms of the demanding role of CFOs. But at the same time, most of us as CFOs have taken that this journey is always going to remain in terms of governance northwards and never southwards. And therefore, you have to accept this new order and rise to the occasion, get equipped, and ensure that we do our role both as a business partner as well as a custodian of corporate interest.
Right. Ms. Subramanian, how much do you agree with this? And also, there's a period of transition for CFOs as they assume new responsibilities. Give me a sense of the complexity of the current CFO's role.
Yeah. So firstly, your first question on do I agree with what Mr. Parekh has said? While I largely do agree with what he's saying about the responsibilities of the CFO, etc., I would think in an insurance context, the regulator and the general regulation has been extremely progressive. And it sort of surprised, us, especially in these times of pandemic, where people have been getting very petrified by the whole thing. Are they going to be eligible for a claim settlement in the period of COVID? Because it's not a precondition in anybody's, insurance policy. They've been very quick to sort of make changes and amendments to say that, yes, it's included. Similarly, you could stay at home and you could do an eKYC, you could get all your medicals, etc., done and sent the documents. So they have sort of enabled the insurance companies in multiple ways in the last year or so. It's really heartening. It has helped the general public at large, both in the life insurance space as well as the general insurance space. So that's really nice. They've also come up with several products which they've sort of made compulsory, like the standard life product, etc., standard term life product, etc., which also has helped to, one, bring the sales of the term higher, and it has helped people who have not been insured earlier on to sort of get them into the insurance net. So from a regulation perspective, I think I am just very pleased that they have been, they have been cautious, of course, to bring new regulation, but at the same time, they have been extremely progressive. So I think that answers your first question. The second one, in terms of what does it feel to be, a CFO in these times? I would think more than any other sort of an industry, the life insurance industry is sort of hit by the whole pandemic, more than anyone, for two reasons. One is, of course, the demand, the doing business, etc., and the business continuity, being able to meet customers, etc., is really difficult and challenging. And I guess that is very similar to other industries. But what sort of sets the insurance industry apart is the fact that the claims in the second wave have been really high. And so it brings up a whole challenge in terms of solvency requirements. Will the companies be able to be afloat, given that claims are literally 4 to 5 times higher than they were in any other time? So from a CFO's sort of perspective, I think it brings in many skills, to play. One is to be able to forecast these claims effectively. So a good claims forecasting model, which is able to use the statistics of deaths that are there in the country, and then sort of, marry that with your own company's portfolio, and then ensure that you're able to sort of assess where we are in the, in the whole picture. Various other levers to sort of improve profitability, because that becomes very essential. The whole capital situation and the solvency, which is also a challenge. You have to keep monitoring the, the solvency. You have to get digitally very enabled, and you have to adopt, if already you have been doing that, you have to be much faster, because that's the way you could get your cost pressures down. So I think a CFO's part in each of these areas is extremely important, and you have to stay completely engaged in order to be able to sort of help the company, get through.
Right, right. Mr. Swaminathan, since we're talking about the evolving role of a CFO, and my question was, I want to go a little back in the time and understand that over the last 5 years, how has this role evolved, and has it finally come to a point where it has become more complex than ever? What is your take on that?
Well, firstly, thank you for having me on. Insofar as the regulatory environment is concerned, new rules and regulations across regional, national, and international borders continue to intensify. No matter how large, small, or diversified your organization is, almost every part of it is touched by a complex web of constantly evolving regulations. And non-compliance is subject to enforcement actions and penalties, not to speak of damage to reputational risk and the like. It's not surprising that the CEOs across the globe are more focused on managing risk than ever before, and so are the boards. But I also find 3 trends in the recent times which kind of make things a little more, easier. The first, of course, is a trend to enhance harmonization and bring in a lot of transparency initiatives. So let me talk about, for example, this minimum global tax for multinational enterprises. Much before that, there was this OECD points which tried to harmonize on tax initiatives across the globe. When you speak about a pharma perspective, pharma inspection which actually aims at harmonizing inspection procedures worldwide by developing common standards in the field of GMP. The second big trend that I'm also noticing is the trust towards ease of doing business. So we speak about countries, states competing with each other to retain investments. So we talk about single window clearances, multiple approvals coming through a SPOC and the like. We also speak about convenience in terms of faceless assessments, online reporting, and the like. The third most important thing which seems to be happening across the globe, for sure in India, is the ubiquitous endorsement of technology. This has happened more in pandemic times. The pandemic has resulted in increased focus on digital operations, resilience, and continuity in carrying out the day-to-day operations. This actually means that there's increased focus on digital transformation, enhancing the approach to meet compliance obligations, and effectively addressing risk. So I would say, things have certainly become a lot more complex, but there's also an attempt being made by various regulators and governments to make things easier for business to continue to do business itself. They're not being caged by the multitude of compliances, so to speak.
Right. Great. That brings me to another where you touch upon the regulatory part of it. It also brings me to my next question, which I'll start with Mr. Parekh. So if you look at the regulatory environment that surrounds the financial system, has it become more strict? Are there opportunity? Are there chances, or there are spaces which can be improved upon? What is your take on the regulatory framework that surrounds the functioning of the financial, kind of procedures?
Yeah, so at the corporate world, I think in the last 5-6 years, number of new things, new legislations have come, starting with Companies Act 2013. Then we have Internal Control over Financial Reporting. We have Ind AS, and we have then GST in 17. And we also know that task force is there working on income tax. new legislation. So yeah, number of changes have come, and we have increased the role now expected in terms of corporate social responsibility. But somewhere I would also believe that while corporate governance is certainly very important, there is possibly a need of balancing this, the corporate governance role and strict regulations and ease of doing business. While Ramesh did mention about improvement in the score, and I certainly agree that in last 5 years, India has made a lot of progress in terms of ease of doing business rank. But as per the latest World Bank report that I could glance through, India still as the position number 63, and if you compare this with Russia, which is on 28, and China, which is on 31. Right, so there is still a progress, which is possible, but directionally we are on that line. There have been several, legislations, and I believe that some, move in terms of harmonizing. While, as Ramesh mentioned, something is already done. More can be done in terms of harmonization, various, legislations, revisiting some of them. In fact, reducing some of the legislations, or avoiding some of them, or merging some of them, scrapping some of them. Like all these things are simplifying this. All these things are possible because if you look at the number of rules, regulations, and compliance to be done, it's enormous. Last week only I was discussing my legal person, and he was telling me that Nitin bhai, right now we have some 48,000 line items which we are monitoring. 48,000, right? So by any standard, I think we have still need to come a long way in this, and there is a scope.
Right. Ms. Subramanian, give me your sense of how you look at the current regulatory environment. Do you think it is enough, or it is over restrictive? I mean, what is your take on it?
I wouldn't think it is over restrictive. Definitely not from the industry that I come from. Specifically because, like I said, in the last 10 odd years in insurance, the scale and the pace of technological innovation, it has been extremely fast. While it's given various opportunities to the insurers to do better, simply because of this whole cost pressure, the whole one-touch claims, or the straight-through processing, etc., that we do, it is amenable, or it is susceptible to a lot of fraud and errors, etc. So I would think that it is it's really good that the regulator is quite serious and restrictive in the way they look at all the digital adoption and technology that insurance companies are looking at. But having said that, on the other side, there are still a lot of things where they haven't yet sort of put their finger on, or sort of given it enough thought. One big thing that I would think is sort of missing would be, as you know, most of the insurance companies, the big source of income is really the investment income, the premiums that they collect from policyholders, and how they are able to deploy this money. And in a regime where the interest rates have been falling in the last couple of years, there is a pressure on bottom line of various insurers. And they're not allowed to, they are allowed to hedge, but there are not enough derivative instruments that they're allowed to, for hedging. They're not allowed to do equity hedging. They're not allowed to, invest, maybe the rates are not so good for debt outside of India, but at least the equity, maybe they should be able to allow. The exposure that they're allowed to alternative investments is very restricted. So, overall, all put together, the whole bit on hedging of the P&L, or the protection of the P&L, I think that's an aspect where, they are quite cautious right now and sort of over restrictive in that sense. But that is an area which, if we're able to sort of imbibe from what is there in, say, a country like US, where there are enough derivative instruments available to sort of, be able to hedge your income. I think it will go a long way in being able to price, the products to the customer, and it will be the policy holder which will actually benefit at the end of the whole thing. But I think this just needs a little more, thought into how it's done, etc. The other area I would think is definitely, the adoption of IFRS. Though we have something called an Ind AS, it is not sort of formally adopted. And if you need to compare how an insurance company is doing versus a banking or versus any other peer outside of India, it is just essential that we are all using a uniform sort of accounting framework, which will allow us to sort of one, we will be able to learn better in terms of what they're doing and how we can do better, and also it allows for a sort of an equitable comparison. Somehow it's been adopted in parts. It has not been, fully adopted on the liability side, though it has been on the asset side. So there are various, versions and stop start, etc., that we've been doing. But I would imagine that's a very important regulation, and maybe we should sort of bring it in. And the last but not the least is the number of things that we are supposed to report on, and the number of regulations that sort of catch you from all sides. It's just amazing how we are still able to sort of chug along with so much reporting that
Baggage of the
we
regulatory,
currently
yes.
do. Yeah. And especially like an insurance company, it's highly regulated. Everything is regulated and everything has to be reported on. So it's just phenomenal amount of reporting. If while I understand the positive of it, maybe it could be a little tempered down, so that it sort of helps the overall environment of
Right.
Yeah.
No, brilliantly. I think totally. I mean, thanks for sharing this detailed insight. And I want to jump over to Mr. Swaminathan for your comment on how do you view the regulatory environment that we are in?
Very interesting questions. From my perspective, the complexity is only growing because there is growing recognition by the government also that the data is the new oil. Government across the world is actually moving towards transaction level real-time reporting. You're going to get the GST itself, e-invoicing, and so on. So the kind of data that is being available to them is incredible. Added to that is, in fact, the cooperation between regulator, various regulators, departments, and the government, and intergovernment as well. The linkages being built across regulatory authorities and automatic sharing of information, as in the case of state tax departments with SEBI and with corporate affairs and the like. It actually makes things a lot more, from a government perspective. It enables them to kind of be on top of data to kind of control things a lot better, but also requires a CFO to be on top of the information that, the transaction level information that he is providing to the government. There's a lot more macroeconomic considerations that are driving, in fact, compliance when it comes to the government. So I can understand from their perspective that actually puts the onus back on the CFO, on the respective companies. Now, added to that is this pursuit of ESG solutions as well. And ESG is hot in terms of every part of the globe, including India. The US, for example, passed the ESG Disclosure Simplification Act and the like. And there is no company in the world in which can actually ignore this today. There's, of course, a standardization taxonomy to classify products as sustainable, as well as harmonized methodologies to identify and measure sustainability risk. There's, of course, another move towards disclosure in terms of integrated thinking and the like. All of this actually makes things a lot more interesting for sure, and complex as well. Now, sitting on top of this, of course, is consumer client protection, data privacy and the like. So you speak about GDPR, which is EU, and a very similar thing coming into India. You have FCPA, the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act, to prevent businesses for getting business by all means. All of this is, all comes from the fact that there's so much of data available for government to see through, and that means that the onus is back on the business to make sure that you are on top of things, that you don't allow things to slip by. Does it actually mean things are can't become much better from a regulatory perspective? I think there's a lot of action which I think regulators will have to work on. From my perspective, I think their own ability to kind of handle multiple truths and multiple versions of the truth, that's going to be extremely important. I would also say that regulators, instead of focusing on prescribing processes or actions, should focus on outcomes that they would require firms to achieve. That actually mean moving away from more into principle-based regulation rather than rule-based. For you to recognize rules are at best a good guesstimate into the future, and they're not perfectly congruent with their purpose all the time. And it really depends on there's a shared understanding of the rule itself, and there could be several interpretations of that. How a rule affects behavior is not dependent solely on the rule itself. It's dependent on so many perspectives around it. So all of these could potentially be a way forward in terms of the way the regulatory framework itself could adjust or be adjusted to make things a lot more easier for the business. And for example, IFRS visa this the way FASB is being operated in America, which is more rule-based. I would think a principle-based approach would be certainly important.
Right. Mr. Parekh, you have heard all your fellow panelists speak over it. Tell me, what is the critical part is that how do we encourage a balanced regulatory system? How do we ensure that we create one?
So first of all, this is quite a tall ask, in the sense that how government and corporates can work together and understand each other's issues and expectations, and then strike a balance which is acceptable to both. But if I go by the mutuality of roles and responsibility as equitable and fairness angle, then I think it's quite in order to say that why should only government decide what corporate should do? Why not corporate be also part of the entire process of deciding this? So there can be good consultation with the industry, and I'm not saying that there is no consultation. For example, various committees have been decided with the chairmanship of some industrialists, like for example Kumar Mangalam Birla Committee for Corporate Governance. So it is there, but what can be done is that rather than circulating the draft guidelines for public opinion, if larger trade bodies or associations are made part of that exercise itself in terms of what should be done, and then decide how do you decide the, let's say, next 5 years roadmap in terms of ease of doing business, and there various other agencies should come into picture. For example, SEBI appointing some committee on corporate governance, and then finance ministry appointing some committee on tax reforms, and then Ministry of Corporate Affairs appointing companies exemplification. And then many of them actually don't talk to each other, in the sense that they don't go on same principle as to what is the ultimate aim. How do you want businesses to ultimately function, and where they draw the line that these are the absolutely must governing guidelines which they need to meet. So once that kind of roadmap is there, I think better balance can be certainly there. And in that process, while there is a movement which is recently now being talked about by Honorable Finance Minister, but while it was earlier also talked about that we will not do anything which is retrospective in nature, in some form or other, we have been again tempted to do that, and then we get the back less of that, and then we again revisit the subject and say we will not do it again. So even, and then something comes in the form of retrospective, not telling it retrospective, but in effect retrospective, including, let's say, in the Amendment Act to 2021 in terms of treatment of goodwill or depreciation not being allowed. right now many companies might have done M&A deals just 1 year before, 2 years before, and already considered certain tax benefit as a part of the overall value proposition. And then after, if the government says that now they are not available from year and onwards, where the benefits are still to accrue in future, I think it changes the whole equation. So my since if you ask me what can be done, is to bring industry bodies and government department. When I say government department, I'm not talking one department. I'm saying government as a overall authority, and say what do you want to do in various things. Whether you talk of companies act, you talk of taxation, you talk of GST, you talk of disclosure, you talk of accounts. Talk everything together and then decide the roadmap. And then don't keep on tempering it with. Bring the stability thereafter, because business don't need too many frequent changes. The role, while the complexity is increasing, and we have to every time say what is the new listing requirement, what is the amendment or new circular of income tax. Why do you want people to keep on every time learning, unless something becomes absolutely must? I agree that it cannot remain static, but why can't we decide next 5 years roadmap into what all is to be achieved, and then take the industry in confidence and then keep rolling out this? I think that will be much better balance between restriction and autonomy of business, and ultimately help in terms of ease of doing business.
Great. Ms. Subramanian, your thoughts?
I have to agree with literally everything that he's said. I mean, most of what he said is what I would have sort of wanted to say. It's really true that it is not enough that the government has to keep asking us what are the things that we need changes on. It has to be a consultative process. And to a great extent, I think from an endeavor perspective, that is how the regulator is sort of organized. At least in insurance, we have something called a life insurance council. You have something called a general insurance council, who basically take the representations of the company, various companies, form a view. Most of these working committees on various regulations that need to be passed go through these councils, and that's how they go to the regulator and then to the various bodies within the government. But somehow I think it doesn't carry the amount of weight that it could, and maybe they are not as successful as you want them to be. And that couldn't be only by design. It is possible that the understanding of the problems that the industry is facing is not exactly understood well enough. So I don't know if it helps to have industry representation in the board of the regulator, so that they have a better understanding of the problems that are faced on the ground. Many times there are representations that are made. It is looked at in the light of the overall, strengthening of the, control environment, etc. And many things sort of, are not not let through. So maybe industry representation would help. Really, what we're trying to achieve here is that whatever problems the industry is facing is sort of understood better by the regulator and the government, and therefore they're able to sort of help facilitate it better. So I think that's one. The other thing I definitely, sort of want to bring out is some things like, for example, the 74% that has come in for insurance as an FDI. It's been a great step that has been taken. It took almost, 2-3 years of going back and forth before it actually got approved. And in the midst, from the time this is this is being lobbied by the industry versus when it actually got done, I think there are several promoters where they have had crisis situations, working capital difficulties, because insurance is a very capital intensive sort of an industry. So how do you ensure that it gets faster on the ground? I think that's a question that I still have. And it is only through this consultative process and through better representation of the industry, I think that, such things can be achieved. That's
Right, right. At this point, Mr. Swaminathan, quickly your response, and I have my last question. We have 10 minutes left. How do we make this regulatory framework less complex and more balanced?
All that the preceding two panelists spoke about, I also agree. One is, of course, collaboration, and there should be consistency. Apart from that, I would also say three further things, three more things. One is, I think you should go about trying to eliminate this greed culture and bring in a more moral compass that would help our framework. We need to bring this trust back to our corporations and from the consumer perspective. I know this is utopia, but that I think would be very important from a long-term perspective, and that would actually mean it is the power of competition which will bring about this change in culture. I'd argue that we need to need the boards to take back control to drive cultural integrity, ensuring the highest level of ethics and instill practice of strict compliance with the law, regulations, and code of conduct when it comes to the individual corporations itself. That I think would be extremely important. But from a regulatory perspective, I would also say that, and I spoke about it a few minutes ago, when I said that instead of having rule-based, compliance systems, frameworks, we need to go for a principle-based one, because as I said, rule-based actually suffers from a lot of, ills. There are a lot of problems associated with it. The least of which is essentially, it is pretty subjective to interpretations, never congruent to the context. And it's at very best, it's just an estimate into the future. So I would rather go for principle-based, compliance frameworks. I know all of this are evolving, and the governments, when they actually frame the regulations, it's based again on the principle of maximum good. But it's going to be a long way before we get to that. But until then, we will have to suffer what we do.
Finally, I have another 8 minutes. My last question, starting with Mr. Parekh, the same order. How can CFOs embrace a digital culture to future-proof their business, and especially in an uncertain time like we are in?
So I think digital is very important, and we have been looking at many, now success stories in all the functions. If I talk about, let's say, pharma, from manufacturing side to marketing to HR, financial processes, various things have been, now considered for digital, revolutions. There have been cases where, predictive or prescriptive, power is used of digital in terms of, let's say, machine breakdown, in terms of when certain, machines should be taken for, setting or, taken under planned maintenance. In marketing, we're doing a lot many things. For example, about 6,500 our medical, field staff are all now using, tablets, which are all, centrally controlled in terms of pushing various information related to products, promotions, etc. They're able to, do e-detailing now, with the doctors, and, take their, comments, suggestions for products, usages, features, pricing, whatever. Rather than, keeping this in terms of, MRs taking in their, notes and then, sending it. I think there's a lot of power in terms of, collating this information for better analysis. We have been also, doing some kind of such success stories and pilot plans in terms of understanding from HR angle, let's say, if I talk, so attrition rates and the reasons for attrition, whether there are any kind of seasonality elements. For example, when the absenteeism in certain plants increases, what is the connection with the local festivals or any marriage seasons onwards? Now, some people can say that didn't we know this? Many of these, many of this we know, but we did not have real backing of data to support and then take care of the preventive actions, or take certain planned actions in considering that there is going to be some absenteeism. How do we use some more contract employees during that period to see that you don't lose the product somehow? Many things are being done. We have recently gone for shared services for our financial operations, gone for vendor invoice management, automatic bank reconciliation onwards. I think very exciting times. And I believe that in times to come, more and more such things would get, which are of programmable or routine nature, would get, this kind of automation, simplification, rationalization, and maybe outsourcing.
Perfect. Ms. Subramanian, your quick thoughts.
I think I'd like to amend the question. I think this digital enablement is something that most CFOs are already sort of on that journey. I think it will be, I think there is no survival really without sort of jumping onto the whole digital adoption. It's a part and parcel of how we do business. It's important from an operational improvement perspective. The amount of data and data analytics that we pull out, especially in our current pandemic, for claims analytics to understand how our claims will develop as we go along, to do stress scenarios to see what will we end up with from a solvency perspective, or how much claims will we actually be paying by the end of the year, and how will this pandemic wave 2, wave 3, how will that sort of pan out. So all of those questions will involve a lot of data analytics, and it is important therefore that a lot of the processes are automated. So even within our company, a large part of finance, for example, is automated. There are RPAs that are run as well. So from that perspective, I think we are, at least in my understanding, we are quite digitally enabled, both from an analytics perspective as well as from an automations perspective. But I think the journey doesn't stop here. I think this is the most important thing to sort of focus on. And clearly the pandemic has taught us a lot from that perspective, that it is impossible to sort of survive without enough digital technology focus. And even if it were not so earlier, now I think because of the cost advantages that it has shown during the pandemic, I think some of this will sort of continue as we go along.
Perfect. Perfect. And finally, Mrs. Swaminathan, your take on this. How can CMOs embrace more digital, a better digital culture and future-proof the business?
Yeah, so the panelists spoke about several aspects of the digital transformation that most companies are undertaking. For sure, the touch points are several. You actually work on several aspects of bringing in efficiency in processes and of course improving the overall productivity in companies and processes. There's of course the issue relating to touch points with customers, with the channel partners and the like, which you again use digital means. And the last is using digital itself in terms of transforming your business paradigm. All of this is absolutely true. So digital is becoming ubiquitous. And in order to reinforce that, what we should also be looking at, which I think the panelists should point out, is essentially look at operational resilience and cybersecurity. As you would know, with the increased use of digital, it is becoming, cyber attacks, and the ability of people who can hack into your systems and hold you to ransom is also increasing. How do you actually tackle that? Regulators worldwide are imposing more requirements to firms to strengthen the overall operational resilience, especially when dealing with cyber attacks. And this is happening in every part of the globe. As the case, the Monetary Authority of Singapore revised its technology risk management guidelines, as the European Commission or Digital Operational Resilience Act. The government of India is doing so much when it comes to, in fact, and I get notices from the government saying that you could also be subject to cyber attacks and the like. And I've actually been subject to some of these myself. So from my perspective, whilst you're actually embarking on this technology drive and having a glide path on and digitizing yourself and making yourself a lot more productive, you should also give a lot of emphasis on cybersecurity, which I think would define your ability to be a lot more resilient and be anti-fragile and bring in the confidence so required with the data that you supply to both the internal as well as the external world.
Great, and what a lovely discussion it was. And thank you, Mr. Brahmanian. And once again, a very happy birthday, Mr. Parekh and Mr. Swaminathan, for joining us. And we are on time, and Bhavna, full marks to our panelists. Thank you, everyone, for joining us.
Thank you for the opportunity to interact with you all.
No, absolutely.
Thank
you. All
Thank you so much.
Every minute was truly valued when you all were on screen sharing your expertise. So once again, a big thank you to all our incredible panelists for being here today. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible panel discussion this turned out to be. Well, we're right on the clock when it was supposed to end, and it is now time to move on to our next panel discussion. But before that, I'd like to remind everyone, if you're watching us live, do hashtag best CFOs on social media, get the posts on, and we're also live on www.bwcfoworld.com. Well, ladies and gentlemen, at the 5th edition of the Best CFO and Finance Strategy Summit 2021, it is now time for our panel number 4. The panel number 4, the topic being efficient financial reporting and its impact on ensuring smooth business operations and in supporting growth. Well, for this, we're joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Sameer Madan, the Director of Finance, Allegient Technologies. We have MP Vijay Kumar, CFO, SIFI Technologies, Kaustav Sil, CFO and Director, Sandvik Mining and Rock Technology India, Ankush Jain, CFO, Dabur, and the moderator joining us for this panel discussion is Noor Fatima Varsia, Group Editorial Director. Well, with this, I would like to heartily welcome all our eminent panelists. Thank you all for joining us. Hi, Noor, how are you doing?
Very well, Bhavna. You're having a good day. I was happy to see some of the sessions today, and we're on time.
Absolutely, we're on time, and I'm so elated that all the discussions have been so profound, and we did get to hear so many great insights, not just with regards to what's happening, but what the future holds. And it was a great opening address by Dr. Anurag Batra as well. So looking forward. Go to you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna. And welcome to my panelists. Thank you so much, Mr. Jain, Mr. Sil. I can see Mr. Vijay Kumar has also joined us right now. And of course, Mr. Madan. Thank you to all of you for your time. Thank you to our delegates. I am Noor Varsia, the Group Editorial Director at BW Business World. Finance is not my core subject. I am going to be a hardcore student over here today. I have to say the team that's working on BW CFO World has worked really hard on the forum, a part of which meant I needed to do my homework really well. So we are set on what goes ahead. Our topic is easy but simple and complex at the same time because it's about financial reporting, especially in the time of digitization. It should have been simple. However, courtesy volume, courtesy processes, courtesy everything coming from everywhere, is actually quite complex. So I'm hoping that it's a varied mix of background over here. Everybody will be able to chip in, hopefully, some of their experiences on what they are doing in their companies right now to kind of get this right, to identify the right challenges, and also tell us the opportunities that this has brought to them. So I want to dive right into it. From what I understand, and now anybody can correct me, as I said, I'm the student, because of what we saw specifically in the last year, but also ahead of that, when it was all about digitization, digital first, volume became a massive challenge as everything started moving to online or digital, which brought the challenge of scale and from a complexity perspective. Now, of course, that's the challenge side of it. I hate the words emerging tech, but it also meant that there was an opportunity for a more granular analysis or for more information flowing in, for more trends identification, or hopefully mitigating some risk wherever it could have. Now, I want to understand the characteristics that today qualify efficient financial reporting for the modern head of finance management, what have you. Now, who wants to go first? It's an all boys panel, so I can't do ladies first. That's always a safe way to do it. Definitely want to do it alphabetically, but I would think I will go with Ankush anyway. How do
Yeah,
you
hi,
qualify it?
yeah, thanks, Noor. First of all, good afternoon to everyone, to all the panelists and everybody watching this program. Thanks for having me here. Yeah, I think you're right that business models, the economic ecosystems, the external environment is all changing rapidly, and it needs an efficient reporting systems. Not only the volumes are increasing, but it is becoming even more complex as we go by. So in terms of efficient reporting, it has taken even more important, even more important arena now than ever before. In terms of reporting, I believe that all the ERPs which we have, the modern ERPs, are very capable of delivering your, reporting. But what I am actually keen, not the past reporting, that would anyway happen, but what am I going to forecast through our ERP models, through our digital efforts. I should be able to know what my financials would be at the beginning of the month rather than seeing them at the end of the month. I think that's, for me, is extremely critical. Why? So that we can plan it. We can highlight exceptions to the business. We can drive then changes proactively rather than reactively. I think that, for me, is more critical. So I should be able to tell my operations team, our procurement team, our sales team, our brand teams, our regions team, that look, this is what you need to correct, because I can see some trends which are not going in what we are expecting. So we are more forward looking, and I think that's imperative. And therefore, your existing ERPs needs to be integrated, which I think with forecasting simulation models. And once your ERP talks to them, then you will really harness and leverage the driving of business, which finance should be able to do. I think I would probably leave it at here.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Excellent point as well. Forward-looking, and of course, you left us with an action point of integration with forecast stimulation. Anybody who wishes to add to that, and then we will build on this conversation. Mr. Madan, do you want to take it?
Sure. See, I like to put it in the larger context. The role of the finance community has changed over a period of time. We're no more a bean counter. We are the one community which has a bird's eye view of the entire operations of the company. All the interlinkages upstream as well as downstream. And we also are trained to watch the economic environment as well as the competition. Now, as Ankush said, we need to be able to forecast, catch the trend. A trend is your friend. So the earlier I catch that trend, the better it is. I can go and tell my sales guy, who will rely on me now more than ever before. In the olden days, sales and finance were like North Pole and South Pole, but now we kind of help each other. We actually enable each other, and efficient, predictive, real-time, on-demand reporting, not just for finance, but for the last guy in the company, is the order of the day. So the sales guy himself should be able to see, for example, compare the product line sales year on year, quarter on quarter, month on month, try and predict, is this model coming up for a renewal? Is the sales trend declining? Should I give a heads up to my R&D team to start developing on a new version? What is the customer expecting? Feed that information back to the R&D guys. So it's a complex web. And for that, we need to have, as I said, real-time, on-demand, end-to-end business reporting. So the ERP does a good job, but we also have to enable other systems that are truly integrated and give a predictive model. For example, the first time I get an email asking for a quote, I should be able to predict that at what rate will it fructify as a deal, how will it impact my gross margin, how will it impact my net margin, and most importantly, cash. So all these have to be integrated and be available to everybody, not just for finance. That's my endeavor. That's my passion. I want to make everybody a finance guy, and so that my role becomes a lot easier.
Perfect. Very cool.
The seat at the table which I have, has to be used to be able to predict, to be able to nudge folks, to be able to show a trend.
So sales team continues to be North Pole, South Pole with people like me from the editorial team. But I love how you kind of centralize finance into that, and I kind of painted a bigger picture of the role that it can play, or the role that reporting, accounting reporting can play across teams. Anybody wants to build on that? Shall we take this thread and just add to it? I saw Kastuji really nodding. Did you want to add something?
Yes, of course. I think what Mr. Madan and Join said, I think I can add on to it. Today, the finance is just not a support function or kind of a team who is just reporting the figures on a kind of a post-mortem basis. So rather, I should say that the finance is basically the business partner today. So all kind of decision making, the financial information being used, and providing the real-time information not only to the sales, everybody within the organization, starting from the person who is doing the purchase, who is doing the production. So for everybody, providing them the right information at the right time, always kind of add value to the organization. So I can pick up one quick example onto it. Sandvik is basically a equipment manufacturer and seller. So we have factories. So earlier what we used to do that every morning somebody used to download something from the ERP and then prepare something and give it to the production guy to analyze, okay, what you have done wrong yesterday. We changed that during the pandemic. So introduced Power BI and we link it to the ERP. So we're on a kind of a real-time basis along with some graphs, statistics and everything. So it's pop up into the production manager screen. So we put a screen in the production floor. So where every activity, as soon as the production guys are doing, that get popped up there. So if there has done a kind of a wrong rejection, or if they have done something wrong in the production process, which is having a financial impact, gets captured and gets populated, and it's a real-time basis. So that's really add value to the organization. So that help us to reduce a lot of cost. And when it comes to the ERP and technology, so definitely today we are not just limited with a good ERP. So there are a lot of things I think as a finance professional, we need to kind of explore, and we need to see how those things can add value to the business. I talk about Power BI. It's a excellent tool. It can be linked to any kind of database. So it's not only for any ERP, it can be linked to any database. Apart from that, I think optical character reading or OCR technology is very relevant nowadays. That reduces a lot of time processing hard copy documents, as well as, it gives a kind of an accurate processing of the documents as well. We implemented bot technology quite a kind of a big way, where, say, for example, we automated the things, say, for example, the customs bill of entry. So we automated it. And then whenever it's coming to a specific mailbox, the bot is converting into an Excel and forwarding it to the accounts guy to do it further processing. So in that way, using those technology actually helping us to do the process better, do the process on time. And of course, we can give the real-time output to the production guy, to the sales guy, to the quality guy to kind of for their use and for their corrective action. So as I said, that nowadays finance is a business partner instead of just a support function, how it has been kind of treated earlier.
Perfect. Vijay sir, it has come to you right now.
So thanks, Fatima. In fact, it was a pleasure to listen to all the fellow panelists, extremely insightful views. Let me just add 2 points to that. One is from an external reporting perspective. Be it engagement with the banks, rating agencies, or the investors and general stakeholders at large. I just want to borrow from what Ankush mentioned. In fact, I'm seeing this directional shift over the last few years, where there's a very clear expectation that predictive information should be made available. Historical is good. Accurate historical information is welcome, and it is actually expected as a bare minimum you are supposed to do. It's not considered giving accurate historical information is not treated as a value add which you're doing. So people are expecting you to give that predictive information. So when it comes to the external environment, I still see many organizations hesitating on giving financial reporting, including the traditional annual report, whether it's the director's report or the MD&A which people give. Many people still have hesitation in giving information which is useful to a user of financial statements, which will help them to predict about the company in the future. I think entities should come out of such hesitation, because historical information is over, dead and gone. It doesn't help anybody for decision making. What will help for a shareholder, for a mutual fund, or for any investor or a banker is more and more of predictive insights. Let me give a very simple example, Fatima. In today's context, all of us are not interested in distance between place A and place B. We are more interested in, if I leave today evening at 5 p.m., how much time it will take. If I leave at 7 p.m., how much time it will take. So people want that predictability. As a DNA, people have that expectation. I think finance professionals should evolve to take that bet and build capabilities of giving that predictive information. In fact, Ankush so beautifully put it, but I think he put it in the context of internal stakeholders, but it's important to do it for the external stakeholders, because they are the guys who actually give you the money and they're betting on your capabilities. That's one. The second, I just want to pick up from what Kaushiv mentioned. Even in our organization, as what Madan was mentioning, we are doing a lot of integration between the ERP, financial data, and non-financial data. Like, for example, in the CRM, you have these trouble tickets which come in. So we're trying to do a lot of that integration, and the ability to give insights, translating non-financial information into financial numbers. Like, if you get so many trouble tickets, if you reduce it, this is the impact on the P&L. So the ability to convert that non-financial into financial number, easy to understand, is the second directional shift I am seeing. And I'm seeing organizations evolving. So those are my 2 thoughts on this.
I love it. But I have to say, every time we talk about finance, or as a unit, as a department, as a function, caution, precaution, multi-caution, multi-levels of caution, they all become the second set of words. So especially because of what Vijayji has said right now, which is share more, do not hesitate, or, try and the external stakeholders, what you want to talk to people outside your division about. When you say external stakeholders, does that also mean like partner companies, or just still within the company, but different departments?
I'm talking about outside the organization.
Well, so
basically, bankers, credit rating agencies, investors, the large group of investors who are there, or partner organizations. Some of us have collaborators or partner organizations. Many times I find people hesitant in sharing predictive information. They would like to confine themselves with historical data, accurate, stand by it and all. I know when you predict, you are likely to go wrong, but historical data doesn't add value. It's not helping anybody. So we have to build capabilities for getting prediction as good as possible. As Ankush mentioned, organizations are focused on giving it internally, but internally it's fine. But these outside guys have also put money. They also require that information. No, we can't deny that. I think organizations have to evolve to that level.
Lekin sir, you're not just talking directional shift, you're talking mindset shift of your community, which is a very tough community to crack, by the way.
I know.
If we got you people to agree to our suggestions and proposals, we go and celebrate. It's like that. Anybody has a take on this? How can this direction shift? So I am in agreement that, this kind of evolution curve probably puts finance in the trajectory that Samirji mentioned earlier. All the panelists actually alluded to it, which is the big picture finance central to the company, becoming more of an engine than like a controller, or like a strategic controller, but still a controller of some sort. How can we push this mindset shift forward? Some steps. Anybody can take this. I think we're coming to Ankush ji only. Everybody said, as Ankush said.
Thanks. No, I think lot of good points, like, trend is your friend. And Mr. Costa said that, and Mr. I think
Samir.
Mr. Samir said.
Samir said,
Yeah, I
trend
think
your friend. Yeah.
trend is your friend.
I say
And,
Samir.
correct.
Okay.
And trend and big mindset change. I think that's a paradigm shift, I would say. Yes, we all share, internal forecast, internal P&L management with internal stakeholders. And coming back to sharing it with or discussing it in some forums with external stakeholders is an excellent, I think, mindset and paradigm shift. This will, I think, help in two ways. One, obviously, you may get an external perspective. Even your external stakeholders will add value, which probably you are missing. You are confined to your own internal management, you have your own views, etc. But it may so happen that your investors, your bankers, sometimes even your vendors or customers may give you certain insights which would definitely be useful to you, and then you can build on, then you can improve on your predictive capabilities, your insights, which can help you take better decisions, I think. So it's a change in mindset. You have to be cautious that given the regulatory environment you operate in, how much level of information actually can be shared, because it is more predictive. Not only that, then once you operate in a listed environment, then it has to be also broad based, because it can't be very specific to a specific set of individuals, which are generally more broad based. So you have to have a perfect balance, and in that balance, I think it creates a win-win opportunity for an organization where you also get to learn from what external environment is thinking, and then they can add value to you, and vice versa, which will help everybody at large. So why not? I think it's a good question, and I think you let me start also pondering about it.
Yeah, if I may add, Noor. So external reporting is a must, but I think what we do is we do it in a very one-to-one format. Like we have an analyst day, and the analyst comes out, and they come out and ask you questions. In fact, what I've learned from the analyst is unbelievable. The way they look at it is something which I need to learn. Every time they do end up surprising you. And the best part in today's world is that if you are operating in one industry, the shareholders are more or less common. So they're trying to nudge you on a certain aspect. We can only survive if we are, in the top three, right? I mean, if you're number 4, then you're pretty much out of the game.
So if you're in telecom, number 3 is out of the game, clearly.
Well, yeah. So the world is converging, number 2. So, but generally speaking, India is a competitive market. So let's not talk about just India. But what I've learned from the analyst community is unbelievable. And my top investors, when they come and question us, there's always a learning. Whether they're nudging you, they're giving you a pat on the back, or they're telling you that this is the mirror, please look into it. So external focus is a must, but we have to be slightly careful not to disclose everything in the MDA or annual report, but have an open, honest, heart-to-heart chat with your top, say, 25 shareholders, with all the analysts. Learn, unlearn, and relearn. It's the world is changing so fast. The business models are changing so fast. I mean, like, for example, pay for use. Now, nobody wants to buy a capital equipment. Everything is pay as you use, right? Now, how fast you are is the only thing is going to help you. Earlier there were 2 types of companies, big and small. Now they're only fast and slow. You can be a very big company yet be fast. You can be a very small company yet be slow. So be fast, even if you have to fail fast, unlearn, relearn. Keep the dialogue open, especially with external stakeholders, like Mr. Vijay said. I fully agree with him, whether it's bankers, auditors, shareholders, even your competition, your associations like ALDA or whatever the industry associations. Go, share what you can, learn, and not just internal, but also external focus. That's the new mantra.
Right, perfect. Any points, anybody that wanted to kind of raise over here? I did want to broad base the discussion a little bit more. All of you are pretty much in agreement on a lot of things, that of course there are changes, more changes need to happen, more fundamental level changes need to happen. Everybody needs to play in the sandbox a little better from the sound of it. We will recap this a little later. The reason I said I want to broad base this is, especially in the pandemic, and especially that, the kind of conversations that we're seeing with ESG, for example, and the fact that there is expectation. Ankushji spoke a little bit about regulatory environment and what you need to comply with right now. But there are expectations that because of these changes in the external dynamics, financial reporting will also have to comply with a little bit more. And there could be certain concerns on what you need to do or will be asked to do, and what you can really do, especially when people are talking about impact transparency, for example. Now, I wanted to get a gauge from you. How are you seeing the road ahead? What are probably some changes in the external factors that will end up having an impact on the way you currently are moduled for any kind of financial or accounting reporting? Anybody wants to take it? Vijayji, I think this one we'll start with you.
Yeah, no, perfect, fine. So, see, my view of one shift which is already happening is the focus towards sustainability reporting. And at SEBI's level, they call it business responsibility and sustainability reporting. They initially made it mandatory for top 500 market cap, then 1,000. But I'm seeing companies other than those also volunteering in that space. The reason is, even in the case of private equity investors, unlisted companies where they're private equity investors, one of the terms in the term sheets typically talk about what are your sustainability practices? What are your sustainability reporting practices? How is your business strategy aligned to the sustainability goals? So I see that as a substantial shift in terms of reporting. And I come across some finance professionals having that thought leadership and embracing sustainability reporting also within them. I see some of them staying aloof and saying that it's more to do with achieving some sustainability goals, leave it to the business organizations. So my view, this latter approach will not work. The finance professionals are likely to become redundant if you are not going to embrace sustainability reporting as part of overall corporate reporting. The way I see is financial reporting will become corporate reporting, which will have financial and sustainability as two components of corporate reporting. So that's the direction I'm seeing, Fatima.
Very interesting, very interesting. You can call me Noor, by the way. My name is Noor. As long as I'm calling you correct, it is Vijay only, right? There's an MP for them.
Yeah, MP is my initial. You can call me Vijay, you can call me MPV. Fine, please go ahead.
Yeah. Anybody wishes to add anything to that? So he made a very valid point. I love the point. In fact, he's actually taking us through another directional shift, which is about this financial plus sustainability coming under corporate reporting. Anybody else seeing trends like that, thoughts like that?
I think maybe if I can just add on, while Mr. Vijay has beautifully articulated it, and he's actually said that sustainability and reporting, financial reporting would actually turn into corporate reporting. And it is even better, and the trends are very good. Why? Because more than numbers, when you get into these sort of corporate reporting, which has business insights, which has insights about organizations, this will only give what organization is thinking about, what is its strategic direction apart from numbers, and what is it doing about ESG, environment, sustainability and governance, which are very, very important in years to come, because next generations will only either blame us or be proud of us the way we do this. And one important thing will happen once you know that as an organization is supposed to report on it, then the level of consciousness will only increase, which means the efforts will get into the right direction. Otherwise, things, they remain as buzzwords, they will remain in the ear. But once as an organization, and at least to start with thousands of organizations, that you are supposed to do this, then there'll be focused and concentrated efforts towards it. So I think the government has taken the right step, in ensuring that.
All right, very cool. Samir, I thought you were trying to say something, but you're on mute. Were you trying to say something?
Yeah, I was, sorry. Yeah. So I think, the whole ecosystem is interlinked. I think sustainability is the way forward. We have to report it, as Vijay and Ankush said. It's the same old story. It's the business model. The whole business model itself is changing. I keep a very close tab of all the new generation companies which are coming up in the space where Agilent operates, because they're the ones who are coming up with innovations, and most of them are sustainable innovations. So just keep a tab of how the business models are changing. You will end up adopting newer models which are far more sustainable. Like Agilent, the company where I work, is a life sciences and a biotechnology company. In about 5 to 7 years from now, you will not have just paracetamol for your headache. There'll be a separate medicine for a headache, which will be a specialized paracetamol. And there's already trials on that. So just make sure that your business model is current. You're adopting newer business models. You're seeing the operating environment, and you will be following sustainable businesses. And of course, reporting will happen. I think the regulators will make sure that you do the reporting, but never lose sight of business models changing. They're changing like so fast you'll be out of business. It's unbelievable how business models are changing. And the good thing is all new business models are sustainable ones. They use less energy, they're more focused, they don't waste resources, and the future is good. Just remain in business.
Just remain in business. I want to now take this to people. Now, one of the things that a lot of what we saw last year was reskilling, so that all of your current newer formats of reporting or any kind of new tech that was available could have been intelligently and to its fullest potential be deployed so as to achieve all the wonderful things that all of you gentlemen have been speaking about so far. Now, from a people standpoint, current workforce, the kind of people you're looking to hire, what is the kind of skill sets that kind of fits in this company that you're talking about, where finance is very central? We are talking about a big game. You're talking about new kind of a mindset, open, more sharing, easy, faster learning mindset. What skill sets are going to fly? Kaustubhji, this is coming to you.
Yeah, thanks. So, yeah, I mean, that's really an interesting point. And I think one more shift is also happening is that nowadays the government is moving from, I mean, as the corporates are also introducing a lot of technology, a lot of tools. So similarly, government is also empowering itself. So today, if you really see the GST, customs, all those authorities are quite advanced with their IT tools, and then they are collecting the transactional information of their own. So I think there is a shift is also happening. So 10 years back, if I look, so government was more into, the collecting the information from the corporates or from the business entities. So nowadays, government is already having the information, and then they are trying to analyze this transaction, whether it is fits within the ambit of the law. So the shift of government looking into the business or looking into the corporate houses has changed. So they don't want to see the completeness of transaction declared by any entity. Rather, they look into how this transaction fit within the legal framework. So I think when we look into the talent who should work, who need to acquire for, or we need to kind of get from the market to, the focus would be to see that whether the person is good enough to analyze the transaction with respect to the laws. It's not just only to do the accounting and fit the transaction on the portal or something like that. So, more than that, the person need to analyze the transaction with respect to the applicable laws, and then also reach out to the sales guy, production guy, or whoever it is, and explain how he should do the transaction. So I think there is quite a kind of a partnering role finance has to play going ahead. Today also, we are playing it. I think going ahead, it will be more, we'll be more into it that we need to analyze any transaction, and we need to kind of guide our operational people how to do the transaction. So this is something I believe I mean, when we look for the talent, so we will really kind of try to see the person is having that capability to understand as well as deliver it back to the operation team.
Got it. Got it. Any other external points, gentlemen? Anything at all that you advise that, I was going through the list of delegates morning today. Apart from senior leaders, we actually had a lot of people which appear to be more on the mid-management level as well that's listening to us today. Anything that you would like to give them as advice to keep in mind when they are planning for or in their every day-to-day reporting? Anything? It could even be something as simple as cybersecurity, for example, but anything, any other advice?
Noor, if I can, yeah, please go ahead.
Go ahead, Vijay, please go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Samir. So, maybe not from a day-to-day perspective, given the profile of the fellow panelists and opportunity of such a large platform like that of Business World, I want to use this more for some thought leadership suggestion. What I would encourage, particularly if the middle managers who are listening, who obviously are leaders of tomorrow, and tomorrow is not like 20 years away, a few years from now, is that for all organizations, there are lots of intangibles which have a value. Yeah. And these intangibles are not accounted in the books. Simple logic, Noor, is that what is measured gets monitored. So what happens is in organization, let's say organization like Dabur. So their entire balance sheet has assets at historical cost, written down over time. The book values are so small, but the value of the organization is probably 4 times book value, 5 times book value. That delta, which is so huge, is not appearing anywhere in the balance sheet. It is not there as part of day-to-day internal reporting or even quarterly board reporting. Nobody is monitoring. Even take Business World for that matter. It's not sitting anywhere in your balance sheet.
You're right.
You realize it only when the transaction is happening. But as senior leadership in every organization, we are responsible to ensure that we manage that intangible, not accounted, but it's our asset. We manage that intangible and we keep increasing the value of that intangible. And that intangible is contributed from multiple things. It could be value of your human resource asset. It could be value of your customer contracts for the future. It could be value of some of the brands which you are developing, but for books purpose, you have actually expensed of whole thing. So all of those intangibles, we need to find models in which we can value it periodically, run it internally, at least quarterly or annually in board meetings, depending on organization's own priorities, so that the board members and the senior leadership team knows that 2 years back, these were the 5 intangibles which had so much value. Today it is here and I want to achieve there. So what are those 4 or 5 things I need to do to push intangible A up, intangible B up? Maybe there are some intangibles I need to retire as well. So that's a huge strategy itself. So I think I would request particularly younger minds who have opportunity to learn some of these new concepts, interact with their peer community, to bring that into the center table of discussions with their CFOs and the board members.
Awesome. Samir, you want to add? Believe it or not, we're on last 7 minutes. How did that happen?
Yeah. So one of the points I like to say is, I'm on a mission to take finance as a profession to every employee of the company.
Yes, I got
Finance is not meant only for finance folks. So I have to make it easy. I have to set up my processes and system so that they understand it. For example, the sales compensation. If a sales guy is incentivized more to sell a higher margin product, a latest product, he puts in more of effort on that side. So to make it more all pervasive is one of the things which every organization should work upon, because in a few years from now, finance and IT will become 2 sides of the same coin. It will be very difficult to differentiate between finance and IT. I mean, leave aside the reporting perspective, which will be taken care of. So that's one of the skills which I think we as finance professionals have to impart to everybody in the organization, and then have them look at it from a basic finance lens perspective, and it make the job of sustainability of the business a lot easier. So that's something which I think is very, very important.
Very, very cool. We have last 5 minutes. So Kaustubji and Ankushji, I'm going to let you say your last words over here for this session. Any big takeaway or any final advice that you would like to add?
No, in fact, a lot of good learnings for me, hearing from the fellow panelists. I'll probably like to build on a couple of points. As has been said that finance, we want to take it all pervasive. Just to build on that, we also, in Dabur also, what we feel is that we want to take finance from more transactional or more routine, accounting function to something which is a business partner, something which is very agile, which enables business to take risks, and which is business, as a finance, I should only be thinking business. When I, enter into office, when I leave office, I should only be thinking business, and therefore, how can I impact business? More, and then couple of more points from people perspective. When we want to build this organization, we want to hire people who at every level are better than you are. Who you think can be better than you are 5 years from now, or maybe can be able to take your job after 2 years. So therefore, hire people who have innovation, who have passion, who have energy, who are risk takers, who are extremely agile, who are innovators, and will therefore take you to the next level. And third important thing is always think where you want to be and where you want to take your function or your business, 5 years from now. How do you want to see it there? And therefore, in that endeavor, build your processes, build your capabilities to ensure that you reach that dream of where you want to be 5 years from now, at least. I think I'll leave it that.
Perfect. Thank you. Kaustubh?
Yeah, I think, to me, the word innovation is very important. And I look it in that way, that innovative way of doing things. So being from a kind of a manufacturing organization, innovation being defined differently. But when I look into the finance, when I look into my team, or when I look into the finance community within the organization, so I always say, try to find out the innovative way of doing things. Do it smartly, do it more effectively, and do it on time. So I think for the finance professionals who are onto the mid-level or who are joining into the finance profession, so I think these words they need to, this thing they need to think about it, that how they can apply their knowledge, how they can find out the way of doing things more effectively and more correctly. So yeah, I think that's very important in the coming days as well. So we need to kind of find out more effective way or more innovative ways to doing things, and then adding value to the organization.
Thank you so much. You were such a lovely panel. I keep joking with my team that if you're not taking enough notes, that means you really get the subject. If you're taking enough notes, that means you did not completely get the subject, but it was interesting. And this is what my notepad looks like. Thank you to all of you. I used multiple pens for things to stand out, especially so that I could summarize it for the benefit of the audience. I have 1 minute to do it, so I'll go really fast. But we started off by laying the foundation at 2 specific levels. One, of course, that move on from what's already happening, current form of ERPs, whatever is working on, integrate for newer forms, because real-time predictive seem to be the magic words that everybody wanted to use. What has happened, everybody knows. There's no point in giving information if it doesn't help in decision making. So everybody alluded to that. The second pillar that was coming parallelly to this was the bird's eye view. Finance has the bird's eye view. It is central. It can be a part of everything. Everybody should understand reporting, not just the guys in finance. It's become more of a partner than a fighter. Now that I still do not agree with. We fight with them every day, but then Real-time on-demand business reporting really came out quite a bit. Our advice to everybody is look at the market tools that are there. Don't be hesitant to deploy it. On hesitation, external information to be shared with external came up. I thought that was a revolutionary point, again, because of my own perception of the finance team. But this is an open-minded leadership, and I love the way all of them agreed that there's learning. Investors can shine a mirror on you, share nuggets, be careful of what you're sharing within the regulatory environment, but share more, because that's where future value addition will come in. So I love those points, gentlemen. Thank you so much for that. Business model changing was a point that I again want to draw everybody's attention to, simply because sustainable, which became an important word for everybody once again, was what came up. Sustainability reporting is happening, will happen, even if the government is not asking for it, people are doing it. And as a point Ankush ji mentioned, and Vijay ji really gave him a double thumbs up, was that when you report it, it is monitored. When you monitor it, or when you are, there's a level of cautiousness that increases. Once the level of cautiousness increases, then of course that function itself makes you future fit, because this is a function of the future of shared value. Business, social needs, and governance, they all kind of need to come together. Everybody knows that. So be prepared. Of course, they spoke about what's happening within their companies. So automation, bots, they're all doing everything. So anybody who is not already understanding this language, as Samir said, that you're fast or slow, or you're kind of gone, you will become kind of gone if you haven't understood that part of it. That part even I understood, actually. So really, this directional shift is something that I'm hoping to God, as Vijayji articulated it and everybody agreed with it, the paradigm shift, I'm hoping to God that does happen, so that finance does come to the level where it makes sense for everybody. Did I miss out anything, gentlemen? You can go for it now. Did I miss any important thing that I should have put in it? Do not be hesitant. I put it, finance is equal to business partner. I've said it. I think I've covered it, yeah?
Yes.
I am such a good student. You want to join us for a bit over here, Bhavna? Thank me, yeah. Help me thanking this panel. Weren't they awesome?
You know, they were amazing, Noor. I was just hearing your conclusion. I have to say that whatever the panel spoke, you were able to articulate it and make it so concise that, you know, if anyone would have...
my notes, if I wouldn't have gotten it, I am not fit to be in this job.
No, absolutely. So thank you so much, Noor. Thank you to all our eminent panelists. Thank you, Mr. Jain. Thank you, Mr. Sil. Thank you, Mr. Madan. Thank you, Mr. Kumar, for joining us and being a part of this incredible panel.
Thank you also for me. It was such a fun session, though it was finance, right?
Thank you so much. It was great learning for us as well.
So I'm very grateful to everybody for being open-minded in your comments and for answering all of my questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much.
All right, thank you.
All the best to everybody, and to you, Bhavna.
Yeah.
Well, thank you so much, Noor. Thank you. So, ladies and gentlemen, what an incredible panel discussion this turned out to be. While at 1:50, we're going to be going live with our next panel. But before that, I'd now like to cue in for the event video. Let's have a look at what's all ahead in the event, and then we'll join us back for our next panel. Could we have the event video, please? Well, that was for the event video. I'd now like to cue in the BW Legacy AV as well. Let's get to know a little bit more about the group.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Well, it's always so good to see the BW Legacy AV. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I'd just like to tell you that launched 4 decades ago, BW Business World today is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned amongst India's largest and most respected business magazine. Well, BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a thought leadership bent in domain and networks spanning across 18 niche business communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 of our own IP events throughout the year in a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing the consumer base across the industries. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also I'd like to reinstate that we are live on www.bwcfoworld.com. And I'd also like to extend a gratitude to all our co-sponsors from the makers of ClearTax and Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited. Well, ladies and gentlemen, also I'd like to talk a little bit about the awards, which is going to happen towards at 4:15 Indian Standard Time. There's going to be three main categories in the awards. There's people, there is strategy, and there is service providers. So we're going to have the awards, which is going to be starting at 4:15 Indian Standard Time. From that onwards, we're going to be celebrating success. Well, ladies and gentlemen, now it is time to move on to our next discussion. We're looking at talking about on the CFO panel of winners at the 5th edition of the Best CFO and Finance Strategy Summit 2021. Well, for this, I'd like to humbly invite on the stage and screen Rajiv Gupta, CFO L&T Technology Services Limited. We've got Samir Ashta, CFO CLP. We've got Vivek Anand, CFO DLF Limited, who are joining us. And this session is going to be moderated by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, PW Business World and Exchange for Media. So well, with this, I'd really humbly like to thank all our eminent panelists. Thank you so much, our speakers, for joining us. It's great to have you. Well, we're just expecting Dr. Batra to just join us in a moment. Firstly, thank you for your valuable time. I'd just like, before Dr. Batra joins us, if I could request our eminent personalities who are on our screen today for your opening thoughts before we have, we've had a great day from the morning. So we just like your opening thoughts. If I could first up have Mr. Gupta, we'll start with you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna. And first of all, pleasure to be talking to all of you through this medium. Absolutely, I would say delighted and honored as well to be part of this panel. I think we are in an interesting, I would say evolved world, right, over the last 18 months. And for any forum to have happened in this fashion, we would have even thought, but today it is actually happening in such a virtual way. And it's amazing how, as individuals, we have all evolved. So glad to be part of this and glad to share thoughts as it goes along.
Thank you.
Thank you so much, Bhavna, and thank you so much, Rajiv. I keep saying that the current economy has become a 3C economy: a contactless economy, a compassionate economy, and a collaborative economy. So we are doing it through lots of collaboration. So as Bhavna has already introduced the panel, we have Mr. Rajiv Gupta, who's the CFO of the L&T Technology Services. We have Mr. Samir Ashta, who's the CFO of CLP. We have Mr. Vivek Anand, who's the CFO of DLF Limited. So today, we're going to discuss what are the future challenges for CFO. I keep saying that the CFO is the Chief Future Officer. CFO is not about cost. CFO is not about compliance. CFO is about growth. Because the one imperative every business has to have growth, and that may require raising capital, doing M&A, whatever it. So let me start by asking you, how has your role changed over the last 18 months, especially post-pandemic? I'll start with Mr. Rajiv Gupta first, go around the house, and then we'll start the other way. Mr. Gupta.
Sure, Mr. Batra. And first of all, pleasure to be talking over this panel, as I mentioned earlier. A lot has transpired in the last 18 months, and I think you wisely put it right. The role of the CFO is the Chief Future Officer now. If I were to really step back, and this goes back to, post the pandemic broke out sometime April of last year. All the CFOs clearly had to think on their feet, right? First and foremost, I believe every CFO would have faced the challenge of declining revenues, right? And there was so much uncertainty, there was so much unpredictability, there was chaos, right? So you had to think on the feet. And when you have to think on the feet, the first thing comes is, what do you do to be resilient? And I believe every CFO would have gone through this lesson of, building resilience in the organization. So first and foremost, the experience of the last 18 months was, how do you keep the organization in such a difficult situation liquid enough, right? So that you're able to manage the exigency. And that liquidity is not only about just managing exigency, but even to think, how would you invest in future growth, right? Because often it says that, in your most difficult times, you see opportunities for growth, opportunities for investment. And that's where the CFO really, stands out, to be part of the leadership team, to think along, to bring, or rather pivot together in terms of what should be the future course. And to be fair, if there has been 2-3 takeaways from the last 18 months, one, the resiliency; second, investing for future growth; third, I would say, is also to manage risk, right? Because it is not about that you are averse about risk, but how do you manage risk? Because you're in a dynamic world. And even if you were to look at 18 months from when the pandemic broke out, we are not back to normal situation, which means we have now learned to do business in a not so normal environment. And fact is, and must compliment, of course, I've got colleagues on this call who will share, but it's so heartening to see that as an industry, as corporate citizens, a lot of the businesses were able to demonstrate that resilience, and a lot of that is now visible, right? As you see the businesses coming back on growth. So that's a long answer, Anurag, but I absolutely, find it pleasurable to emerge from such difficult times, because that's what we do as humans: emerge from challenges and then adapt to newer ways to do things.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for giving those opening comments, Mr. Rajiv Gupta. Resilience is a theme over the last 18 months. It has got reinforced. If you're resilient and you can deal with uncertainty, the ability to deal with a truly VUCA world. For 20 years, we've been doing discussions on VUCA. I think the last 18 months were truly VUCA. And the role of CFO became a role of transformation, became a role of continuity. It became a role of technology. But let me bring in Mr. Vivek Anand for his opening comments on what were the challenges and opportunities for a CFO in the last 18 months, and how does he see the role of a CFO? Mr. Vivek Anand?
Yeah, good afternoon to you, Dr. Anurag Batra, and good afternoon to all the viewers. So thank you, sir, for giving me this opportunity. So as you rightly said, and I fully agree with what Rajiv Gupta said, the role of a CFO is constantly changing, right? The economic environment, the regulatory environment is changing. We are operating in a VUCA world, right? And I fully agree with you. What COVID has done is it has really fast forward the VUCA world for the CFOs, right? So we are already living with challenges. It has only compounded the challenges for us, right? The way I see the role has moved from being a financial planning partner to a controllership to a compliance and a governance role, right? And that's actually moving in the direction of strategic business partnership and technology partnership, right? So when I say strategic business partnership, what do I mean? I think we are seeing that in the next 3 to 5 years, and also we are experiencing it today, right? The CFO is really expected to drive growth and performance in the long run. I think that's something we are seeing huge expectation in this space. Second thing is strategic leadership, which means steering the business, understanding the business dynamics, understanding what our investor community needs, and therefore really making sure that you are ready for that. Third is investing in technology. I think that's something we need to really make sure that our business models are completely aligned with the way today the consumer preferences are, the way the things are changing, and therefore one has to really make sure that you are investing ahead in technology. I think the fourth thing I'll say is all about talent management. I think the way today a CFO is supposed to really spend time, as I said, on strategic business partnership. You need to have a very, very strong team below the CFO who is really looking at having the right diverse skill sets to really manage the so-called earlier part of the CFO role. So what I'm trying to say is that you need a strong talent management team who can really actually do what we were as CFOs doing 3 to 5 years back. And we really enhance our roles to be more of strategic business partner and technology partner. While I say this, a future CFO also has to spend more time in M&A and in business partnerships. So I think to sum up, I think the role is evolving And it's more really moving into a direction where the expectation of the board and the CEOs is to really partner them in terms of driving long-term business growth.
Thank you so much. I totally agree that the role of CFO is evolving. It's even more important. And as I said, the CFO's interface with the people in the organization at all levels over the last 18 months has gone up. Virtual has enabled that we are able to interface with people at different locations. Also in business continuity planning, the role of CFO has gone up. You talk about how technology transformation is also a big agenda that the CFOs are either leading or involved, because it may start with a ERP implementation, which may have happened, but how to make sure that it is progressive and it derives a business benefit. But I'll bring in Mr. Sameer Asta for his opening comments, and then we'll get into a nuanced conversation. Mr. Asta, your opening comments.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Batra. When you're the last panelist, you find that most of the things have already been covered. But be as that maybe, let me do some future crystal ball gazing and see where this profession would be. First of all, just to give you a background, we are a power generation company. So whether the pandemic or no pandemic, we generated electricity. So to that extent, revenues were never a problem. I think what I was in the initial stage looking at, can I get my audit done offline? Because nobody's allowed to come to the office and the plant. So big achievement, no auditors. So future discussions, auditors, please don't come to our office, do the audit. So that's one future which could happen. That's a very mundane thing, but it could be a big change for the finance team that you rarely see your auditors, and most of it happens offline. And that's what we have achieved for 2 of our audits. So it may not sound big, but that is one big change which I foresee. What other changes do I foresee is that the CFO will not spend that much time on accounting and other issues than he or she would on M&A, understanding the economy, giving feedback to colleagues and peers on how the CFO can support the business. And for example, our business is highly, highly capital intensive, and a project can be made or broken just by us not getting the financing on time, or we don't get the proper interest rate. So that becomes, when I started off as a chartered accountant, I thought, what are these economists? And then I suddenly realized, yes, now a CFO is no good if he's just an accountant. He needs to be also done on the role of an economist, where I would say, yes, everybody in the world is an economist and can talk everything about it. But I think you need to understand what are the changes happening in your sector, in the industry as a whole, and internationally, which will impact your product. Last but not the least, technology is so evolving that I wouldn't like to hazard a guess, because what I would hazard now, maybe 3 months down the line, it would have become history. So you keep on trying to do the best what you can do. And the last point which I want to highlight here is managing people. Ultimately, at the end of the day, if you manage your people well, I think the future of finance functions, the CFO is safe. But if you don't look after your people, because they are the guys who will give you feedback and make a substantial difference. And that's what I'm saying. The investment which CFOs will have to make in their colleagues and subordinates is going to be a big challenge, because there is so much demand for finance professionals. You will see the turnovers, change. And you just by saying, no, that we will hire somebody else is the biggest challenge, you guys. And that's the future. If you don't look after your people, I think you really going to have a challenge. Technology is on one side, but people are equally important.
I agree. I agree. At the end of the day, technology has to be a driver to help human beings realize their maximum potential, to make things happen in an efficient way, to bring down costs. But at the end of the day, the core of an enterprise is human beings. The more artificial intelligence, machine learning, blockchain, all these technologies come into play, and they're very, very important as we move into the future. But at the core of an enterprise is human beings. If you look after your human beings, and coming from a CFO, the human focus, at the end of the day, the top leadership, whether it's the CEO, CFO, CHRO, CIO, CMO, this human focus determines the success of an organization. Now, let me start with you, Mr. Asta, in the second round. What are the challenges that you see going over the next 12, 18 months? What are the issues that CFOs need to tackle to be able to make their organizations future ready. As I said, I don't call you a CFO, a chief financial officer. You're the chief future officer. You have to be that economist who looks at the macros and understands where the economy is headed and hopefully have a place for your organization there. So give us a sense of what are the challenges. It's good to be on panels and talk about things that have worked, but what, according to you, has not yet been addressed?
I think there are different CFOs, there are different industries, there are different thought processes. I know a lot of my peers in different industries have moved far ahead on the automation side. And whereas on the other side, there are some people who are not even thinking of that. And there are some who, for whom this is work in progress. And this is, I think, one thing which I see in the future, which is going to be very important. How do you automate? Because ultimately, at the end of the day, resources are limited and the repetitive jobs need to be done by artificial intelligence. And you have to harness it well. It can be destructive, but you have to harness it well to see it happen. And that is where I think a lot of time will be spent by CFOs going forward. I think the second thing is, is the human behavior. We know the CFO silo, I have reached the top, I know everything, and I don't need anyone. That the days have changed. When I became a departmental head, I said there, I made it, I know everything, I don't need anybody's help. It doesn't happen that way. Harnessing the resources across the organization with your bankers, with your suppliers, because ultimately, if you pay your supplier on time, just see what good news he'll spread about you to the whole world. Have you ever thought of that? So the time we need to spend not only with your own team, not only with your customers, but suppliers. Most of the people here do not look at suppliers, and that's where the finance function can play a very important role. Come up and stand for your suppliers. Ask them, what do you want from us? What are we doing right? Should we do it this way? Because ultimately, it's a network. You don't get your goods on time, you're not going to survive. And those are the changes which you want to look at. A CFO is not a guy who will just give you the profit. One of my first jobs, somebody jokingly said, the marketing guys sell the products, procurement guys buy the products, and finance guys make the profits, which came as a shock to me. How do I make the profit? I don't make the profit. It's the company with what you sell, what you supply, that what they supply to you. So the focus needs to be on different parts of your business, and the CFO needs to get involved in that.
Thank you so much. At this, let me also bring in Mr. Vivekanand. Mr. Anand, what are the challenges that you see over the next 12 to 18 months for the CFO community and hence for the business community that the CFO needs to address? And I'm talking 6 months, 12 months, 18 months. I'm not talking a 60 months window. I know you're part of a large company. You would take more strategic and long-term calls, but I'm talking of tactical issues, especially with the pandemic. And hopefully, I hope and pray there's no third wave of Corona, but if there is, then again, we'll have to be prepared for that. So give us, what are the challenges that you see?
So if your question is more in terms of what are the challenges the CFO see in terms of the short term, means 12 to 18 months, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely.
Right. I think the way I see it is, I think the first thing is to really make sure that you read the consumer demand very well, right? Because this is one space where things are changing very, very rapidly, right? Be it the consumer needs, the consumer preferences, and the shopping patterns. Across industry, I think that's one thing which is really changing very, very fast. And therefore, whatever innovation product pipeline you have to first really make sure that it is addressing the consumer need in the short term. And you have really made sure that those are delivered as per the timeline and there is adequate funding to really support that. So I think that's one thing I'll say is something which today's CFO has to really ensure that the innovation pipeline is relevant and very adequately funded. Second thing I'll say is that you always give a guidance to the market, right, in terms of your plans, how you are going to really deliver your plans in the short term. So you need, as a CFO, you need to be on top of it in terms of really driving that performance culture to really make sure that you achieve those plans, right? And third, the industry where I come is cash is king. right? So I think you should always be on top of cash and really make sure that you always over deliver in that area. So I think these are the three things actually which keeps me on the toes in the short term, I'll say.
Thank you so much. Mr. Gupta, finally, your comment on what do you see challenges and how do CFOs need to kind of address them and rise to the occasion?
Sure, Anurag, and appreciate Samir and Vivek's thoughts on this. See, what I kind of look at is, and I'll probably give a context from L&T technology services standpoint, and then I'll probably try and expand more for the CFO community or finance professionals. As L&T Technology Services, we are a bellwether company in engineering research and development services. We work with marquee clients on the engineering solution and help them go to market. If you look at the next 12 to 18 months, right, there is a significant demand generation that has happened. And one challenge will be around the supply side, right? Can you meet that demand, right? And being a technology company, one thing that we need to think about is how do you build the right skills? So from a business standpoint, when I'm talking about demand around technology, I'm talking about electric vehicles, I'm talking about 5G, I'm talking about AI, ML, I'm talking about sustainability. And these are all new age things that are coming, and they're coming far and fast. So one, how do you look at reskilling people or upskilling your people to be able to meet the demand that is getting generated? Second, even if I look at the next 12 to 18 months, from a finance hat on, how do you look at within your finance function as a CFO, as a leader, to help some of the finance team members also get upskilled? Because it is not about just servicing the demand that is getting generated from the customers, but it is also about meeting, right, this huge demand that is coming, and hence the ability to manage that speed and that change that is coming. One area where I feel we often see challenges, because as finance professionals, you tend to think from the lens of accounting, audit, transaction. We need to evolve a lot more, right? And when I say we, it is really taking the entire finance fraternity along with the various finance colleagues that work along with us, so that they are able to adopt technology much faster. When we truly talk about AI, robotics, or analytics, the question is, have we really evolved over it? Have we matured over it? And the answer is, every company may be at a different stage of maturity, but there is always room to grow upon it. So to me, the second is about reskilling the people within the finance fraternity. The third is, the uncertainty around this whole, wave 2, wave 3, we don't know about it. So to be able to keep the business, I would say, a lot more prepared to manage the uncertainty. So like if I were to connect the dots saying there is a huge upsurge in demand, it is also about trying to balance the uncertainty, right? I mean, think about it. You go to the market in one investor call and say, great demand coming. I see, the year ending at so-and-so growth rate. But fact is, if a wave 3 hits, some of your plans are derailed. So your ability to be sharp on forecasting, to be sharp in terms of anticipating the business conditions, become very, very relevant. So as CFOs, as finance professionals, we need to have a 360-degree view of what is going around the business and also around, the various geopolitical environment, or I would say, even for that matter, things around, let's say, pandemic. For example, a lot looked better after the wave 2, but fact is, you're seeing increase in number of cases in US and also to some extent in Europe. For export businesses and for technology businesses like ours, you have to start to factor it, right? So your future 12 to 18 months, somewhere in your mind, your ability to be able to analyze and forecast should have some of this, right? So three things. One, the ability to service the upsurge in demand. Second, reskilling the finance professionals. And third, your predictability and your ability to stay put in terms of some of the forecasting that you put for the business needs to be sharp. Those were the three things I would call out, Anurag.
Fantastic. I think clearly I believe in three things. I'm a first generation entrepreneur and I'm still learning. And loss of hair has nothing to do with, or a PhD has nothing to do with wisdom. Just because I have less hair and I have a PhD doesn't make me wiser than anyone. I believe in the process of reverse mentoring. You talked about young people, when it comes to technology, when it comes to looking at business problems from a new angle, I believe in the process of reverse mentoring. So you can learn. And, Sameer also kind of alluded to that. Now, let me ask you, if you had to make predictions for business, because finance, business, money are all linked, what would be those? And one question is, since you guys are CFOs of very large companies making an impact, what do you have to say about the valuations of the new startup companies listing on stock exchanges? I want to ask your comment on that. I'll start this time with Mr. Vivekanand, then I'll go to Mr. Asta, and then I'll come back to you again, Mr. Gupta. Mr. Vivekanand, first, your predictions for the future. Again, future is limited to the next 12 to 18 months. Anyone who can see beyond that is either an astrologer or does have single malt in the day. Either of those, because nobody knows the future.
Dr. Anurag, I'll request if you can just clarify this question.
My basic is, where you sit, you look at numbers, you look at what your competition is doing. What are your three predictions in terms of where the business and economy will be in the next 12 to 18 months? And the shifts from where we are right now.
No, I'm a born optimistic, right? So I'll say, I think if you really look at the economy, despite we having impact of COVID wave 1 and wave 2, right? I think our economy overall is on a growth path. We are doing well as far as our stock markets are concerned. We are at all-time high. Real estate, where I come from, we are seeing an upside in that industry, especially after seeing almost a flattish or a downside for more than a decade, right? So overall, the way I see in the next 12 to 18 months, I see things are really looking up, the economy coming back to growth, largely across all industries, except for a few which have been impacted by COVID, without naming them in particular. But yes, as we all know, F&B, hospitality, right? Those are the industries which have got impacted. But by and large, if you really look at the industries, whether it's technology-driven industries, now even infrastructure, real estate, pharma industries, so I see them really growing in the next 12 to 18 months. So overall, I think things will be much better than what it was, say, in the recent past.
Thank you so much. So clearly, he's an optimist. He believes that I keep saying there is a K-shaped recovery, which means certain industries are continuing to grow at a disproportionate pace because the technology advances are helping them, and because of the contactless economy, he's doing a lot from home. I know you're in office, but I'm doing this from home, and I work every day from home. I go to office once a week. I think some industries are more at a position where the business has transformed and they're seeing acceleration like they never imagined. Just to give you a data point from e-commerce, we don't have exact numbers in India available, but I'm sure if we looked at India, the acceleration will be even more. In the e-commerce market, from 2000 to 2020, the e-commerce market in the US became 16% of the overall retailing pie. From Jan 2020 till July 2021, it grew by almost 17%. So, the least estimate is 11%, the highest estimate is 17%. So 16, 17% in 20 years, and between 11 to 17% in less than 18 months. That's the kind of acceleration. I can give you numbers from various domains. So clearly digital and technology are making sure that certain businesses will continue to grow. And if there is also a projection for hospitality, that if there is no third wave and by March we are able to control Corona, then the hospitality business will come back in the next 18 months to new levels. In fact, there are certain markets where the promoters are actually buying even more assets because they believe over the next 18 to 24 months, the hospitality will see a revival that we may not see right now. So again, these are anybody's guess. Nobody knows the future. Mr. Asta, your comments on how do you see the future and what are your predictions?
Okay, this will have slightly on a lighter note, so you'll have to pardon me for that. I know this is a serious discussion, but the change which you saw that the plumbers, carpenters started running their own businesses through a phone. I can tell you now that capital is also going to be raised at the press of a cell phone. The number of people who are using products to invest in the stock markets while going to office through their phone is increased substantially. And the market has also always been starved of capital. And I just got a data, I don't know how far it's correct, that around about 4% of the Indian population invests in the stock market. And the reason why they couldn't do was because of the problems of, going through brokers and, placing orders through them. So it's actually a big change. I may be a little flippant when I started off, but you need capital in the across the economy.
I don't want to interrupt you, but you're right. We had 1 crore retail investors before the pandemic, and we have another 1.5 crores added in less than 16.5 months. So you're absolutely right about what you're saying. You may have said it in a jocular way, but you're absolutely right about data supports that.
Yeah, and that's where these fintech companies and all that, it is the ease of doing transactions which makes a lot of difference. And that is what is going to be the future. As easy as your transactions become, you will have this country will start getting capital. And capital is what makes the business and the economy grow. And that's why I'm very optimistic. I'm not putting numbers of 100,000 on the Sensex or 50,000 on the Nifty. But the thing is, you see, it's a substantial change. When I invested in the stock market, I had to sign every day a form to transfer shares. I used to think, who will go and give it to the broker, and who will your shares come into your demat account? Counterparty signature would not tally. And just see how much change has happened in 25 years. And before the pandemic, that change is going to make a huge, huge difference. India has businesses have always been starved of capital.
Thank you so much. So the point Mr. Asta is making is that the digital economy, the click economy, the virtual economy, through its one-click approach. And again, the shopping on internet grew because of 2 words: free shipping and single click. You could do transactions through a single click and free shipping. So these two grew the retail economy online over the last 20 years. But of course, in India, we're seeing a different kind of resurgence where not only the millennials are now shopping online. My parents who are much more than 80 years are doing that. So clearly, the advantages of the digital economy, are manifesting into growth for a lot of domains, and the fintech industry in India is at the cutting edge of that. It's bigger than any other fintech numbers across the world, and it is as advanced as any other economy in terms of fintech or more advanced. But let me bring in Mr. Rajiv Gupta for his final comment. And I do want to ask you about what do you feel about the valuations of internet stocks that have got listed, because I'm sure you have a point of view. I don't want to let you go without knowing your point of view on that. But Mr. Gupta, over the next 12, 18 months, what are your predictions for the economy, for business?
Sure, Anurag. And, again, I might use the context of L&T Technology Services and then try to, explain the overall context. So as I said, right, we are an engineering research and development company. We are present in 5 segments: transportation, industrial products, in telecom, high tech, in plant engineering, and in medical. And I'm deliberately using these segments because there is a point I'd like to make. Engineering research and development, per the analysts like Zinnov, is slated to grow from $1.4 trillion to $1.9 trillion over the course of next 3 years, right? And these are what the analyst is saying. Second data point, because of the geopolitical conditions and what has transpired in the last 18 months, India has come into the limelight. earlier you would never see customers, and I'm talking about, probably the Forbes 500 would ever consider having engineering companies in India take care of their IP, right? And that too in an offline mode. But it is happening. It is happening rapidly. And people today, the concept of it is not only just work from home, the concept is work from anywhere. And it is so true, right? You're seeing almost 95% of your employees working from anywhere today, right? Either it could be home or a remote location. The third, if I really look at, for instance, in our segment like transportation, electric vehicle, the whole surge around electric vehicle with so many countries announcing targets of moving to electric vehicles, and probably you'll see a huge uptick in companies that service around the gamut of electric vehicles, so to speak. When I talk about our second segment, industrial products, sustainability, we all hear about ESG, we hear about carbon emissions, and this is actually what is happening. Today, when a global company is selecting a vendor company, they are having you to produce certain sustainability certifications. For instance, it could be science-based targets. It could be carbon disclosure policies. So sustainability is going to be a big one. If I look at telecom high-tech, 5G, right? And we all read about it. The fact is tomorrow, 5G as a private cloud and enabling companies to compute faster, it is actually a reality. When I look at medical, things like healthcare, health tech, robotic surgery, these are all technologies as we speak are happening. So what we call as something like digital front door. So today, many of us even experience wearing something like an Apple iWatch, right? Where we monitor a lot of our parameters. Tomorrow, think about it. Your health records or medical records are all available online. And engineering companies like LTTS, we do such work where this is going to become possible for a doctor sitting at a particular location, advising a patient sitting at another location, right? And this is so real. Where I'm getting to is that there is so much, I would say, structural change that has come for India, and which is precisely why you're seeing so much investment that has happened in India. It is actually for that structural reason, and you're seeing a lot of the technology services company benefit from it, right? Which gets me to the second part of your question. Why are the valuations of technology companies getting so hot? This is precisely the answer. When you look at these technologies like EV, when you look at 5G, when you look at AI, ML, when you look at medtech, health tech, the technology companies today are actually, if one may step back, pre-COVID, you did not see so much of, ask around technology. Today, one may even say that we have advanced almost 5 years in a matter of 1 year, right? We will actually laugh over a comment that I've made, but that is factual. Today, our ability to manage things, cyber security, all these aspects have probably gone 5x compared to what it was pre-COVID. So that is why when you see the tech companies receiving the valuation, it is because over the course of next 3 to 5 years, you will see so much of that demand generation happening and being serviced through India. The other point I'd like to make is globally, if you map the talent across the world, a large part of that talent, our ability to service from India stays very relevant. It is only second to China because of the number of engineering graduates we have. And the number of those engineering graduates go to be part of the technology company. I may have given a long answer, Anurag, but I just wanted to make a few.
Thank you so much for putting it in context. Mr. Anand, your quick answer. I have no question that we are moving to a fully digital economy. And clearly there is value in the consumer tech startups. There's no question about that. It's the quantum of the value. It's about path to profitability. It's about, what is real and what is futuristic coming together. But I'd like a quick comment because we're already 3 minutes on ahead of time. So a quick comment from Mr. Anand and Mr. Rasta, and then I'll wrap up.
See, I'll just be quick. I think you talked about the valuation, I think, of the new companies. And I would like to take an example of Zomato, who's currently market valued at $12 billion USD. Now, a company which has no, as of now, we have no sight of when that company is going to be profitable, doesn't own any assets. Still, the market value is higher than a lot of big companies, established companies in India. I think we need to really just think about as to why is this happening. In fact, I was reading an article from Harvard today morning, which I got, and it said, if you really look at the size of the opportunity, it's huge in India because, and there is a data point here that not more than 6% Indians today go out and eat, right? Compared to the number in China, right? So, and therefore Zomato provides that platform, easy platform for people to really order and therefore can significantly change the habit using technology. So therefore there is a big size of, there's a big opportunity, and more importantly, something which is really scalable without any further investment, right? So therefore, I think to your point, I think technology is clearly changing the rule of the game. And I think we've seen it with the recent IPOs, and Zomato is something which comes top of my mind.
Thank you so much. Clearly, our last issue right now, the supply chain management issue is on, but was on IPOs, and we've taken both point of views. But I'd send through Janani a link for you to read that commentary, and I'm sure you'll. Mr. Asta, I can't see you on the screen. Yes, go ahead, Mr. Asta. For your, why do you think the valuations are so high, apart from the point that Mr. Gupta and Mr. Anand made?
No, the valuations will be what they are. I think that's whether they're high or low, only time will tell. I think the point is there's a different point which I want to speak about, and which Rajiv rightly raised, and about the future. Companies which are not going to be environmentally compliant are finished. They're just going to get finished. People won't invest in them. People won't give them capital. And we all need to recognize that environment today and sustainability is the biggest challenge across the globe, across economies, across companies. If people haven't realized it, I think then they're making a mistake. The ones who've realized it will survive.
Thank you
I
so
would like
much.
to close it at that.
Clearly, there are people who are seeing the future now and investing in that future, I'd say. And I want to end this by saying I have lots of friends who are CFOs who become CEOs of very large companies, listed entities. I can tell you, and we can do a research. Today, we're launching bwcfoworld.com. In fact, as we speak, whatever you speak is live on businessworld.in. It's live on BWCFO World, a community focused on CFOs. And we believe that more and more CFOs will become CEOs and lead companies. That's the trend that will get accentuated because they're able to see the future and position their company in that future and contribute to that. So I'll not stay between you and the next panel. At 4:15, we do the 6th edition of the BWCFO World Awards. These awards are through a jury process. I myself sat through the jury process and participated in the deliberations. You'll see winners through this process. And from 4:30 till about 5:35 p.m., we'll be announcing the names of 16 winners today evening. And we look forward to celebrating their success and the launch of BWCFO World. So thank you, Mr. Gupta, Mr. Anand, and Mr. Asta for joining in now. I'll hand it back to Ms. Bhatia to take it forward. And I look forward to more interactions with you. Thank you so much. God bless you.
Thank you, Anurag, and pleasure talking to everyone. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great discussion that was. And right now at the 5th edition of the Best CFO and Finance Strategy Summit 2021, it is now time to move on to the panel 5. But before that, I'd like to reinstate on our hashtag, which is hashtag Best CFO. So do keep tweeting, hashtagging, and also we're live on www.bwcfoworld.com. So joining us for our next panel on managing business finances in a distributed world, working with remote teams, we're joined by our eminent panelists. First up, Sandhya Sharma, CFO India and South Asia Schindler Group, Gaurav Kant, CFO Spectra, Sandeep Batra, CFO Crompton Greaves Consumer Electricals, Yash Arora, CFO Indian Oil Adani Gas, Rajesh Singh, President Arthur D. Little, and this is going to be moderated by Urvi Srivastav, correspondent, BW Business World. Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists for joining us and being a part of our wonderful panel discussion coming up. With this, I'd like to pass on the screen to all our eminent panelists. And Urvi, it's time for you to take forth the live read. Over to you. Thanks for joining us. Over to you, Urvi.
lovely introduction of all our eminent panelists today. I'll start off by introducing everybody. We have Mr. Brajesh Singh. As we can see, he's president of R30 Little. It is an American-based company. We also have Ms. Sandhya Sharma, who is CFO India and South Asia of Schneider Group. We have Mr. Yash Arora, who is CFO of Advance, a very well-renowned consumer electrical company, as we all might be aware. And of course, I am here to moderate this, so I will extend a warm welcome to all the panelists.
Thank you, Thank you. I think I'm not sure whether the connectivity is with me. I think your voice is not very clear to me.
Yeah, actually, I'm just going to cut in to sing.
Turn on your mic.
Yeah, Urvi, there's some lag while you're talking. So you'd just like to, in interest of all our panelists and viewers, just possibly, check on your connection if that's fine, Urvi. Just allow us a moment, dear panelists.
Yes, just a second. I'll just change the Wi-Fi I have logged in from.
No worries, no worries.
I hope this is better.
Yes, we can hear you in continuity now. If there's any issue, I'll be in touch. All right, thank you.
Okay. Thank you so much. Okay, so Mr. Kant, I'll start with you. Let's grab the bull by the horns and ask what have been the issues in the last 1.5 years with respect to remote working?
Before that, I would like to say that actually I was not in favor of work from home. I was not a person I was a firm believer that it doesn't improve productivity. But believe me, these were discussions 2 years back when we were pre-COVID, we were discussing with our people manager. But thanks for Business World and all of the panel that I got a chance to explain that what happened in last 1.5 years, that complete thought process, the way we work has changed. And so obviously this remote working came as a necessity. It was not an option. If option being there, probably the same type of discussion would have been happening with the people manager. Just because it came with necessity, and we were not having options to go for it. So if you know all our finance functionals and managers were always looking for a digitalization of processes. Last 3-4 years, they were working especially on these things, but nobody has imagined that it will happen on a sudden day and we'll have to completely shift into these processes. Before, I would like to add that what are the challenges we have faced during this transition. The thing which remote things takes away from a normal offline working is a physical connect and physical record verifications. Whatever physical connect were there was completely missing. We also know that in remote working, whatever brainstorming sessions happening or cross-functional interactions were happening, they got impacted. So just to tell that what was the challenges that we face is probably the departments or the sub-functions in finance who were more dependent on these 2 or 3 parameters of physical connect got impacted largely. But the processes where they were already on ERP functions. So say for the reporting function, they were least impacted because anyway they work on ERP models. It doesn't matter that from which system they are working on or which area they are working from those reporting processes. But yes, if you talk about invoicing part, ARAP part, that got impacted because we were still dependent on a physical document. So that's how probably I would say that the impact and the struggle was mixed bag. The areas which were automated. So if you remember, and this is another time that we're discussing from last so many years in so many panels, finance fraternity is talking about that we should have to become digital, we'll have to go to automations. So those firms and organizations who did this earlier was least, they were not impacted much, but those who were lagging behind those processes will have to do a lot of things. And fortunately, unfortunately, the period of COVID starting was also not great. It was just bang on when we were going for year end as in March 20. So yeah, that sudden change, how to convince auditors, how to give them documentation. So that definitely was a challenge that those 1.5 months gone through a phase, but that was a phase and probably last 1.5 years has given us so much of learning and how we can enhance all those processes. Two important things also happened, and I would add it to challenges. And I will agree that most of the finance fraternity and IT fraternity will understand that when it started in April 20, a lot of firmware attacks started happening on company, their databases. And I'm not going to blame China in context, but definitely there were a lot of firm attacks happening. So that point of time, I know a lot of my colleagues face a difficulty that complete data got evaporated or complete database got hanged. So at that point of time, probably the companies who had a better firewalls or SD-WAN capabilities that they would have. So that was a new challenge that we've suddenly seen, and that particular phase itself. The other challenge was definitely health of employees and their family members. So whenever any such instance was happening, as a manager, we'll have to take a call that, okay, fine, now this person is not well, but the work must go on, and how we should make sure that segregation of duty also remains same, but the yet work also continues. So these were the very evolved challenges were coming up, and when this transition of remote working had started.
Yes, Mr. Kant, as they say that necessity is the mother of all invention, and in the last 1.5 years, we have all been forced to step up our technological game, so to say. In a similar context, Ms. Sharma, I would like to direct a question towards you. How is Schneider coping with the work from home situation? What has been its financial impact, and what do you plan to do about it? Ms. Sandhya Sharma, am I audible to you? Right, there seems to be some issue from her end regarding connectivity. So, Mr. Batra, I'll direct a similar question towards you. What is Crompton Greaves doing to make the entire workforce inclusive and minimize the financial losses?
So I think it's been nearly 18 months since it started, and we've seen the whole cycle and maybe twice over. So I think when it first started, it last year in March or April, it was quite obviously for all of us. It was sudden. Nobody was prepared for it, and this happened at the peak of our business cycle. We are a summer company, right? Our products like fans and air coolers are all largely sold in the summer period. So we were at that time confronted with inventory, no demand, didn't know what to do, working capital shot through the roof. So obviously the first 3 months was all about ensuring survival, which was about what costs can you cut, how much cash can you conserve, what more can you do to bolster your balance sheet so that the business does not get disrupted. But quite honestly, we were very surprised by the pace of recovery that happened after that. So if you look at the second half of the calendar year, starting July, August, we saw fantastic recovery and growth rates in quarters of the type we haven't seen. And that gave us a lot of confidence in two things. One, the resilience that the economy might have, and B, the ability of the corporation to deal with shocks. So therefore, when the second wave happened this time in March, April, I would say we were far, far better prepared. And we did 3 things, which I would like to talk about. One, of course, is we ensured utmost safety for our employees. So we said nobody needs to come to office unless it is mandatory. So for example, in a production setup, the person does need to come to the factory. Otherwise, how will you produce the product? But there we also use technology to track employees to ensure that social distancing, etc., was being maintained in the factory. Second thing, and to further give comfort to employees, we took additional measures like extra insurance to take care if anybody unfortunately were to contract COVID. Did vaccination drives for our employees. But for the business and for the company, given our experience of last year, we did not cut back on any costs. So we continued to invest in the peak of the second wave, as unlike what we did last year. Similarly was the approach towards cash. we said, look, we are very confident of the resilience in the country and in the company. So therefore, we should ensure no disruption. So we, even when the second wave came, again, unfortunately, at the peak of our business cycle, we ensured that for our vendor ecosystem, many of them are small vendors, we did not have any disruption. So we continued to sum up business as usual, even at the peak of the second wave.
Yes, business as usual is the key challenge when we talk about the COVID period. A lot of businesses are just trying to stay afloat. This brings me to Mr. Arora. I wanted to ask you that we are, as far as gas and oil is concerned, we are a logistics heavy industry. And logistics in India is largely an unorganized sector, which is yet to come under government regulation completely. How were you able to manage to keep afloat financially in an era of remote working, where logistics was one of the key issues?
Thanks, Urvi. See, as far as oil and gas industry is concerned, the logistics is mainly to pipelines. Even in my company, that's into the city gas distribution, and most of the supplies, or 95% of the supplies, are through gas pipelines. So as far as that is concerned, that was not a challenge at all. The challenge had been different: how to service the customers in case of a complaint from a domestic customer. Now, on the one side, customer says you are not allowed to enter in. On the other side, there's a gas leakage, how you control it. And the strict guidelines were laid down how to handle those. And those are all customers were serviced. And we were saying, if it's a normal complaint, very, something which is not urgent, don't call us. If it is something very serious, do call us. Routine activities should not be called. That was the way, in the month of April it happened. So as far as supply chain, the biggest challenge that we got it was the movement of the vehicles, because it was a complete lockdown in the wave 1, where our CNG sales dropped significantly. But the good part, what has happened, that was the industry supply to industry went up during this period itself, because industries were not getting fuel because there was a logistics problem. Whereas our supply was through pipelines. We gained substantially over these 18 months in terms of the number of customers, in terms of the volume, the size of the business that we have it today. I think we have, currently we are more in a capex mode. We are growing, we have lined up capex of about 15K CR for the next 5 to 8 years. Every year we're spending about 1,500 CR around. Therefore, the challenge had been very, very different, and we have gained substantially. I think in terms of customer base, it has gone 3x over the last 1 year in terms of the industrial customers itself.
Right. We seem to have Ms. Sandhya Sharma back on panel. Hello, ma'am.
Hello.
So let me direct the earlier question to you back again. What is the innovation that Schneider Group is undertaking to make remote learning, sorry, not remote learning, although we are all learners, I would say remote working more inclusive and easy for everybody, so that it does not hamper the financials of the company overall?
Okay. Urvi, it is Schindler, not Schneider.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yeah. So, Urvi, in terms of, I would say, digitization and innovation, we were quite ahead of the league, and that helped us to kind of move into pandemic easily. From finance perspective. From business perspective, of course, we are installing elevators and escalators, and that means we need to be physically available. From innovation perspective, from finance, we already had digitized quite a lot of processes, so it made it easier for us to work from home. Like till now, we have not started yet working from office full-fledged. A couple of people who go for their own personal reasons, but we still are remotely working. What we have done to accelerate is we are moving into a captive shared service, which helps to kind of take all the learnings together and really accelerate the whole learning amongst the colleagues and the processes, which we have started during the pandemic. It started practically last year, April. Secondly, we are arranging a lot of training sessions for upskilling the colleagues that we have in terms of what is the new age requirement and how we can work to ensure that they are not felt left out. Plus, they help the organization into innovation.
Right. Mr. Singh, my next question stemming from this one regarding inclusivity and better connectivity is directed towards you. R30 Little is essentially an American-based company, and as we know that US is a capital-intensive market. So given that fact, what is it that they're doing right about remote connectivity, since it's been a reality and will probably be for most of us for some time for now, that we can imbibe in the market as well?
So, Urvi, in fact, we operate in India as a company which is transnational, but I think, come again, I'm slightly not getting this. Your question is more sluggish sometimes.
Right, there seems to be some connectivity issue at my end. In a nutshell, I was asking, what are the good business practices that US has imbibed when it comes to remote working that the Indians can take into?
I think Indian business, the practices that we have, as Indian, we have shown more resilient than the rest of the world. I think the kind of challenges that we faced here and the way we resurrected everything is actually an example for the rest of the countries to look at. There are things to learn, obviously, to replicate in the more matured economy, the way they are dealing things on digital platforms, the way they are leveraging technologies, the way they are connecting with their employees. And also, I think my friend from Quantum Leaves has also mentioned about that they took care of the employees. This is mostly some of the practices which US companies are predominantly doing. And we obviously have some learning to really replicate from what companies in the US have. Not limited to US, I think many of the matured economy, they took care of their employees. For them, healthcare and the well-being of their employees were utmost care. So that I think most of organizations in India also did. Whether the lockdown was imposed or some organizations in India have taken a conscious call to take care of their employees, I think it is very, very visible today that we have now learned a new way of doing business. We really not to look for more economists telling us and teaching how to replicate things. We have done far better performance in terms of economic resurrection in India as well.
Okay, that's good to hear that India is leading when it comes to good business practices, and we are not holding back when it comes to increasing the base and the financials of any company over here. Another report I read of late that one of the key reasons why India is not developing the way it should is because women are not joining the workforce, or they are dropping out at a rapid pace. So, Ms. Sharma, I would like to ask you this, that how are you planning to keep the women on board during the pandemic, especially when we have heard that it is mainly the women who are quitting first. It is imperative for the financials of any company, and what are the steps you're taking?
Yeah, I would say I'm heading the inclusion and diversity committee in my organization. So it becomes all the more important for me to add to it. But on a personal level, I would say I have my LinkedIn tagline that I want 500 women I want to inspire 500 women to be their best versions, and through a tagline, if I can, you can. I see in an organization what you need is a top-down approach, because you cannot boil the ocean and cannot have multiple people down the line. But what we are doing is we are bringing in our industry also branch managers, field operations head who are women. These are acting as role model for more and more women to be established into the organization. Second, of course, there are all the policies which are oriented or helping them oriented towards ensuring that they stay. I would say further things what we are doing is we are adding a buddy concept so that the women employees most of the time don't, that is the concern, that they feel left out. So with the buddy concept, they are not feeling that. Another thing is we have quite a lot of forums where we drive this, that don't just leave because you're feeling the pain. Come, talk, let us discuss the challenges, because we probably cannot make policies across or encompassing all the challenges. So we are asking them to come ahead and understand that what are the challenges they are facing and how we can support them in that. But majorly the drive is to have a top-down approach, so that at the top, if the women are there, the other people definitely feel motivated. They see a role model in the organization which supports staying. Policies are there with many of the organizations, flexi working, crush facility. I don't think so we even need to mention them. All these are generally there. A thing which we are additionally doing is sensitizing the managers how to deal with it. Many a times it is not the organization, it is not the policies, it is the person with whom you are working. And I think we are doing a lot over there in terms of sensitizing. Generally in field operations, it is a man's world overall in construction and construction related activities. So that overall is helping us to bind the female folks together in the organization.
That's really good to hear the number of steps that are being undertaken to promote inclusivity. Mr. Batra, I would like to direct the same question towards you. How is Crompton Greaves retaining its women workforce in the organization? Consequently, how is it impacting its finances?
I think personally, I've had a very successful experience of working with colleagues and with a team which is gender diverse. Just by way of statistics, about the 7 people who report into me, 3 happen to be women. So I'm a big champion of this whole diversity and inclusion. And from a company level, of course, I think don't want to repeat what Sandhya said, but all that is required to be done to make sure that women, and it's that women at all levels do feel welcome, do feel safe. All that we are doing. Obviously, the one area where I think most companies would I wouldn't say struggle, but fail to meet any standards is in sales. But if I leave out sales function, which is the front end of every organization, I think in every other function, we are an equal opportunity employer. And as I said, in my team of direct reports, out of 7 folks, 7 who report to me, 3 happen to be women. Obviously, there is no question of any financial impact, positive or negative, as a result of that. But I think what is also now gaining ground is not just about gender diversity. I think this whole concept of diversity and inclusion is becoming a much bigger piece, and Crompton is now we are, I would say, taking initial steps to make the whole organization diverse and much more inclusive.
Yes, Mr. Kant, I have another question for you. Coming back to the core topic that is the agenda of the panel, I wanted to ask you that given that we are in an era of remote working, I'm speaking from home, and a lot of panelists here are also speaking from their respective houses. How has it impacted the financial control of a company? Do we still have a top-down approach, or is it now becoming a bottom-up approach?
See, actually, there is no much impact per se on control that has happened. As obviously, I was in my previous conversations also, I was talking about that, yes, there are some level of changes that we'll have to do to adopt to remote working. Some controls are required to be changed, and sometimes I was mentioning about segregation of duties. Sometimes we'll have to compromise on that because of that health of the team member and their family members. But apart from that, see, it's like that if you have a systematic and more system-driven controls, that doesn't change that from where you are working. So that's probably was that there was not much changes required in terms of control structuring. You need to add some additional controls because if people are working on different places, you don't know how the data is secured when they're working in different places. You don't know that who is looking into your particular finance data. So suppose if, and I'm sure the panel who have working listed companies, for them it also becomes very important that data as such or the numbers as such becomes doesn't get out because they are working in different businesses. So if they're working at home, it is very difficult to control that nobody's peeking into their laptop and looking into numbers. So at that prospect, I'm sure that some more controls would be required to ensure that the data breach is not happening, but the processes and the various controls and their risk mitigations is by and large remain same, either it is offline or on a remote mechanism. Here's one more thing that probably I have seen over the period that now, and that's not that related to control, but somewhere it is related that now the profiles are becoming more and more flatter. Earlier, suppose for a decision making, you need to interact with two people. Now, because that the two people are not sitting together, it is in benefit of the organization that they split those decision making parts and probably give one person one responsibility. So those types of thing is definitely is also linked with control, that how you are managing those responsibilities, segregation or shifting, a complete shift the profiles that you give it to them. Earlier, say, if we were only looking into competence of an employee and the job profile, now competence of employee, profile, and the emotional quotient of the employee also has to be taken care that is an employee is a person who wants to interact with a lot of people. He cannot work in isolation. So the job profile also has to be in a particular manner. So probably it's not about that control that we were having it. It has become more of a holistic and emotional angle, also a soft angle has to come into while you're determining that your controls are working fine or you need to make some changes.
Okay, so whenever we talk about financial decisions or any decisions, communication and transparency are one of the key issues that we come across. So, Mr. Arora, I would like to ask you this, given that we are living in a country which is not vastly connected by the internet, what are the internal communication challenges that you have faced in the last 1.5 years in terms of making the company run smoothly, and what are the measures you took to overcome? So you're on mute.
See, this company, this organization is a growing organization. We have a strength of about 300 employees as far as finance team is concerned, and a very small team of 10 to 11. So I think everybody worked as a family. In case there is any problem to anyone, other has automatically taken charge and performed the work. I'm lucky from that perspective that I did not ask anybody else to do this work or that work. The team as a whole collectively kept on doing certain things. So that was a very, very positive, because I think the entire company, entire employees, I think they all worked as a family. In case somebody is down, and everybody had been looking for even the COVID wave 2, the beds for them, wherever they have their connections. So that was personalized support to everyone it was given. So therefore, we do face many challenges, but we were able to overcome. Plus, there was a support from the parent companies, Indian Oil as well as Adani. So there was as far as the framework was concerned, that was well laid down by them. And as far as we were concerned, we were more on the implementation mode, wherever we find we need any directions over there.
Okay, so given that we have the last 7 minutes in this panel, and I would like to ask one question which I would like everybody to answer, and you can answer it because we don't have too much paucity of time. Mr. Singh, we'll start with you. What is your lesson as a CFO in terms of running a company and generating finances that you have picked up in the last 2 years, let's say?
So I think this has been a period where lot of introspection is required. Okay, I think all the processes that we already had, we were given a review of everything, and we realized that there are some lacunas which we were not able to identify when we were working on normal days. Which, in terms of not only financial planning, but both way, finance works both way. So whether it is receivable or payable, we had to relook at everything. The normal daily sales outstanding of collecting our money from the market has really increased, because a lot of people, obviously, they had challenges of paying to the organization. At the same time, they were wanting to take the liberty of leveraging this entire pandemic as an opportunity for delaying the payment, and vice versa. So I think those key parameters of receiving payment and even also to make the payment is something which we have seriously reviewed and now changing our parameters of decision making. At the same time, second most important thing is that earlier those bills were required to be coming in person. There was a department who was deliberately working and checking on the hard copies. Over the time, we have realized that, okay, I think that entire process can be overlooked. So the digital copy or e-copy is fine for all the e-orders and everything. When we talk about using technology in this period, is a given lot of perspective that in organization, despite in today's time, we had a lot of processes which were indeed not required. So I would say it's an insightful journey that has been here. And second thing is more in terms of dealing with your employees, because their payout, their expenses and everything. Most of the companies, those who are into manufacturing or into the retail sales, have already leveraged using various apps in terms of their apps, attendance or their presence, their traffic, travel, everything. We are also doing the same thing. We have hired 35 plus consultants in the entire pandemic over last year. Most of them we have hardly met. So I think all the interviews from the elite institutes, their onboarding and everything has been done online. And let us see how this continues. But I think it's been a journey which is full of learning. And I hope this will continue for some more time.
Mr. Batra, what about you? What have your lessons been in the last 1.5 years as a leader in the financial domain?
Yeah, I think I'll answer it in maybe 3 parts. First, of course, is a reaffirmation of the fact that cash is king. I think it was obvious that companies in the period of disruption, whichever had strong balance sheets, who had cash, were far better placed to deal with the situation than companies which may have been financially stressed. Second thing, also, it broke a lot of myths about that you can't digitization is not something that can be applied universally and so on and so forth. So that kind of myth got busted because companies had no choice but to adopt technical means. But I think as I look back, one thing that certainly became the mantra for us was about how do you deal with uncertainty? Because I think the amount of uncertainty that got thrown up because of COVID and the situation was changing every day, be it around your business, be it around your assets, be it around your employees. And mind you, all companies have textbook, what they call business continuity plans, emergency response plan, all of them have. But in a black swan event like this, something that has never been anticipated, no textbook has ever written it. How do you deal with situations like this? And that is, to my mind, the real test of management. And what this underscored was that companies which are agile in response, which are able to think on their feet and change course every day, every hour, if the situation so need be, will outlive companies which are more rigid and which don't have that agility. So to me, one underlying mantra has been that the agility of your response is far, far more important and critical than the accuracy of your forecast. Thank you.
Yes, it's we all had to improvise. I guess that is the key word for COVID, or we can put it as its middle name, as we say in movies. So, Mr. Kant, I would like to pose the same question to you in a slightly different way. What were the lessons from the first wave that you implemented in the second wave, and what will be the lessons from the second wave if, God forbid, we have a third one?
So probably whatever learning we had in first wave and now in second wave, and hopefully there is no third wave, that obviously business get impacted. Like as Mr. Batra was saying, that everybody was having a continuity plan, but these types of scenario was never part of anybody's continuity plan. So yes, it was impact suddenly, but probably I would like to add, and it's nothing new, that probably, and I have summarized the learning into 4 T's. Like first T is the treasury. When I'm saying treasury, it obviously, we were talking about cash is king and everything comes to the treasury department. And it was not only outflows, inflows, but also outflows will have to measure. So treasury was the one thing which was a learning in first wave, and second wave we were ready that if second wave comes, then how we are going to manage our cash, how we're going to have our vendors interactions, get a waivers or get a deferments of payment plans. So all those things we were ready, and I don't want to replicate that, but obviously that book is ready, that how to do it if third wave comes. The second T was obviously the team that have learned that communication has become even more important, that how you communicate with your team members, how you, if you were with the getting work done also, it's a different way of interaction that you will have to do. They need a different sort of coaching. So all those learning, which was in first and second wave, that is probably going to learn, help a lot. The third T was a trust, which has become very important factor, that though I'm saying that communication comes on the team part, but the trust also sort of which played a very big role. That and the trust is all about, and it comes with optimism that, okay, I have a trust with you and I'm optimistic about business. You will keep on hearing from your employee that they are uncertain about businesses and going with direction. So we have to ensure that the trust is there within the employee. And the fourth very important T, there was a transition. Be ready, as Mr. Batra said, agility to make a changes, whatever is happening in past, learn from that, be a quick responder to anything or happening, transition towards digital mode of transactions. So all those things will have to very quick about those things. So probably these 4 T's is what I will write it down somewhere, that every time if wave 3, wave 4 comes, we have to just pull out it and start implementing.
If the 4 T's can be a very common business jargon now, I would encourage you to write it down and publish it somewhere, certainly.
Sure.
Before you wind up, Ms. Sharma, I would like to ask you, as a financial leader in your company, how have you been a guiding force to more profits and a sustainable future?
I would say a couple of things. First, implementing learnings from my mom. Managing a middle-class household was all about ensuring that the right stakeholders are happy, costs are under control. There is something in some pocket available for some special things. So one is that. Second is I feel, and which is a continued treasure for me, a learning or two rather from COVID, is the trust and relationship. And it is not only with others, it is with yourself as well. I started trusting myself more. I started trusting my gut feeling more, because there was no data available to fall back upon during decision making, to take decisions during this time. So I would say it is trust for myself, with peers, with field operations, with my team. That's excellent learning from COVID. Second is relationship building, which helps you drive your point, because as a finance person, I can't be crusader of everything at every field. It becomes a fighting spot, and I want that relationship to go smooth. So for me, it is trust, relationship, and learning of managing a middle class household has helped me and will continue.
Yes, self-belief is the first step and even the last step towards achieving anything and pushing yourself beyond your existing capabilities. So with that positive note, I would like to take your leave for the day. I would thank all our eminent panelists who are senior leaders in their own company and learned, experienced folks in their own right. Thank you so much for joining us, and it was a great interaction.
Thank you. Thank you, Urvi, and thanks to all the other panelists. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you for joining us. So, well, ladies and gentlemen, what a great interaction it has been on all our panel discussions. Well, we do have another panel discussion which is coming on the other side. But before we have that discussion coming forth, I'd now request the team to play in events AV while as we get ready with our upcoming panel discussion. So could we have the team to have the events AV to be played now? Well, apologies on the audio. We'll just try and reshare on the events AV. Meanwhile, I'd request everyone to keep hashtagging and remember that you can also watch us live on our website, which is www.pwcfoworld.com. But on the other side, we're going to be having our panel 6, which is on CFO 2030. How will the job description read in the next 5 years? But before that, allow us a few minutes whilst we get ready for our upcoming discussion. Could we have the AV, please? So I believe, yes.
Hi.
Okay, perfect. So we do have our panelists who've just joined us. So ladies and gentlemen, it is my humble honor to now talk about our upcoming panel. We're looking at panel 6, which is CFO 2013. 2030, how will the job description read in the next 5 years? Well, we're joined by eminent panelists, Arnab Roy, CFO, Schneider Electric India, Vineet Jain, CFO, India and APAC, Pricing Director, India, Medtronic. We've got Madhavan Hariharan, CFO, CK Birla Group, and the moderator for this session is going to be Sudhir Mishra, founder and managing partner, Trust Legal. Well, thank you so much for joining us and giving us your valuable time. And with this, I'd like to pass the stage and screen to our eminent panelists for today. Thank you once again for giving us your time. Over to you, Sudhir.
Hi, can you see me?
I'm afraid I'm not.
Start my video, yeah, now it is fine.
Perfect.
Hi, good afternoon, Sudhir Mishra here. And I'm a lawyer in the Supreme Court and I also run this firm Trust Legal. This is a very important panel, last panel of the day. I was also part of the jury and I have some very eminent CFOs in this panel. Job is something which everybody is talking about. What is shaping up? Where are the economic ramifications of this pandemic? Is it going to be a short-lived impact, or is it something which the country in particular and world in general will see a longer impact? So with this background, I would like to understand from Vineet ji. First, I'll ask you to start talking. Tell us that what are the immediate casualties on the job front, which has happened with the last 2 years of pandemic? And as a person who is a financial expert of the company, where do you think the jobs are going to come? Which are the sectors where the jobs are going to come?
Thank you, Sudhirji, for having me here, and thank you, Business World, for inviting. I think most important first part of your question is about where the casualty has been. The casualty has been, if I just look at the profile of the CFO and the finance function, we used to look at more transaction, expense control, governance, and the future looks very different. So specifically, if I talk about finance function, the casualty has been the one which is more transactional because everything is becoming more digital. That's the first part of where the finance function is getting hit in a big time. From an experience for future point of view, from what is going to be changing is very, very significantly the right set of skill, Sudhir. As we look at it, the talent and I would say the fight for a war for talent is becoming much more harder, and that is going to be the most important element. Even though we are seeing the job losses, but we are not seeing the right set of talent coming in. And that is the most significant part of the change that I see it in terms of while the jobs are getting lost because people are not equipped to handle the future of the job, but the talent that is needed is not available. I read in one of the study which says that in the undergraduate who is studying in the 4-year period, by the time they actually do the 4th year, the first year study is outdated by 50%, right? What it means is that the upskilling becomes that much more important. So that's the first part of the question, Sudhirji. If I look at it, what sectors are getting to be more impacted? I would say that every sector has some impact or the other. Some has a higher, some are the other. But the sectors which are significantly dependent on the old way of working will get much worse impacted. And those who have adapted to the new way of working, I would say, whether it is digital working, whether it is ability to transform themselves very quickly. I mean, you see the online education, it never used to exist earlier. And everybody has adopted to that whole new way of working. So those who have been able to, in summary, I would say, those who've been able to adapt faster would actually do much better in future from now onward.
Very good opening remarks, Vinijay. Madhan sir, I'll ask you, you handle a very large company, and these are the companies, Birlas and Tatas, they are the traditional job generators actually. And they were the companies which were the large job generators for the private sector almost a decade back. I will tell you about the legal sector, what has happened. In the legal sector, and this is about, this is something which Vinijay also talked about, that skilling is the most new thing. Like you might be a typical corporate lawyer or you'll be a litigation lawyer, but the demands of the pandemic and the post-pandemic lawyering in my sector has changed so much that I don't know how many law schools and how many faculties will be equipped to teach the new kind of lawyering which will be required. I'm quite certain the same would be the case for most of the infrastructure companies, most of the other durable companies. So if you talk about your sector per se, Madhvanji, what are the new jobs which are going to be generated and what are the jobs which are going to perish? And how a youngster who is just coming out of a business school or engineering school or any other school will tailor-made his skilling with so many online options and other, what should he do for his skilling?
Well, thank you, Sudhir, and good evening to everybody. Very happy to be here. No, indeed, we are a group which are across multiple sectors, right? We are in consumer, in infrastructure, in building materials, in IT, across multiple sectors. So clearly, some of the things are also to build on what Vineet had mentioned. There are certain skill sets which are becoming fundamental to a finance professional, and some have not changed, and some are becoming new as well. What has not changed at this moment is still the financial expertise, right? The basic financial expertise that has not changed. Risk management, controls, those things have not changed. So people still have to skill themselves in those areas, but I do see a reluctance among, especially the younger generation, to get into the details because it is perceived as boring. But I can tell you, it is going to have significant impact in their career when they're doing bigger things. Even things like M&A or valuation or whatever, these are things which are going to be very, very fundamental as well. Having said that, one other experience that is becoming a demand from the CFOs is strategy.
Yeah.
Earlier, it used to be a seat at the table. I remember my journey in my career. You looked at the strategy guys from a distance, then you got a seat at the table. You were an active participant. From there, it has moved into being an absolute co-creator of strategy, and not just strategy, but also execution of that, right? That is a skill which is not easily available. So that's why I see some of the, let's say, chartered accountants or cost accountants who also move into management and strategy related areas to skill themselves, I think would be good for them to also get some practical experience around it. So that's definitely a skill that's coming in. The second set of skill, which I would definitely encourage the current set of people who are getting onto the profession or people who are already there, and including people like me who, with gray hair, have to absolutely understand digital and analytics. There is no choice about it. The world has moved afar. The important thing is not to become experts there. I mean, if you can become one, please do, but not to become experts, but at least have the ability to differentiate between what is reality and priority and what is hype, right? There's also a lot of hype out there. So to understand that, at least reasonable working knowledge is absolutely needed. Some of the functional skills are that, but maybe in the course of the conversation, I will also touch upon the softer skills, which are becoming as important as the functional skills as well, which are being demanded from a CFO now.
Wonderful. Very good opening remarks. Arnab, I'll come to you. And Snyder is one of the multinationals. We will like to get a view about what is happening in other countries so far as jobs are concerned. because you'll be able to give us, I'll surely also ask Medtronics about it. But Snyder, what is the view in Europe? How America is functioning, how other Middle East, Central Asia is functioning on the job front, and how as a resurgent economy, we are being talked about as a 9% economy in the worst case scenario, 10.5% economy in the best case scenario. So they will be worse off, those countries. What is the job scenario there? And what is the job scenario you see in energy sector and infrastructure sector in India?
Thanks, Sudhir. I think to cover your questions, first from a global perspective, I think between the lockdown 1 and lockdown 2, and particularly from the first part of 2020 to the first part of 2021, there has been a significant shift in the economy. I think in the last 6 months, I mean, whichever company you talk to, I think the numbers are stacking up well for them. We all had a personal challenge, a health challenge, but individual company performances are looking good. I think so. So that's a general sense I get whenever I'm talking to my colleagues across sector and in forums like this. So that's a positive part of it.
That's a welcome thing. Yeah.
Yes. I think in terms of what Vineet and Madhavan touched upon, I think the biggest transformation has been the adoption of digital. I think the tools were there. If you ask me honestly, I think many companies, and I think they were already in various stages of journey. But what the pandemic has done, it has accelerated the adoption. So probably something which we would have adopted in due course in the next 3 to 5 years, we were forced to adopt it now. And once people have kind of started tasting the benefit of that, I think in our next strategy blueprint, and right now as we speak, we are in our next 5-year strategy blueprint. Certainly the blueprint has, the dimensions of the blueprint is changing. I mean, there's a lot more. I mean, and companies like us, we were already in connected assets, connected products. So that's the core of our business. We are a technology company. So we were already into that. But now with the customers, and a large chunk of our customers are government utilities. So we sell to, the core government, to the state utilities. Even there, the kind of conversations we are having and the kind of deal discussions we are happening, I think it has gone ahead by a few years, I would say. So I think that creates a lot of interesting prospects all across. Particularly to finance function, if I have to talk about, I think, there's a lot happening on the skill set of people who can read and interpret data. So even in the last 3 years, if I talk about my own team, and I have a very large size team, I have about, at least 5 to 7% engineers in my team.
Yeah, I know.
Whose job is to read data from the machine and interpret the data, to put it very simply. I think probably 10, 15 years ago, we wouldn't have imagined it. It will be typically a domain for a chartered accountant or a cost accountant to do a finance job. But now things are changing. There are data scientists we are employing. Even within the existing teams, we are scaling up people for data science. So there is quite a few things which is happening. One thing which I keep telling my team and including myself is, for people like us who have been, say more than 2 decades in the profession, I think what's important is the willingness and the mindset to unlearn. I think this is very important because we have to learn a lot of things. It's equally important that we unlearn a lot of things.
Yeah.
So that's where I would kind of.
Okay. Very good observations. And I'll tell you that for so much of disruption has happened. I'll tell you that the first time when the pandemic happened, and most of us were traveling non-stop. I'm sure you people would be traveling more than me. But I was in Europe at that time. And when I came back, 14th March, I'll never forget. I was at Hyderabad airport and I got a call from a client in Switzerland. He said, you need to come on Zoom. And before that, I only used to know FaceTime, but he had a Samsung mobile. He said, no, come on Zoom. I said, what's Zoom? I said, what's Zoom? That's last year, March. And today, I remember that we had a farewell of a Delhi High Court judge yesterday. The judges who are 63, 64, 65, they are on multi-platforms. So when they come for the court, they are on Cisco systems. When they come for for these kind of functions, they come on Zoom, on the Bar Association conferences. My son is studying, and I'm sure your children also would be studying on these multi-systems. So technology has taken a unprecedented hike in our daily domain. And we all have learned, people like me who are absolutely non-tech savvy, who were more happy to give a dictation to a stenographer for all my lengthy drafts. It's all has changed. There's nobody, I haven't met anybody in my office. We come in all kind of dresses to office. And we never thought that something like this will happen. But yes, The good part, which all three of you have mentioned, that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. Meditronics, I had prepared a white paper beneath long back on the why the government should not be regulating the prices. And so Varun was there at that time. I want to ask you, you are a sector which is somehow attached to the healthcare, which is the sunrise sector. Most of my hospitals have made good amount of money in the first or second wave. Even if we like or dislike, they have made good amount of money. So my point is, medical devices parks, medical devices related factories, India producing large quantities of devices for world over. Do you think per se this sector is going to generate a lot of jobs?
Good question. So Deji, let me tell you, obviously, some of the within the healthcare also the dimensions were slightly different in terms of who did well and who did not. Obviously, in the first phase, I'll just touch upon that and try and answer your question, Sudhirji. In the first phase, I think everybody was trying to figure it out what's the right way to work, because hospitals were completely shut for 3 months, 4 months, no elective surgeries happening, and hence people were wondering how do we figure it out, right? But I think after that, people figured it out, whether it is diagnostic companies, whether it is hospital or medical devices companies, how do we work in this scenario? And hence, structurally what happened, and that is true what Arnab was saying, that most companies did very well in terms of their performance. And that is also true for healthcare sector, because they actually reset their base from a cost perspective, right? And everybody did, I mean, not only in healthcare, and that's when this happened. Now, from a job perspective, and I'll just touch upon these straight away, the question is, this is absolutely the place where things are going to be changing significantly. 2 reasons, I would say, both private equity and private investments that is going to be coming in here. The second is the focus of the government on the healthcare spend. Having said that, within the healthcare also, I would say it is more service and tech related, which will be focused in India. I do not see, honestly, med devices to be very significant from the manufacturing as of now. Probably a little later in terms of the priority listing, while the government and everybody do want, and many companies are investing it. But in terms of the ranking, it is more tech driven and service related healthcare, including Medtronic has invested in the R&D in India, in Hyderabad, and it's the kind of one of the biggest R&D center outside of the US, which was inaugurated a couple of months back. So I would say absolutely the right place to be in. Priority wise, it's service and tech and R&D, which is the most where the talent is also there. In India, you have the right kind of a talent on the tech and the R&D side. Manufacturing probably in the 3rd and 4th list in terms of the investment. So certainly an area where a lot of private investments as well as the government spending is going to come, and we see a bright future here for healthcare overall as in India.
Great, Vineet. Thanks a lot. Madhavan sir, I'll come back to you. You talked about, and we all know that you have a very large portfolio to look at on the group level. And when you are right from consumer to cement to all kind of infrastructure activities which you do, tell me what Indian talent lacks today. And you touched upon it somehow. You said that there's a reluctance, and I know that the same is here. Like I am actually very pricky when people write to me for internship application. I write back to them saying that I will not charge you. So I get a lot of, sometimes law schools say that why you are so harsh. I said, I'm not harsh, I'm just a dronachari. I try to say the correct thing, that you have to skill up so well that you don't demand actually, people come and give you money. That is what you want at the end. That's a huge byproduct. I think somewhere, and the rise of all these big platforms which we talked about, their valuation, this is also a signal that there is some other industry which is the brick and mortar education system of ours, which puts hoardings that everybody who is studying here will get a 2 crore assignment, which is again a misconception. And the same is happening with the online platform. But you know, this bhed-chal which we have in and people expect that the Birlas and Tatas will be the answer, because they are large employment generators. I'll ask you what we lack as a nation, what we are not guiding our youth today.
Let me start with a positive note. I have a huge respect for the capability of the Indian talent. I think it's one of the most Having personally myself lived outside the country many years, and also as a group, we have more than a third of our revenues coming from outside India. We have got one of the sharpest brains that we have, and I have a huge hope in that talent. Having said that, I think and most companies I hear these days, and also in the panel, and I have been hearing to some of the sessions earlier, all have global ambitions, global footprints, or representing global companies in India. We have to start thinking more globally, right? It's not just about India, just from a thought perspective. Now, what does that mean in terms of thinking global? Now, one is from a business point of view. Some of the things that we need to sharpen is one, clearly a process discipline. I think we are very good with creative solutions, what we famously call jugaad, which is very important as well. I do think it is an important aspect of our culture which we should preserve. But having said that, where there has to be process rigor, I think we tend to take shortcuts very often. So the short-term gains versus long-term gains, our orientation should become more and more long-term. And I can talk much more with conviction for a group of ours, like our group like us, which has 165 history. If every generation had not thought of long-term, there is no way we are going to survive this many years in whichever shape or form, right? So that's going to be an important one. The second aspect is the ability to communicate. I still feel we are lacking and being bold. When I say communication, I'm not talking about the accent or the language, none of those things. But being bold, I still feel we have, especially talking, when we are talking, there is too much hierarchy here. And when you switch to the globe, people don't care too much about hierarchies as well. So being bold in communication and saying things the way it is without sugarcoating, I think is an important skill. At the same time, landing it well, because communication is always about the other, right? Not about you. So that's a skill which absolutely needs to be honed. The third one, which is going to be very important in my view, and that I think is for many professions, but definitely for the finance profession. And I'm saying it because I am seeing with COVID, the inequalities in the world is only increasing. Even in our own country, the unorganized sector is hit much, much harder than the organized sector, right? Fair play has to be an important element which has to be drilled into our system right from the young age. A simple thing like making a payment on time to your supplier has to be into the DNA of a finance person, right? Should not be incentivized to say how long he can extend that payment and feel victorious, right? Fair play across the value chain is what will help us in the long term as individuals, as companies, and as a country as well. I think that's something we lack. I think sometimes we want to win and win sometime at others' cost. That's not going to take us for too long. But I am a great believer in our culture, which definitely has that. So hopefully we will hone that skill more better as we go along.
Wonderful. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Anabji, I'll ask you that your sector, which are the multinational you think in India? And also why multinational, even in Indian companies, which are also now becoming multinational, as very rightly said by our good friend, Madhavanji, that which are the sectors will be large employer in next 5 years, not what they are today. Like when you hear Vodafone saying that, an idea saying that we want to shut up, it's not a something which is very comforting for us. So which are the large employment generators you are looking at? Which are the sectors you are bullish about employment generation?
Yeah, see, I mean, by virtue of our business, and we are in the entire value chain of electrical distribution. So we touch quite a few segments as customers. So if I have to do a cross section of my customers, I think there are, sectors at different levels. Like, for example, while even the core sector like power and grid, if you see what's happening in power is the generation, I don't think we are going to see a huge generation in the country. But on the modernization of distribution, I think that's where, there is still a big runway to go, because the kind of T&D losses which we have in this country, there is still a very significant runway and to go there. I mean, still technology is coming in, investments are happening, companies like us and similar other multinationals who invest in technology. So there is still a play which is very significant. Continuing on the associated of power, I think you would have all seen in our respective homes that the traditional meters which we used to have is getting now replaced by smart meter.
Correct.
So which again, I mean, does a lot of efficiency, brings a lot of efficiency in the T&D sector. So that's something which is growing. I think, and that is getting more and more integrated because, I mean, with the concept of smart city coming in, now the government is trying to kind of integrate that. I mean, and trust me, the smart city buying is very different from the conventional government buying. There are young IS officers who lead those smart cities, a very different set of people you deal with. I think smart cities are going to be, I mean, kind of a good job generator. And I'll come to the other, I mean, the obvious sectors, but these are the non-obvious sectors which is going to be there. I mean, traditional brick and mortar sectors like steel, cement, I think the demand of steel is going to be there. So I think you will still see Tata Steel pumping in money or JSW pumping in money in the economy. I think they will be there with a steady growth. I see there's a lot of demand happening on that. On the sunrise sector, I think IT, ITES, data centers particularly, I think there's a very significant growth which is happening on the data center space. And we are doing a lot of kind of partnerships with various technology companies on that sector. Healthcare, Vinit touched upon. I think healthcare, again, I mean, is a sector which is to watch out for. The other very interesting thing which is coming up is the, I mean, if I may kind of super generalize it, the modernization of agriculture with the cold chains developing, the supply chain developing. I think that's one sector to watch out for. I mean, if more and more technology goes in that sector, and again, the kind of inefficiencies which we have in distribution. So there is a plan to plug it. I think, I mean, see, I can go on and on, but these are some of the touch points which I think are going to be employment generation in the near future.
Very well said, sir. Thank you. Vinitji, I'll come to you. This question was raised by many people in last few months after the second wave of the pandemic. I was working for most of the Delhi hospitals. In fact, we are rushing to Delhi High Court. We named a bench also oxygen bench because Delhi was most affected, and we used to get consent letters signed by the patients because we are not knowing whether the oxygen will come to our hospitals. But do you think on the ground, the government has realized that they have to incentivize private sector healthcare, which was never incentivized the way it was thought to be? It was something like a private sector healthcare was like you want to do it for philanthropic purposes, for charitable purposes. It was never thought to be a employment generator with the Calcutta experience where directors were booked for some deaths in the hospital. So there was a perception issue. Do you think the perception issue in healthcare will change because our incapacity for our government structure to take care of pandemic of this proportion completely exposed this country that even in a place like Delhi and neighboring districts, especially, all of us had witnessed that you can't get a bed even if you are living in Jorbagh and Defense Colony. So do you think that the investment in private sector healthcare will happen? Very, very highly new kind of people will enter into this and they will think that their money will be, they will get returns on that money.
Right. Thanks, Sudhirji. If I just look at it, if I actually look at the healthcare in the preventive and this primary or secondary healthcare that we break it into, right? Preventive and detective healthcare. I would say that the government role is very different. Government role should be, and because the access of the entire length and breadth of the country with the district hospitals and all that is with the government. The government spending should be much more on the primary healthcare and the detecting the problem. Right now, the screening and the identification and understanding where the problem is, it should be largely the role of, and I'm not saying the only role of, but largely the role of the government, right? Because that's where they have the infrastructure, the whole machinery, and the organization. As far as the secondary healthcare is concerned, and I'm saying once we have made the right investment in the primary healthcare, in the secondary healthcare, that is where the private partnership comes into play. And they should be looked at as a sector where they're, as you rightly mentioned about generating the job, as well as providing the right kind of a treatment to the patients with the right technology, right? Right now, whether you go to any of the bigger government hospitals also, you do not find the best of the neuroscience machines or the best of the technology that is there. It is coming. I'm not saying it is not there. In some of the AM centers, it is there, but very few and far. But you find that in the private sector. So my answer to your question would be is that certainly there is an opportunity for the private sector to really play in the secondary healthcare part of it and really pump in the technology and the money. And government should see it as a sector to invest and to get the return in the right way. The philanthropic part will continue because that's also a part that needs to continue. But that's not the only way to look at the sector. And the government should really focus on the primary healthcare. That's how you will detect and understand where the problem lies.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Madhavan sir, I'm back to you. Tell me, one of the worries the government also should have, and we all have, who try to understand Indian economy, and that our non-formal sector, even the travel and hospitality industry, there is a very large non-formal sector, which was directly dependent upon this entire chain of hospitality and travel tourism. Do you really see how long this is going to be the same? Because there has been some occasional outburst of good fortune for them, but in reality, this was a sector which was generating a lot of jobs for a country like India. India was catching up to other countries on tourism and other aspects. So do you think unless we really get back to the pre-COVID level, these sectors will continue to be hammered?
No, I agree with you because these are high job generating sectors, and unless the COVID infection itself is managed well, this will be a patchy and a rocky in runway, at least for the next coming period. That is for sure. Having said that, I feel that sector will also transform significantly during this crisis. A lot of that will also become formalized because with what is happening now is while the informal sector is hard hit, many of them are forced, and also consequent to GST and all the other reforms that have come in, are forced to get more formal, right? I think there will be two things that will happen. There will be more formalization of that sector. There will be more efficiency that will be driven in the sector. But I, for one, fundamentally believe that sector will come back because people want to travel, people want to avail all those services. There is no way that is going back. In fact, once COVID settles, I feel it will be like everybody would want to travel somewhere or the other. Maybe it will spike significantly that you cannot handle it. Right? We're already seeing it in pockets in Europe and other parts of the world that people are really wanting to go out there. But we don't know. That depends on the COVID situation. But I do fundamentally believe that this sector will come back, but maybe in a more disciplined and more healthy and a more efficient avatar.
Very well. What do you think, Anavji, that you talked about power distribution, energy sector? We are very bullish. I'll also ask you something which is I'm very passionate about, my climate change and environmental law practice. I will just tell you that John Kerry, who is the special representative of the US president for climate change, John Kerry, in fact, said day before yesterday in an American Bar Association conference that every lawyer who is hearing this or who is present in this conference has to become an environmental lawyer at once. He said there is no other thing. You do whatever M&A lawyering or consumer lawyering, but you all have to become environmental lawyers because the energy and the demand and more and more demand for infrastructure is going to completely kill whatever 1.5 degree forecast by IPCC is there. That again is something which is not very serious. The issues are much wider. You are having rains in Dubai, you are having landslides happening in desert areas. Anything is happening today. So what do you think as an energy company, how much, and as an international energy company, I want to know how much climate related activity is going to happen on the job front? Because I don't see, we practice environmental law. As a law firm, we do a lot of that kind of work. I haven't seen it take off like people taking advice or really caring about it. These are the sectors which could have really generated jobs for foresters, for natural scientists, for conservation biologists, marine biologists, but India is not seeing these kind of job generation.
It's a very relevant question, and probably I'll try to answer the questions in 2 or 3 dimensions for you. and stop me, because this is a subject I'm very passionate about, so I can go on and on. So I'll probably stop
We will have
myself
a separate discussion about it.
Yes, so I'll stop at some stage. But just to give a perspective, if you see from a global perspective, I think the regulations are already formed. So we are a listed French company. So if you see, internationally we have to follow an ESG regulation. India also, the statute is coming. So if you see from come 2022, some of the companies are going to get covered, and 2023 a large sector of it is coming. So which means the prep time has already started for us. So from an ESG perspective, if you see, and the kind of internationally, if I talk about, I think this is something which is now getting into several dimensions. Like even the funding decisions, whether an investor will invest in a company or fund the company, will depend on the company's kind of the sustainability report and the way you are perceived. So that thought process, early days, but it has started going in that direction. How fast it will grow, it will depend on how fast the government is able to kind of align itself and go to that statute. So what it means for companies like us, see, we have been investing in research for more than 10 years now on this space. But for the last 2-3 years, if I talk about, the research has got accelerated further. There are a lot of products which is coming in, and not just for us, for our competitors, similar companies, they are all working in the similar space to bring in more and more products. But this, coupled with the regulation, coupled with monetizing the thing, like for example, carbon credit and the carbon credit accounting is coming in India. It has already come internationally. So this will be a learning from a skill set standpoint for a lot of chartered accountants here, that how do you kind of do it? How do you kind of get it as part of your report? So if you ask me honestly, probably one of the most important part of any annual report of a listed company will be
there are very few companies. There are very few companies in India who understand carbon credit monetization consultancy around it. So a lot of jobs will be generated in this sector also, Anabhi.
Absolutely, and I think this is it is a very potent sector for the next few years.
I'm very happy. I'll be very happy because I lead the largest environmental law practice in the country. So I'm very happy to hear that. Thanks a lot. Thanks a lot, Anuji, because this is something which is very exciting. These are the new areas which will come up, and we understand. Viniji, I give you the final word. Tell us your forecast, which you feel that one, it's very optimistic. I see all the financial experts, the CFOs of leading companies being bullish that India's story is going to be there and will continue generating jobs and opportunities. But what is your own personal feeling about it?
Thank you, Sudhirji. I think the large part of the sector in the industry is going to do well, and overall, and we are going to see the double-digit growth hopefully this year. I would say that the two fundamental things that government should continue is the sustainable policies, which means that the policy should not be changing quite frequently, and a predictable policy regime. There is a demand that is there. There was a lull in the 2020, and that has now changed. And I think Arnab mentioned about the 6 months period. So that demand is definitely there. My personal belief is that overall, at an India is continue to do well for the next 3 to 5 years. As I see it, there would be sectors which will do far better than other sectors. I think we touched upon some of these sectors. Arnab did highlight it. Healthcare, I'm part of the healthcare, and I do see that there's a bright future for the next 3 to 5 years.
Very well said. Thanks a lot, Viniji. Thank you, Arnavji. Thank you, Madhun sir. Very nice to hear all of you. And I hope you enjoyed this entire discussion. And Wapas, I'm going back to Bhavna.
Thank you.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, Sudhir.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for moderating it so wonderfully. Thank you so much to all our eminent panelists. What an excellent panel discussion. A lot of tweets were going out whilst you were discussing. A lot of key takeaways definitely, came forth. And Mr. Mishra, you always amaze us with your moderation, and we couldn't be more happier than having all our eminent panelists for our final panel discussion. Thank you once again.
Thank you. Thanks a lot. Thank you. Thank you all of you.
God bless. So ladies and gentlemen, what a great day this has turned out to be. And right now we've just concluded with our wonderful summit, and it is going to be soon time for us to start with the awards section. But before that, if I may request the jury chair, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, former chairman, SBI, to address our live audience. So if you could have, he's just expected to join us in a moment. We're going to be requesting our jury chair, but before that, if we could have AV being played whilst we have our speaker joining us. Could we have the event AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, jury address on the other side. So while that was for the event AV, we'll just request the team to cue in another AV before we have our jury chair who's going to be joining us in the next few minutes.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So, well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the BW Legacy AV. Now it is time to invite, and it's an honor to have our jury chair, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, former chairman, SBI, to address our live audience. With this, I'd now like to humbly invite Mr. Kumar on the stage and screen. Thank you so much for your valuable time. Over to you, sir. Mr. Kumar?
Good afternoon. Can you hear me and see me?
Yes, yes, we can. We can hear and see you. Over to you.
Okay. Thank you. Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, Business World, my fellow jury members, the awardees, the participants, ladies and gentlemen. It is indeed an honor for me that I've been invited by Dr. Anurag Batra to chair the jury for selection of the best chief financial officers and also to address you today on this occasion. First of all, about the jury process, you might have seen a small bite also. I can say that it was one of the most rigorous process. I have been a member of jury in many other such competitions or whatever you call it. And the uniqueness of this selection process was that each and every participant was given an opportunity to make a presentation. Dr. Batra, are you able to hear me?
Yes, I can hear.
Okay, sorry. So this was the uniqueness, and what it did also, that the time taken to make the selection also, the jury took almost more than 8 hours with a 30-minute break for lunch. So all the awardees and participants, they can be sure that about the rigorousness of this process with jury has adopted. And it's always a very difficult task because the people who have submitted their entries or nominations, they all are high quality. And all of them are, I would say, stalwarts in their field. Maybe there are some smaller companies where the jury may not have personal knowledge or may not know those people. But then again, the task becomes harder because you don't know those people, but you are going solely by the quality of their presentation. And I would say in the entire process, there are no winners or losers, as say. Anyone who has nominated and participated, all of you are winners. But still, because we were selecting the best CFOs in different categories, let me share another thing with you is that the jury had complete freedom about whether to choose a person in a different category or club the categories or expand the categories, and as well as about exercise their discretion not to select if jury members felt that the entry or the work done is not up to the mark. So ultimately, it is something which a credible brand like Business World, when they put out their list that yes, these are the people who are the best professionals, best amongst best, rather, professionals in their respective field. So due care has to be exercised. And I must thank or take this opportunity to thank all my jury members, and one of them, Mr. Gupta, in fact, he was down with fever and still he participated in the proceedings. That also shows that the jury were fully committed to ensure that whatever responsibility has been entrusted to them, they do it with full integrity and ensure the integrity of the process. So my congratulations to all the people who nominated, and we were quite impressed with the quality of the work and the quality of the presentation. And mind it that the CFO's task in today's world is not an easy task. It is not just merely keeping the account or finding the money. the expectations of all these stakeholders, they are high, whether it is regulation or compliance. It is the CFO who, in fact, may bear the brunt if something goes wrong. And we have seen it in the past that in many cases, that responsibility has been cast upon the chief financial officers if the accounts of the company or the affairs of a company or a corporate have not been conducted in the manner in which these are expected to be. And we, apart from the compliance burden, and I can share with you that that expectation as chairman of SBI. So we never had a CFO who was a professional taken from the outside. It was an insider job and the people who rose from the ranks in the bank. But Reserve Bank of India, as a regulator, they enforce this regulation that no, we appreciate whatever talent or experience you may have, but you need a profession. And when SBI advertised for the CFO and the package, so it became a news that SBI will be paying 4 times the salary of the CEO. But that was the need of the hour. We went ahead with it and were able to find a very high quality professional to be the CFO of State Bank of India. And that is the norm, because it is not only the regulators or the authorities responsible for compliance, but the investors, the people who put faith in the company, either when they lend the money or when they make an equity investment. So apart from CEO, the overall board, the management team, but the CFO becomes the face and gives a lot of confidence to the investor that the affairs of the company or the financial affairs of the company are in good hands. So the investors draw a lot of comfort from this fact that if a company or a corporate has a professional CFO whose integrity is beyond doubt or his competence is beyond doubt, so that itself becomes a selling point, and it becomes an easy thing to raise the. The world is changing. All roles are changing. And the two major things, although a lot of things are happening, but two major things. One is expected and one is a trend which has started a couple of years. COVID-19 pandemic, nobody expected, no one ever was ready for an eventuality like a pandemic. It was never on the thinking or agenda or even the, if you look at the risk management, or if you look at the minutes of any of the corporates, I'm sure that pandemic would not appear there. We had, all of us, I have worked or have run the largest lender or the bank in the country. But in the risk management, we did have a business continuity plan, but never expected the impact of the pandemic. And it brought new realities about that it is not the location, it is the critical people. What if something happens to them? And the whole business continuity plan are being rewritten. And this is something which is changing the ways the companies, the businesses, functions, or even the lifestyle or the psychology or the behavior of the individuals. And the second, of course, a long-term trend is about the digitization of not only the economy, every activity, the digital. We are into a digital world, and newer things are coming. I think, say, cryptocurrency. Now, maybe the cryptocurrency, it has become a very common word and a subject of discussion. But 6-7 years ago, nobody had heard of it. And now, suppose like it becomes it is a digital currency, and we don't know that after in a couple of years, you may be required to state your financial statements in cryptocurrency also. how many bitcoins rather than a dollar or a rupee or a revenue. So the digital world is going to be entirely different, and the challenges which the businesses and corporations are facing, the role of the chief financial officers become very, very critical. I have already spoken about the compliance, about the accounting standards which are evolving and continue to evolve, and the new challenges on account of a digital world. So all corporations, all businesses, small or big, all individuals, they have to ready for the new world. And I believe that the CFO's role or their responsibility, they will be playing a very critical role in this transition to a digital economy, as well as whatever have been the learnings about the disruptions which can be caused by a pandemic like COVID-19. I won't take much of your time because winners must be waiting to get their awards, but I congratulate all the winners and I congratulate all the participants who submitted their nomination for the best CFO. And once again, I thank Dr. Anurag Batra for giving me this honor and opportunity to do the honors of chairing the jury and for inviting me to address all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much to our jury chair, Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, for that valuable address. We truly are valued, for your time, and thank you once again for addressing the audience live. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to begin with our awards segment. Well, the 5th edition of the BW Business World Best CFO and Finance Strategy Awards 2021 will address the issues that organizations have faced since the last year and celebrate and recognize the CFOs for their out-of-the-box solutions that ensure their organization did not suffer during the tumultuous times. Well, please use the hashtag BestCFOs to tweet and post during the ceremony while celebrating on social media. We're also live on bwcfoworld.com, bwbusinessworld.in, and our social media handles. Well, the BW Best CFO winners were decided by a jury-led process. Let us hear what the jury has to say about the event. Could we have the jury, AV, please?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It was indeed an honor for me to chair the jury for selection of the best CFOs. There were 16 categories and we received participation from almost 50 nominees, and they all had the opportunity to interact and present their case with the jury members. This, of course, made the entire process a long-drawn process, and we started at 11 and it ended at around 6. I must appreciate the patience of all my jury members and who patiently sat through, and one of the members, Mr. Gupta, in fact, he had high fever, but still he was present for most of the proceedings. In a competitive scenario like this, where we had very prominent names, and at the same time we had some of the companies or CFOs who are not so well known. So the task of the jury becomes all the more very difficult. But I must say that as chairman of the jury and on behalf of the jury members, that we try to ensure that we are able to do justice to the responsibility given. And I must congratulate all the nominees for their participation and quality of the work and the presentations they did. Yes, at the end of the day, we had to choose some winners, and we did that. The outcome, I'm not sure whether it is a perfect outcome, but in the given circumstances, whatever best we could do, we have tried to do justice to the responsibility cast on us. The other thing is that about the nominations, so we did not strictly go one by the categories. That flexibility was given to the jury. And second, if in a particular category, we did not find that the nominations were up to the mark, so the jury unanimously decided that we may not, in fact, select anyone. And that is how the entire process has been, to ensure that only the best people get to the list. So some of you may be disappointed, nominated, but that does not mean that the work which you have done, it was less than the work done by the people who have been able to get to the select list. My congratulations to all the winners, and my congratulations to all those who participated enthusiastically and made the presentations, and wish you good luck in all your endeavors in future.
At the outset, let me thank BW for inviting me to be a part of the jury. The jury consisted of Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, ex-chairman, State Bank of India, Mrs. Usha Sangwan, ex-managing director of LIC, Mr. Sunil Srivastav, a very eminent banker and former DMD of State Bank of India, Mr. Dillon, chairman of Power Finance Corporation, and Mr. Vinod Gupta, who many CA students would know, and very popular in the education sector, and Mr. Vishwanath. So it was a privilege to be part of this jury. The process for BW itself was very elaborate in terms of receiving entries, scrutinizing them, and then, of course, forwarding it to the jury to take a decision. We had elaborate discussions based on the presentations and the data that was provided to us. The discussions were very extensive, primarily as we tried to select the best out of in all categories. The most difficult task was, first, we had to evaluate the company and the CFO's role within that company, and what did the CFO bring in as a contribution to enhance the company itself. So it was a very tight finish in some categories. The jury, in its wisdom, tried to do its to the best and try to get the best candidate. I congratulate the winners and wish others success in the future. Thank you so much, BW, for giving this opportunity to all of us. Look forward.
I had the privilege of being on the jury of the Business World CFO Awards along with other eminent seniors and peers. Despite the huge number of entries, the process of shortlisting of the nominees and the personal interaction with each of them was quite seamlessly managed by the BW team, who ensured that The entire process was not only fair and transparent, providing each nominee to present his case to the panel of jury, but also within the timelines that they had stipulated earlier. Selecting the awardees from the large number of nominees was a difficult and onerous task, and the panel had to deliberate on the presentations made by each one of them. Most of them had an admirable track record and were playing an important role in these difficult COVID times, underlying the increased importance of their roles in not only managing the finance of their respective companies, but also navigating their future growth while ensuring their resilience and sustainability going forward. I wish to congratulate all the awardees and also place on record that most of the people who did not make the cut were equally deserving, and I wish each one of them a glorious future ahead. Thank you.
Greetings to all. I am very proud to be part of the jury with distinguished members who have been champions in the financial world, especially Shri Rajneesh Kumar ji. The entries were from a very talented pool of CFOs who have contributed immensely in transforming their respective organizations. Selection from this pool was a very challenging task, and under the guidance of the chairman of the jury, we were able to complete this task. The selection process was a very rigorous one, with examining the entries, identifying their achievements, and interacting with them. The jury had very probing questions to ask, and I must congratulate all the winners. They all deserve it. I must thank Business World for constituting these awards and carrying out this exercise, especially focused on the CFO community. Thank you very much.
It was a pleasure being part of the jury of CFO and Finance Strategy Award 2021 of Business World. Business World being the finest business magazine of the country, takes a special care and pride in selecting the best CFOs who transform businesses. Year after year, this award has been a signature award for Business World. And this year's entry for the awards further reinforces our thought that the finest enablers of business, the CFOs of the country, are being selected by a very esteemed jury. I congratulate all the winners of this award today who came through a very rigorous selection process. Many thanks.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great time it was viewing what our jury had to say. That definitely is very encouraging for all our winners. Without further ado, now I would like to invite on the stage and screen Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Exchange for Media, for kicking off the awards ceremony with a few words. With this, Dr. Batra, the stage and screen is all yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Bhavna. I don't want to stand between you and the winners. Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, Mr. S. Ravi, and all other jury members have already articulated about the process. My gratitude to the jury member, especially Mr. Rajneesh Kumar, for taking the honors of the jury chair and running the jury the way he ran, both in terms of quality of discussion and in terms of time. So thank you for that. I just want to tell the viewers and the winners that we're a process-driven award. We're a jury-driven award. As Mr. Rajneesh Kumar said, the jury decided fully who won, who didn't win. And as he rightly said, most of the winners are from marquee companies, marquee institutions, but there were also some young companies and young professionals who are making marks. So amongst the winners, we've also been able to discover new leaders. I just want to say that to honor this community, we've also launched a separate community for CFOs, bwcfoworld.com. We'll do a lot more in the CFO world domain. And also we believe, and I personally believe, more and more CFOs will lead businesses and become CEOs. So I just want to say this and get the ceremony started. we're tight on time. If Mr. S. Ravi has joined, we can get him to say a few words. If not, then we'll move on with the award ceremony. Back to you, Bhavna.
Oh, thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Well, our jury, Mr. S. Ravi, is going to be joining us in the next few minutes. But before that, as you rightly said, it is time to kickstart with our award ceremony. So, ladies and gentlemen, well, it is now time to applaud and appreciate all the award winners, and kickstarting with the first category, which is the Best CFO Large Enterprise. It is now time to have a look at the winner AV, which will reveal the winner in this category. Could we have the winner AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, the best CFO large enterprise goes to Cadila Healthcare Limited, and may I now invite on the stage and screen Nitin Parekh, CFO Cadila Healthcare Limited, to kindly join us on the screen. Thank you so much and congratulations. A few words from you, sir. Over to you.
Thank you. So thank you very much, Dr. Anurag Batra, BW Business World community and respected jury for selecting me for this particular award. This is a very prestigious award. This award is actually recognition of great achievements of motivated and enthusiastic Zydus finance team who have worked relentlessly in spite of various difficulties during the pandemic period. And I would like to dedicate this award to two sets of people. One, my Zydus family, and two, my real family, both of whom actually helped me in reaching this position of pride and prestige. Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations. Dr. Batra, your words of encouragement to Mr. Parekh.
Mr. Parekh, this is the 6th year of the BW CFO Awards, and you won last year, you won this year, so clearly you're doing something right. And the jury chair and Mr. Ravi and Mr. Rajneesh Kumar and all the other jury, and Ms. Sangman, Mr. Srivastav had a lot to discuss about your entry. So congratulations again. Your space was it had very good quality of entries. You and your organization have won in that process. So congratulations. Keep up the good work. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Congratulations.
Thank you and congratulations once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to our next subcategory, which is Best CFO Medium Enterprise. It is now time to have a look at the winner AV. Could we have the winner AV, please? So, well, congratulations to Indophil Industries Limited on bagging the best CFO medium enterprise. May I now call upon the screen Rajiv, who is the CFO of Indophil Industries, to kindly join us. Congratulations, Rajiv, on this incredible win to you and your team. With this, the stage and screen is all yours.
Yeah, good evening, everybody. I'm deeply honored to have been recognized to be worthy of being conferred the Best CFO Finance Strategist Award for the Medium Term Enterprise. I take this opportunity to thank honorable jury members along with team BW Business World and Exchange for Media Group. Normally, there is a lot of people who really are credible to be part of my Thanksgiving statement, but I would like to mention that I'm really thankful to Dr. Beena Modi, our chairperson, and Mr. Sharad Agarwal, our group CEO, and Narendra Rane, our COO, for being conferred a complete liberty to perform in the organization. That's the greatest thing I think I can have. Thank you again for bestowing me this particular award. It really increases the responsibility also. I'm sure I will work towards action also to be worthy of this award. Thank you very much.
Sure. Congratulations, Dr. Batra. Your words of encouragement.
I would only say, Rajiv, congratulations. Continue to do excellent work. Do log on to BW CFO World, and we look forward to more engagement with you. But celebrations and congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Batra. Thank you very, very much.
Thank you and congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the next subcategory, which is Best CFO PSU. And let's have a look at who the winner is. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, well, congratulations to Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited for getting the best CFO PSU. And with this, I may request Subodh Gupta, Director of Finance, Bharat Heavy Electricals Limited, to kindly join us on the screen.
Thank you, Bhavna, for giving me this opportunity. Good afternoon to all of you. At the outset, I'm thankful to eminent jury panel and Dr. Anurag Batra, the Chairman and Chief Editor of BW Business World, for selecting me for this privilege. A very big thank to all of you. The conferment of certainly this award is really a moment of privilege and honor for me. All big thanks to participants who have made this summit a truly memorable and successful event. Thank you once again. Thank you very much.
Thank
Congratulations. Congratulations, Mr. Subodh Gupta.
Thank you, Dr. Batra.
BHEL is trying to, what is notable about BHEL is trying to move its business model from conventional sources of energy to new and non-conventional sources of energy.
Yes.
And in the way you are building the governance structure, the way you are dealing with the cash flows, and the way you're undertaking the transformation is noteworthy and award-worthy. So we congratulate you and BHEL on achieving what you've achieved. Congratulations, Mr. Subodh
Thank you, sir, for these encouraging and motivating words, sir. Certainly. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
Thank you and congratulations on that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the next award category, subcategory, which is the Best Transformation Agent. Let's have a look at who the winner is. Could we have the winner, AV, please? Well, with this, I'd like to congratulate CFO Technologies Limited on bagging the Best Transformation Agent. And may I now call upon the screen MP Vijay Kumar, CFO CFO Technologies Limited, to kindly come and accept the award. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Bhavna. Thank you, Business World and jury, for the recognition. Deeply humbled. The credit for this recognition goes entirely to all my colleagues, CFIites, for having built an enviable company relevant to the customers and transforming the company from a B2C enterprise to a B2B enterprise, and from a pure infrastructure player to a services-led infrastructure company. So thank you all for this recognition. I'm sure it will be a substantial motivation to all my colleagues to participate in the digital transformation of enterprises in the country. Thank you, Dr. Anurag Batra, and all the jury members.
Congratulations to you, Mr. MP Vijay Kumar. You presented to the jury. Your presentation was short because you're very clear in how you articulated your case and what you were doing and what was your contribution. And it was an easy decision in your case for the jury. So I know when you presented, you may have said no questions were asked to me. But it was a very fairly easy decision in your case. So congratulations to you. And I'm sure you talked about transformation. I have kept saying since the morning, CFO is a chief future officer. Future is about growth. Future is about transformation. You're clearly doing that. So kudos to you. Continue on that journey. And I said more and more CFOs are becoming CEOs. And I'm sure that trend will only get accentuated. Thank you so much and congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Anurag.
Right. We also have Taliz Rizvi, who's the Director of Projects of BW Business World. Mr. Rizvi, would you like to pass on your words of encouragement to our winner?
Vijay, congratulations. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to be for the jury yesterday, but I do look forward to hear from you tomorrow in the BW dialogue that we are doing. And congratulations and best of luck to your team and yourself. Thank you, Mr.
Thank you, Taliz.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great ceremony it's turning out to be. Well, before we move on to the next few categories, I'll just be queuing in the events video. Let's have a look at that while we get ready for our upcoming categories. Thank you all for joining us. Could we have the events video, please? And congratulations. So, well, that is for the event, Sevi, and we'll slowly also get, the homepage of BW CFO World being showcased to you, hopefully, on that. But ladies and gentlemen, it is time now to move on to the next category. For the best CFO startup, it is now time to have a look at who the winners are. Could we have the winner, Avi, please? So, well, congratulations. The winner in this category is Open Financial Technologies Private Limited. And may I request and invite on the screen Dina Jacob, co-founder and CFO, Open Financial Technologies Private Limited, to join us on the screen. Congratulations, ma'am, on that. With this, the stage and screen is all yours. Over to you.
Thank you so much. And it's indeed a privilege and an honor to receive this award. Thanks to Business World team. And in fact, it's startup, when I talk about this was an opportunity for reminisce the entire journey. And even looking at what helped me get here, the kind of support, and it hasn't been a time of gratitude also to look at and thank my co-founders, wonderful co-founders, Anish, Mabel, and Ajish, and my wonderful team members who are like rock support, and without whom this kind of achievement is just not possible. I see every individual contribution, every individual recognition as a huge win for the entire team, and would love to dedicate this honor to my entire Open team, who are the wonderful support behind everything that we do. And thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. With this, if I may request Dr. Batra for your words of encouragement to Dina Jacob. Sir, we just request you to unmute yourself, please.
Congratulations to you, Dina. Keep doing great work. Keep logged on to businessworld.in and more importantly, BW CFO World. At this point, Mr. Sunil Srivastava, who's the Deputy Managing Director of, past Deputy Managing Director of SBI and one of our jury members has also joined. Mr. Srivastava, welcome, and we'd like you to say a few words on and congratulate Ms. Dina Jacob. Mr. Srivastava.
Yes, on this cue, I'd like to invite Mr. Srivastava on the screen. Sir, over to you. We'd love to hear from you.
Good afternoon and congratulations, Dina. We had a wonderful presentation from her yesterday. She's doing a phenomenal job and this has a tremendous potential. So, in fact, I would like to come see it personally. I wanted to see how is the platform functioning. I was intrigued by it, but yes, it's quite innovative, quite disruptive. So congratulations and my compliments to you.
Thank you so much. And it was a pleasure interacting with all of you.
Thank you and congratulations.
Thank you.
Once again. Thank you. So ladies and gentlemen, as we have our eminent jury members on the stage and screen, firstly, thank you so much, Mr. Srivastava, for giving us your valuable time and joining us in the felicitation process. We really value on that. Ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to move on to the next with the runners-up in this subcategory, which is the best CFO startup. Let's have a look at who the runner-up is. So, well, with this, I'd like to congratulate the runners-up in the best CFO startup, Manasa Consumer Private Limited, Mama Earth, who has won in this category. May I request Raman Sohi, the CFO, to kindly join us on behalf of the company. Congratulations, Raman, on this incredible win. With this, the stage and screen is all yours.
Yeah, thank you so much for this honor. We are absolutely humbled. As a team, as an individual, as a professional, I think this gives us a lot of motivation to sort of continue working hard, continue to sort of disrupt the market and continue to scale our business. Obviously, at this juncture, I would want to sort of mention the vision of our founders very clearly. Both our founders, Varun and Ghazal, it's their vision and how they saw this business scale up, and we're all sort of working with them to execute the strategy. At the same time, I would want to thank all my team members, the greater team, not only the finance team, but the team who's executing and ensuring that we are scaling every day, every month, and it has helped us to become the fastest growing FMCG company in the country. So thank you to the larger operational team and also my finance team to be there every step of the way to help enable the scale. Thank you again to the jury and business world for sort of encouraging us and motivating us in this journey.
Right. Thank you so much and congratulations on that. With this, I'd request Mr. Srivastava for your words of encouragement to our winner. We just request you to unmute yourself, please, Mr. Srivastava. Yes.
Congratulations, Mr. Sohi, which is very well deserved because you're creating a platform for FMCG which has tremendous potential and it's a brand of brands, and that's a concept being offered digitally is a unique thing. There have been, I'm sure you'll have many successes as you go along. We've seen it in the physical form, but doing it digitally and creating it in such a short span and actually scaling it up was very impressive. Congratulations once again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for the encouragement.
Dr. Batra, your words of encouragement to our winner.
Congratulations, Raman, and keep doing the great work you do and keep logging on to BW CFO World and also businessworld.in. It's a community we started for CFOs and people who are on their way to becoming CFOs. And, we look at issues that directly matter to the CFO. Of course, as I said, CFOs are business leaders and more CFOs will lead businesses. So congratulations, Raman. All the best.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Congratulations. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to be moving on to the next category and we'll shortly be showing you also the homepage of the website in just the next few minutes. But before that, let's move on to our next subcategory, which is the best financial team. Let's have a look at who the winner is.
Congratulations, Mr. Samir Asta.
Yeah,
congratulations to you and your team on winning the awards. We have Mr.
Sunil Srivastava, who is one of our jury members there. So would request you to say a few words, accept the awards, and then before we do that, I'll request Mr. Sunil Srivastava to tell us why did we select Mr. Samir Asta and his team and his company to be a winner.
So, good afternoon and congratulations, Mr. Samir Asta, for winning this.
Thank you.
On behalf of your financial team. I was really impressed by your tips. That was your transparency, innovation, people, and sustainability framework that you have followed, and also the initiative that you've taken for the, the burning of the residue crops in Haryana area. Apart from the innovation that you carried out in CLP. As a banker, we have known CLP for quite some time, but it was good to be interacting with you and to learn that you've led the team to greater heights than we had seen the company earlier. So congratulations once again.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. I think I won't be doing justice to this award unless I thank the jury and BW. But the thanks is not only from me, it's from all the team members who have helped the company achieve what it has achieved till date. Just a few other thoughts. And the second is, a CFO is only as good as his team. He can't be better than the team. So I think a lot of credit to the team. The second point I want to make is that all the members of the team are equally important. There is no cog on the machine, that everybody is an equally important member. The last few years have been very tough, and my team has done a great job to bring us where we are today. And I hope to spend a long time with them together to take this the finance team and finance function to greater heights. Unfortunately, I don't have the privilege and the liberty of taking all the names of all the team members in my team. But I would like to thank all of you once again for being great colleagues, great support, and all the best for the future.
Congratulations, Mr. Asta. All the best, and I'm sure you'll continue to do well. Let's move to the next winner.
Mr. Asta, the reality of having an online event like this is sometimes our host network drops and the back-end people have to come in the front end and take it forward. So congratulations so much, Mr. Samir Asta, for giving us time, and it was lovely interacting with you. Now moving on to the next category, we have another winner in the same category for Best Financial Team. Can I request BW team to kindly play the winner AV? Congratulations, Mr. Mehta. A few words, please. We would love to hear from you.
First of all, thank you, Business World, for giving us this opportunity. It was a pleasure, privilege, and honor to present to esteemed jury. Deeply humbled by this recognition. It is said that Rome was not built in one day, and this acknowledgement takes me back to many years when we started to not only consolidate good work that was already done, but we also started to dream about finance function of the future. Today, our team is an interesting potpourri of CAs, MBAs, engineers, data scientists, analysts, developers, negotiators, lawyers, and so on. So over the years, the team has established many new benchmarks, best practices, and become obsessed about customer. I really feel blessed to be among these such amazing people. Thank you, Business World, for recognizing the award. And this award will only aspire us to do even more in terms of our contribution to business as well as to our customer. The journey was exciting, right from endless hours on introspecting on what went well and what we have learned in this in the last couple of years. Also, while preparing for jury presentation, it gave us an opportunity to stop and take stock of where we should be taking next steps. So really thankful for the whole process, which was very nicely done. I would also say that Rome was not built by one person, right? So I acknowledge extensive work and commitment of 100+ team members. I'm sure the team is glued on to the screen watching this award and in suspense. But Subhash, Mayank, Ankush, Ravinder, Vikas, Balram, Dimple, Navneet, Sanjeev, Suresh, and Arjun. This award is for you and your team. Special thanks to family members of our team members who have stood with us in difficult times and helped us stay committed to our customers. You are the heroes that don't wear capes, right? You know, you are the difference. Thank you, Business World, once again.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta. Mr. Srivastava, your few kind words, please.
So congratulations, Mr. Mehta, and congratulations to your team. And it was wonderful, seeing you recount the names of all your team members and also giving a special tribute to their families for having spared the time. But yes, your presentation on how you managed to have the lowest unclaimed balances and the innovation drive that you've taken could not have been done without your team members. So congratulations yet again on leading a wonderful team.
Thank you.
Dr. Batra, over to you. Your kind words, please.
I just want to congratulate Mandeep, and he has incredible memory of remembering all his team members' names, and he hasn't forgotten anyone. So I want to learn that. So congratulations, Mandeep. Keep doing well. Give us feedback on the bwcfoworld.com. It's initial days for it, and we look forward to engaging with you on multiple initiatives. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mehta, and I'm sure TGIF has a very different new meaning for you now today. Moving on with today's proceedings, we're not only just celebrating the hard work of CFO of our country, but we're also celebrating the launch of our new community, that is BW CFO World. Can I please request BW team to kindly show our live audience a glimpse of the BW CFO World website, where we're live also streaming today's event. So as you can see, this is our homepage of our newly launched community, BW CFO World. In this website, we will be covering stories, interviews, latest updates, latest business news around the finance sector of our country. We would love for our live audience to be a part of it, to visit this website on a regular basis, keep updated, subscribe to it, and not just this, but be a part of the BW Business World family. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you so much, Prerna, for talking about the BW CFO World website's homepage. So with this, I believe it's time now to move on to our next subcategory. Could we have the next winner, please? So ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to announce for the most promising young CFO, and it goes to Vivek Anand, CFO DLF Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Anand. With this, I may request you to join us on the stage and screen. Over to you, sir. Do we have Mr. Anand joining us?
Yeah, sure.
So let's revisit him later on that. Once he's back in, we'll try and get him on the screen. But till then, let's go ahead and announce the next subcategory,
I think he's
which
back.
is for the most.
I think he's very much.
Yeah.
Okay. Over to you, sir.
Yeah. Thank you. Some technical glitch. Sorry for that.
It's okay. These things don't matter. These happen. We move on. Most importantly, you're here now, and that's what matters.
Yeah. No. I'm really honored and privileged to be here with you today, and and I'm really happy to be selected for the most promising CFO award for 2021. I would like to thank Business World team. I would like to thank Dr. Anurag Batra and distinguished jury members for selecting me for this award, right? And as I said, this means a lot to me. I would also like to thank the DLF chairman and the DLF leadership team for believing in me, right? Because I come from a very different background. I have, for more than 25 years, worked in multinationals, right? Worked with Hindustan Unilever Limited, worked with GSK, Telenor, and this was my first Indian promoter-based role as CFO. So thanks to the leadership team for believing in me, and more importantly, thanks to the DLF finance team for supporting me. Right, I come from consumer industry, and this is real estate is big, complex, and we have multiple businesses within DLF. Be it development side on the residential, we have commercial business, we have hospitality business, and I think the team really helped me not only learning the nuances of real estate, but also helped me settle in my role with speed. So I would like to thank them. And actually, I would like to dedicate this award to my team, because without them, this would have not been possible. The turnaround, what this company has been able to demonstrate in the last 15 months, and we are growing from strength to strength, would not have been possible without my team. So this award is for you, team. And lastly, I would like to thank the organizing team, right, who have really put all this together and made it possible. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank you and
Vivekanand.
congratulations,
All the best.
Mr. Batra. Thank you. Mr. Srivastava, your words of encouragement.
Congratulations, Mr. Anand. It is very heartening to see the transition from a multinational finance personnel to a DLF entity, which and then also in the last 2 years, and I'm told that the day within 7 days of your taking over, we were affected by COVID. So you have navigated DLF through very difficult times, maintained the course, and taken it to its greater heights. Because you presented that you were already working on almost 35 lakh square feet, which is already the plans for this year. So the transition itself was difficult, and then getting on and navigating a company in the real estate industry to achieve greater heights is indeed commendable, and we had no doubts in awarding you this most promising CFO for BW's CFO Awards. Congratulations yet again to you and your team.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you and congratulations, Mr. Anand. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, it's now time to move on to the next bit, which is the most promising young CFO. Could we have the next winner, Avi, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, now calling on the stage is Vineet Teredesai, CFO of Mindtree Limited. Congratulations, Vineet, on this incredible win. With this, we request you on the stage and screen. Over to you, sir.
Thank you very much, Bhavna. First of all, thank you to Dr. Rajneesh Kumar, Dr. Anurag Batra, and the entire jury members for restoring this faith in me. I also take this opportunity to thank my CEO, Debashish Chatterjee, and the L&T management, Mr. Naik, Mr. Subramaniam, and Mr. Shankar Raman for restoring this faith in me and allowing me to do this job in such a difficult and unprecedented times. First of all, this award would have been extremely difficult if I didn't have a great team. So this award is honestly, I joined in a virtual environment, and I've been operating in the virtual environment for the last 15 months. And this was not possible if you didn't have a great team. So I thank you and dedicate this award to my team who has done a fabulous job. I also dedicate this award to few team members whom we lost due to COVID in these difficult times. It's a hard reality of life, but probably this is the best way to repay that my gratitude towards the good work they have done. So thank you very much, and thanks Business World for giving this opportunity.
Right. Congratulations. With this, I'd like the words of encouragement.
Yes, Mr. Desai, congratulations to you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, Bhavna, move on to the next one.
Your words of encouragement, Mr. Srivastava.
Yeah, Mr. Desai, congratulations.
Sure, Dr.
A wonderful job done.
Well, ladies and gentlemen.
Congratulations, Mr.
Thank you for that. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the next subcategory, which is Best Upcoming CFO. Let's have a look at the winner, AV, please. For this, the best upcoming CFO, we now invite on the screen Rikhil Shah, CFO, SBI General Insurance Company Limited. Congratulations, Mr. Shah, on this incredible win. With this, the stage and screen is all yours. Over to you.
Good evening, everyone, and thank you for this award. I'm glad and honored to receive this order by Business World. I am thankful to my company, SBI General Insurance Company, for giving me this platform and opportunity to perform. And as rightly mentioned, a leader is not a leader without the team. So the team work always leads to the leader to perform, and I'm thankful to my team for this performance. As SBI General, we are ensuring every Indian with Suraksha and Bharosha Dono, and these awards are not just the words of acknowledgement for us, but gives us motivation to perform even better. So the competition is with us. Again, I would like to thank Business World for this honor. Thank you very much.
Congratulations again.
Congratulations on that.
Mr. Shah, to you, keep doing well. All the best.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
So, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we move on to our next subcategory for the most, enhancing competitiveness through M&As. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, ladies and gentlemen, for the best consistent liquidity management, we've got Rajiv Gupta, who's joining us, CFO, L&T Technology Services Limited. With this, Rajiv, congratulations on this wonderful award. The stage and screen is all yours.
Thank you, Bhavna. And I must say with a lot of humility, first of all, thank you and appreciate for this honor. I really want to thank the distinguished jury panel for awarding this. To the business world for having a platform for CFOs. Very often you see CFOs getting lost in details behind the shadows. So appreciate business world's effort to have CFOs this kind of recognition. Appreciate Dr. Batra. I think he is clearly instrumental in putting something in structure, so to say. And I also appreciate the board with the eminent members like Mr. Nayak, Mr. S.N. Subramaniam, our Group CEO R. Shankaraman, our L&T Technology Services leadership team, because it was a difficult time to have navigated all of last year, I would say the last 12 to 18 months, unprecedented And it was really the leadership team that supported each other to navigate. Above all, I think it was a team effort. So I humbly accept this award on behalf of the team. And I truly feel it is the finance team that put this all in place. Of course, it involves sales, delivery, finance to come together to see free cash flows at core levels. I also want to take the opportunity to appreciate the finance fraternity, because unheard of what has happened in the last 12 to 18 months, where if anyone could have imagined that finance fraternity would be working offline, they actually have proved that and proved it, successfully. So thank you everyone and appreciate this honor.
Your words of encouragement, Dr. Batra and Mr. Srivastava.
Congratulations, Mr. Gupta. You're right that the finance community, the CFO community have possibly led from the behind, and we need to bring them in the front to inspire other people, especially last 18 months, tightening costs, putting focus where it needs to be, both in terms of cost and in terms of revenue, and synthesizing the whole business along with the CEO to be able to have business continuity and build the pillars for future growth has been a hallmark of most CFOs we have interacted editorially. So I'm happy that we are doing this. God bless you. Congratulations, Mr. Gupta. I hope we at BW CFO World will engage with you a lot more. We at BW Business World will engage with you a lot more. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Batra.
Mr. Srivastava, you may want to say a few words. Why did you select Mr. Rajiv Gupta?
No, Mr. Rajiv Gupta was leading the finance function at L&T Technical Services during the pandemic period. And as you mentioned correctly, it was not only the finance, but it was also the strategy of ensuring that the ship was maintained on an even keel, which required cutting costs, focusing on increasing, maintaining revenues, and a lot of innovation and automation and work from home. And finance really works on a lot of paper and working on a total digital mode, and yet coming up, with great results. I would compliment Mr. Rajiv Gupta on excellent work, and presentation was, made us, left us in no doubt that Mr. Gupta was clearly the winner. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir. Thank
I
you,
also
sir,
have
for the words of encouragement.
Mr. Setu Ratnam Ravi, who is the former chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange, current chairman of TFCI, and also the managing partner of the Ravi Rajan Company, who was again very instrumental in deciding the winners as the jury member. Mr. Ravi, we could do with some words from you for Mr. Gupta.
Well, absolutely very, very good. And his presentation and everything was very good. And naturally, when the whole set of juries decided to give him this, so there was they must have put a lot of thought process, and I'm sure he deserves it. So my best wishes to him and also his company.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much on behalf of our team.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gupta. Thank you, Mr. Ravi. Mr. Ravi, 5 more awards to go. So we request you to stay till we hand them out.
So I must apologize that I'm in this sort of transit.
Sir, we live in a virtual economy, in a contactless economy, and a work from anywhere economy. So that's fine. We are getting you to work and be present. So we're grateful to you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for joining us. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this also, I'd like to just bring to the notice that for our category, which was the best, the most promising CFO, Rikhil Shah, who had won CFO SBI General Insurance Company Limited, we had unfortunately announced it as best upcoming CFO. So humble apologies on that to our winner, but that's the most promising CFO on that. So congratulations once again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to our next category. Could we now have the best healthy sheet, balance sheet management? Could we have the winner, please? So, well, ladies and gentlemen, the best healthy balance sheet management, and it goes to Sterlite Power Transmission Limited. And may I call upon the Group CFO, Anurag Srivastava, on the screen. Congratulations, Anurag, on this incredible win. The stage and screen is all yours.
Thank you. Thanks a lot, Bhavna. It's really a great pleasure, and I'm really humbled by being selected. I think we had a very eminent jury. I must thank them. Some of them I worked with in past during my various interactions, but it is great to be recognized with such eminent people. I think Sterlite Power is playing a key role in India's energy journey. I think we are quite instrumental in transporting the green power, and as we have seen in last couple of days, the reports coming out on the environment damage. So playing a key role in evacuating green energy, as well as providing a lot of households with their reliable power. We have electricity every year, but most of the time it's not reliable. The quality is not good. So been playing that role as a company and as finance people, very happy to provide the company with an efficient balance sheet management to support that dream and support that goal of on India's energy journey. I think I've been blessed with a great team, and more than a great team, a lot of advisors and bankers and other people who came and supported me in this transformation. Pandemic played a lot of role in this. It started with a journey of conserving cash, and it ended up in providing the raw material which is financed to an infrastructure company, and encouraging the growth of our projects and encouraging our colleagues to go out and build sustainable projects. So thanks a lot for that. Really honored and humbled, as I said. Thank you.
Thank you and congratulations. May I have words of encouragement from our jury?
Mr. Ravi. So managing balance sheet is not a very easy thing. I can assure you this. Being an accountant myself, I know that managing a balance sheet is not the easiest thing. Really, Mr. Anurag has done a very wonderful task. His presentation was very good, and I was very happy to see that he was managing the resources on his own strength, and that's and not leaning too much on the group, which is a great factor. I think congratulations to you and best wishes.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Thank you and congratulations to all.
Congratulations, Mr. Srivastava.
Yes,
Keep doing well, and we
Thank
at
you.
BW Business World and BW CFO World will continue to engage with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Srivastava. Well, ladies and gentlemen, it is now time to move on to the next subcategory, which is most disruptive finance technology. Let's have a look at who the winner is. Could we have the winner, please? Well, congratulations to Harsimran Kaur, Head Finance, Bharat Pay, who's joining us right now on the screen. Virtual applause coming for you right there, ma'am. Over to you.
Thank you so much. Thank you to the BW World. Thank you to the jury for selecting me. And I'm deeply humbled with this. And I have no words for this. And I would like to thank my founder and my mentor Ashir Grover, for having that trust and faith in me, that I'll be able to help him and I'll be able to build my finance function. And firstly, I would like to again thank my team for this, because they are the rock star for me. They have been performing, that's why I'm able to perform, and we are able to get at this level within 3 years of the organization. So I'm so happy to be here, and I'll again thanks the jury for selecting me.
Congratulations, Ms. Kaur, and both Mr. Srivastava and Mr. S. Ravi are here. Mr. S. Ravi, first you and then Mr. Srivastava. Why did you select Ms. Harsimran Kaur for this accolade?
So first of all, congratulations, Ms. Kaur. So first and foremost, the technology and what she presented, she deserved, and her company deserved the award. I personally feel that her presentation actually touched each and every one of us. And the word disruptor itself 5 years ago would have been taken in another sense. But today, disruptor means a very different, and today we get awards for disruption. So, and that's the best part of it. So how the world changes, and she is part of the changing world. That's what I would say.
Absolutely. And while Mr. Srivastava may add to that, I would say that she came across very authentic. You know, when she was asked specific questions by the jury, she gave absolutely, she underpegged who she is and came across very, very authentic, did not overclaim, overstate the facts. I think that endeared you to the jury, apart from every other aspect that you brought to the table.
Exactly. In fact, Harsimran's presentation was to the point, and the evaluation that had come out in the papers that day also bore testimony to the management and the financial management at Bharat Pay. So congratulations, Harsimran. Well deserved.
Thank you, sir.
Congratulations on that, ladies and gentlemen. Before we announce the final few categories, there are two more which I need to announce. But before that, I'd like to cue in the events AV for your viewing whilst we, on the other side.
Bhavna, we can leave the event AV because, I think we should move on. We should leave the event AV and we should move on, bring in our winners and move forward.
Sure. Okay. So ladies and gentlemen, with this, it is now time to get on for the Finance Innovative Product of the Year. Could we have the winner, AV, please? So, well, I'd just like to request the team, if you do have the AVs, otherwise I could announce the winners. Well, I'd like to congratulate Rohit Rastan, CVO, Clear from the makers of ClearTax. Well, Rohit couldn't be joining us live, Mr. Srivastava, for this, but I'm sure we'd love to pass on our congratulations to him. But towards the end, I'd also like to just cue in for the final AV, which is on enhancing competitiveness through M&As. Could we have the winner AV, please? Congratulate Mahendra Kumar K, CFO, Tube Investments India Limited, for this incredible win. Whilst I'd like to thank and appreciate all the winners, I'd just like the final statements from our jury members who are present here. Mr. Ravi, we just like for certain words from you before we go to the final.
So congratulations, first of all, to him and the company for taking a bold decision, for taking a very bold and proactive step in what they have done in acquiring the company. And that is what we must compliment, because it was a tough decision and they have taken it in a very seamless manner. My best wishes to him and the company.
Thank you so much, and congratulations to all the winners. I'd also like to get in a word from Mr. Srivastava. Sir, over to you.
So congratulations, Mr. Mahendra Kumar. It was, in fact, it was, initially we thought it was very courageous taking over a troubled company like CD. But then turning it around and synergizing with your existing operations would have required a lot of hard work by finance and the relative teams. And therefore, congratulations on building this competitiveness through this acquisition, M&A. Congratulations yet again. And I don't think the jury had any doubt in selecting you as the winner.
Absolutely. Thank you so much for those words of encouragement, Mr. Srivastava. Well, ladies and gentlemen, with this, we come to the conclusion of the wonderful event. We'd once again like to thank our sponsors, our co-sponsors. Also, this was the 5th edition of the BW Business World Best CFO and Finance Strategy Awards 2021. We'd once again like to congratulate all the winners. It went live on bwcfoworld.com, bwbusinessworld.in, and all our social media handles. Now remember to go and visit our website, bwcfoworld.com, to know more about us. And with this, I'd like to thank once again all our jury members who took out their valuable time in being a part of this wonderful process. We'd love to see all your hashtags of #BestCFOs. And once again, gratitude to our co-sponsors, Clear from the makers of ClearTax and Tourism Finance Corporation of India Limited. So with this, a big thank you to all the ones who are viewing us live. Your support has been incredible. Stay tuned for many more such incredible interactions. Meanwhile, this is me, Bhavna Bhatia, on behalf of BW Business World, signing off for the day. And once again, I'd like to thank our jury members for taking out their valuable time. Thank you once again. God bless.
Thank you.
Stay safe, everyone. Cheers. Thank you.